1.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the January 2006 meeting of the Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining. This is the first one of this year, and it's my first time in this seat. I do want to give my appreciation to LaVon for all the time that she spent and coached me along, so we'll see how this all goes today. The first thing on the agenda is our normal briefing session, so we'll start that with the division. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to echo your sentiment for LaVon Garrison and thank her sincerely on behalf of the division for the support and the mentoring you've given us, not only as an ongoing member, which you will remain, we still get to keep you.
I'll still be here for a few more years.
Very good.
You're not getting rid of me yet.
Well, no. A number of rulemakings have happened under your watch. We sincerely appreciate you and your support. Honestly, driving the oil and gas bonding rulemaking, which was and is significantly needed. All stakeholders have shared that need for revision and updating, and your leadership has been pivotal in that. Thank you. Personally, I appreciate it as well.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure to be a member of the board and to chair this group for a year. It's a real experience, and it's a great organization. Thanks to all the staff and you as their fearless leader.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh. Thank you.
Now the fun part's done. Let's get into a little bit. Well, that was terrible. I'm going to hand it off to Natasha after I say it's not fun. It's actually quite fun for her, but I'm going to ask Natasha to give our a legislative update to the board. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to give you a very boring legislative update. There will be no fun in it. I'm Natasha Balliff. I'm the Legislative and Planning Coordinator for the division. The legislative session just started last Tuesday, so we're still very early in the session. We really only have one bill out there, and it's a Senate resolution. It's urging us to work with the BLM to come up with an MOU to streamline permitting so that we can do kind of an initial review of permits and then hand it off to the BLM, and that should help speed up their review process. Other than that, we have a resolution coming out that we know about. We don't know exactly when it's going to be published, though. There's also another bill that we're anticipating coming out. So when those are published and shared, then I'll share them with the board. And then I just wanted to make a note. I am still planning on sending out my weekly Friday emails with legislative updates. There just wasn't much last week. And so in the one I'm going to send this week, I will include that the division, our director, Mick Thomas, will be presenting at the Natural Resources, Ag, and Environmental Quality Appropriations Subcommittee on Tuesday, February 3rd. We're towards the end of the agenda. Sometimes the agenda changes, but in that email I will include a link if you would like to watch it online. You're welcome to come sit in the room and watch as well. But I think that's it for my legislative update. I'll have a beefier one next month, and you should be getting weekly emails from me. And if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If not, I'll turn the time back over to Director Thomas.
So right now we're looking at resolutions and no legislative action. Okay.
Yeah, right now, just the resolution out there. There will be bills that come out that impact us.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Natasha. I also want to shout out, I want to share this with the board. All of you, from what I've learned in a little over 2 years, are highly engaged in the day-to-day operations of the division as well as the state of Utah. As you hear of bills, if you have opinions or questions or anything, reach out to Natasha. The reality is sometimes things change hour by hour, and we are sincerely happy to give you updates, hear your thoughts, and honestly take some of your recommendations into what we can do at OGM and DNR. So please feel free to stay engaged with Natasha and myself. All right? Thank you, Natasha. Thank you. Moving on to the second item, an update on oil and gas bonding rulemaking. We are currently in a 45-day comment period. The division we've been working through the mechanism and kind of running some scenarios. The reality is we found the need for some what are legally considered substantive changes in the draft. And because of that, we are going to ask and require an additional comment period. These substantive changes, frankly, are not wholesale changes. The core root and theme of the rules are still intact. But these are kind of technical changes, but still they're substantive, okay, to address some kinks and some, frankly, no-go potentials, some nuances that could pop up if we stick with this version. So I'm letting the board know. I don't think there's an action at this time that's going to be needed by the board, but we are going to make those changes and shoot for a new comment period, 30-day comment period in the month of March. That'll give us time to make these changes soon, get them out for stakeholders to review, and then open up a new comment period for them to share or participate in. And for clarity, all stakeholders, as I've kind of talked about and heard different things, are in favor of this. This is not in one direction or the other. The folks who have been in front of you over the past several months are generally in agreement with this. So I wanted to say that as an FYI, and if you have any questions, I can't be too specific because I don't have the exact verbiage of the changes that we're going to be making. We will work closely with your council and OGM council to make sure we've got it all dialed in. So there's my update on the bonding. It's a 6-month window to do formal rulemaking, so we still have plenty of room to make these changes.
Okay, so as I understand, our 45-day comment period, that's going to end February 14th, 15th,
right.
Something like that. And so you'll have a new version
That's correct.
by sometime in March?
We'll have a new version as soon as we can in February.
In February, okay.
Because we want to get it out so that the comments can be meaningful after a review.
Okay, and then another 30-day comment period?
Correct.
Which could put us in a position where we would have another opportunity for like a public hearing or
You're correct.
discussion
You're correct.
at the March 25th hearing.
Certainly.
Okay, does that sound okay with you guys?
Yeah,
Anybody got any problems with that? Okay,
yeah.
that's,
I just had one quick question, is that, so did the comments come from one of the original stakeholders?
Honestly, the changes we're making are after an internal review.
Oh, okay.
Greg, we've seen, oh, wow, maybe I just blew it up. It's not that big of a deal, but we saw them internally and realized we need to make some changes.
and we're supposed to be finished up by June.
End of
Or
June would
do-
be 6 months. And
Does it look
we're
like,
still well on
we'll
track.
be on track for that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right. I do want to just, as another item, mention the governor released the Mission Critical Initiative, which is designed to develop and grow the critical mineral industry in the state of Utah. That is a governor's initiative. Oil, gas, and mining, really the DNR as a whole are supporting that initiative. We are going to we're going to have some initial meetings probably over the next few weeks to talk about what the framework looks like. The big goal is we have government agencies, NGOs, and private partners who all have something to share to the development of this critical mineral industry in the state. We want to provide some lanes and directions for each of them so that we can actually start moving this forward. It's exciting to hear from the administration in D.C. that they're aware of this mission critical. They're supportive of it. They're impressed by Utah's initiative here, which is wonderful. But have that on your radar, and I'm happy to discuss anything I hear about that offline or even in future meetings.
Who's playing the leadership role on moving this forward? On
The
this?
Governor's Office of Energy Development is going to be the chair for the Critical Mineral Consulting Team, which is kind of the administrative thrust behind Mission Critical. The Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining, along with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity are going to serve as co-chairs in this team.
Okay. I think it's also important that you try to include the research universities, and as you've got some tremendous talent at USU, U of U, BYU, and other places.
It's well noted, and they are. The university system in Utah is a key stakeholder, as is World Trade Center Utah, 47G, the Utah Geological Survey. There's probably about maybe 10 to 11 partners who are on this consulting team. Thank you.
Do you foresee a special group that's going to concentrate on critical minerals? I mean, is there going to be a group that's their main objective, is seeking critical minerals?
There is, Ms. Garrison. I don't want to call you chairman anymore, so I got to make sure my titles are getting messed up. There will be a group that focuses on this. Again, the university system is going to play a key part of it. Part of the governor's initiative in Mission Critical is to set up a mine center. I'm not certain if that's will be a structural building or something that's housed elsewhere, but it'll have a small dedicated staff to coordinate all of this. Coordination is really, really important when you're trying to drive this an initiative like this, and it's where the biggest need has come out. So, for example, the stakeholders we just mentioned, all of them have ideas, and they're all, strong, I would say brilliant ideas, but how do we coordinate a plan and actually get the team as a whole moving forward? And that team that we just mentioned, will coordinate that. I think the governor's initiative is seeking a mine center, honestly, a critical minerals national laboratory here in Utah to drive Western and national critical mineral development.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick, would the College of Mines have anything already established as far as an institute or anything like that they could tap into?
So it's my understanding that the president's office will be leading the effort.
That's correct. All right. Well, now it's pretty simple. I'm just going to mention that next month's meeting is on February 25th. Yes, good job, Mick. Wednesday, February 25th at 9 a.m. right here. I'm sure that Natasha's update will be thrilling at that meeting. I'm sure she's looking forward to it. And that's all I have. If you have any additional questions, or I'll shift it back to the board. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, we have an opportunity for any kind of public comment. So if there's anybody that's here in the audience or online that would like to make comments, please step up. Do we have anybody online?
We do not.
Okay, then we will go ahead and proceed. Thank you very much. Okay, so the first items on the docket today are several items that are being continued, so I'll read those into the record so that you're aware of those. Okay, the first one is docket number 2025-049, cause number 132-81. In the matter of the request for agency action of SM Energy Company for an order pooling all interests, including the compulsory pooling of the interests of certain non-consenting and unknown owners within a 1,920 acre or substantially equivalent drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch Colton formations comprised of section 19, 30, 31 in Township 2 South, Range 1 West, USM, Duchesne County. This matter has been continued to the February 18th hearing examiner proceeding and February 25th, 2026 board hearing. Item number 2, in the matter of the request for agency action of SM Energy Company for an order pooling all interests, including the compulsory pooling of the interests of certain non-consenting and unknown owners within a 1,280 acre or substantially equivalent drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River, Wasatch, Colton formations, comprised of sections 30 and 31, Township 2 South, Range 1 West, USM, Duchesne County, Utah. This matter has also been continued to the February 18th, 2026 hearing examiner proceeding and February 25th, 2026 board hearing. Item 3 is docket number 2026-009, cause number 132-83, in the matter of the request for agency action of SM Energy Company for an order pooling all interests, including the compulsory pooling of interests of certain non-consenting and unknown owners within a 1,280 acre or substantially equivalent drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River, Wasatch, Colton formation, comprised of sections 29 and 32, Township 2 South, Range 1 West, USM, Duchesne County, Utah. This matter has been continued to the February 18th, 2026 hearing examiner proceeding and February 25th, 2026 board hearing. Item number 4, docket number 2026-001, cause number 13045, in the matter of the request for agency action of WEM Operating, LLC, for an order, 1, establishing certain laydown 1,920 acre overlapping drilling units, 2, establishing certain laydown 2,560 acre overlapping drilling units, 3, establishing certain laydown 3,840 acre overlapping section line drilling units, and 4, establishing certain laydown 5,120 acre overlapping section line drilling units as to long lateral horizontal well production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River and Green River Wasatch formations of section 29 through 32, Township 4 South, Range 3 West, USM. B, section 5 through 8, 25 through 29, and 32 through 36, Township 4 South, Range 4 West, USM, and C, Section 1 through 2, and 11 through 12, Township 4 South, Range 5 West, USM, all in Duchesne County, Utah. This matter has been continued to the February 25th, 2026 board hearing. Having done all that, we've got rid of 4 docket items already in 10 minutes.
That was impressive.
Yeah, I made. Okay, now I don't think the rest are going to go quite as fast, but let's go ahead. I will read in this docket, and then we'll take appearances. Number 5, docket number 2026-002, cause number 130-46, in the matter of the request for agency action of SM Energy Company for an order 1, amending the board's orders in cause number 139-154, 139-163, and 139-165 to make uniform the development plan for the units already established in the lands at issue, and to 2, establishing 2 overlapping 2,560 acre DUBWDSUS, and B, 3 overlapping 1,920 acre DSUS, C, 6 overlapping 3,840 acre DUBWDSUS, and D, 1 overlapping 4 mile 2,560 acre DSU, and E, 2 overlapping 4 mile 5,120 acre DUBWDSUS, each for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River, Wasatch, Colton formations in sections 4 through 9, 16 through 21, and 28 through 33, Township 2 South, Township 2 South, Range 1 West, USM in Duchesne County, Utah. With that, we'll take appearances.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mitch Mayo of Lear & Lear, PLLC, on behalf of the petitioner, SM Energy.
Thank you.
Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Mr. Mayo, please proceed.
Thank you. At the outset, I'd like to acknowledge what the board chair just did, read off a bunch of causes that have been filed and have been continued. You know, from my perspective and SM's perspective, we really appreciate the board. We're constantly trying to evaluate not just the client's needs, but how it impacts the board's docket, and we're trying our hardest to make sure that it all works as seamlessly as possible. But we always appreciate the board's efforts in helping us with that. So I acknowledge and I apologize for making you read 4 captions this morning that we don't have to deal with. But for this matter, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, obviously my name is Mitch Mayo with Lear & Lear. I'm appearing today on behalf of SM Energy Corporation, SM Energy Company, excuse me. With me today are Rick Harris, and actually you guys, you might as well stand up, we'll probably get you sworn in here. Rick Harris is the regional land manager, for the Utah asset. Katie Ross, who's the asset geology manager for Utah, and Brad Peterson, who's the Utah region asset manager. Could we please have these witnesses sworn in at this time?
That's my new job.
Oh.
So please raise your right arm to the square. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Very good.
Thank you for that. You guys can take a seat. Rick, you can. The resumes of each of these 3 witnesses have been submitted collectively as Petitioner's Exhibit 1 in this cause. If asked separately about the contents, they would verify the truth and accuracy. The witnesses before me today have all been qualified and have testified here before this board as experts in their respective fields in prior causes, specifically in cause 130-39 and cause number 600-09. In light of their resumes submitted as Exhibit 1 and with presumed stipulation of division, board counsel, and consistent with past practices of the board, I move to admit these 3 witnesses as experts in their fields for purposes of this cause. Thank you. Also, with board's permission, I'll be moving for admission of all our exhibits at the end of our case in chief. The rest of the matters today are complicated, and you've got a lot of them. This one is fairly straightforward, so I'm going to do my best to keep it as quick as possible here. Please slow me down, ask any questions if I'm going too quickly. SM, as you know, is entering its 2nd year in the basin. It took over last year for Altamont Energy and XCL Asset Co. Recently, they have acquired, through a trade, I believe, additional acreage that was operated by Uinawac's Operating, and it's that acreage that we're here to incorporate into SM's broader development plans today. The relief requested today, as the chairman read in the caption for this pleading, involves the modification of several orders of the board currently in place. Order 139-149, 139-154, 139-163, and 139-65. And I may refer to these as the non-uniform orders. Essentially, these are 2-mile spacing orders that don't have development strictures that match up with the rest of SM's development plan. So simply modifying those in the ways necessary to try and make this uniform development across the subject lands. As of the date of filing of this request, there are 21 wells capable of production on the subject lands, and SM operates 20 of those wells. The 21st is operated by a company that maintains wells, but does very little operation these days, a company managed by Craig Phillips, Phillips Petroleum. This REA is full of information and lots of parts, but really when you break it down, it's pretty simple. Parts 1 and 2 simply are going to clean up SM's 2-mile drilling program, 1280s and 2560 units. Parts 1 and 2 are aimed at making the development requirements for those the same as they are in other lands adjacent. Part 2 also requests the establishment of a new unit. Parts 3 and 4 seek to expand SM's 3-mile drilling program by establishing overlapping 3-mile units and their corresponding, I call them Dubwa DSUs because I don't want to spell them out, corresponding overlapping section line units. And parts 5 and 6 deal with expanding SM's fairly successful 4-mile drilling program, and we'll talk about that. Now, there are a lot of unique terms in this, some that we spell. There's a summary of terms, a glossary of terms that I'm happy to go through at any point in time if we get lost on the terminology. But in short, SM believes the request today is the way to ensure consistency and continuous development across these lands. The board has jurisdiction over this cause pursuant to Utah Code Annotated 40-6-5 and 40-6-6. Notice was provided as required by law to all interested parties, all relevant government agencies, and to any offsetting operators. All of this was done by examining the last address of record in the Duchesne County Recorder's Office. In addition, notice was published in the Salt Lake Tribune on January 6th of this year and the Uinta Basin Standard on January 1st of this year. No one filed a protest or objection. The division did file a notice of non-opposition, simply stating they didn't oppose the granting of this request pending the presentation today. And with that introduction, I will introduce my first witness. My exhibits do not appear yet on the screen, though, Matt.
Stand by.
Did I do it? Did I do it wrong? Like my old Nintendo, I just blow on the cartridge and stick it back in.
Exactly. Turn it off, turn it back on. He knows what it is. Go back to the Atari for
I know. Did I plug in wrong?
All the screens are blank now, or black.
You have 3 options. Still there.
Let's try this.
I'll have her switch those. I'll have her switch these screens right now.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Yeah, the contra code.
Put in the contra code now.
Up, down, up, down.
It's trying, but it's still blank.
Yeah.
There's something on your computer that it wants.
That's a good question. You mean like a dialogue box or something?
I don't know.
I don't see anything.
Are you full screen already?
I was, but I'm
Will you
not now.
Okay, I was gonna say exit full screen.
Okay, I pulled out the second one. I'll let you plug that in, Matt.
I mean, it's recognizing it. It's clicking.
Yeah, and it does the thing. Just doesn't.
There we go.
There we go.
Third time's a charm.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Can you all see that okay? Back to where we were. Mr. Harris, you've just been sworn in. The exhibits are up on the screen. Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yeah, Richard Harris. Business address is 1700 Lincoln Street, Suite 3200, Denver, Colorado, 80203.
Okay. And your current position with SM?
Regional Land Manager of Utah.
Okay. And I'm assuming that. That makes perfect sense. Thanks, man. I'm assuming in that role you exercise a supervisory capacity over the land records associated with the subject lands?
Yes.
Would you please provide the corporate and bonding status for SM?
Yeah, SM is a Delaware corporation in good standing, having its principal place of business in Denver, Colorado. We are fully bonded with all the relevant federal, Indian, and state of Utah agencies.
Okay. And I alluded in my introduction to the fact that you recently acquired the lands that we're here to discuss today. Would you go into a little more detail and explain to the board, why you haven't spaced these lands before and why you are now?
Yeah, sure. So last time we were here for a spacing unit, we pretty much did the entire township, but we just had 2 sections that we didn't own any interest in. And late last year, we were able to do a trade with Uinta Wax and acquired the interest in those 2 sections. So I know when you guys read the agency action, it was long and there were a lot of abbreviations, but all we're doing today is trying to put those 2 sections to have a match the rest of that township that we did last time we were here before the board.
Okay. And I'd just like to remind you all, Mr. Harris will be testifying as an expert in petroleum land management. Mr. Harris, with this, I'm going to turn to your first exhibits, but really I'm going to flip through all of them if you could take a look on the screen. Exhibits 3 through 14. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
And I get through 14, I guess, so you can confirm all of them. And were they all prepared by you or by SM personnel under your direction or supervision?
Yes.
Okay. Starting with Exhibit 1, quickly orient the board where we're talking about.
Yeah, so we're in 2 South, 1 West, near the city of Roosevelt, and the 2 sections that we acquired for Uinta Wax are just to the north of that red star on the map.
Okay. Not identified, but right there.
Yep.
Exhibits, let me turn you to Exhibits 4 and 5, which I think we should talk about together. Can you talk about what these exhibits show relevant to what it is we're trying to request?
Yeah, a lot of colors, a lot of actions on there. Those are the existing 2-mile or 1,280 acre spacing units that a lot of it was our predecessor applied for in front of the board. The purple box there in 2 South, 1 West is the spacing unit that was already established, and those are the sections that we acquired from Uinta Wax in 17 and 20. And so that spacing unit is not uniform with the rest of the spacing units shown on the map. Specifically, we need to establish well density of up to 32 wells per unit, and we're going to reduce the hill toe setback from 330 feet to 100 feet to match the rest of all those units. And then the formation that was used when the 17 and 20 was originally established didn't line up exactly to the log that we used for the rest of those units. So we're just trying to redefine the subject formation to match the formations of the rest of all those units.
Okay. So 17 and 20 here, these are the 2 sections of land you just acquired your interest in from Uinta Wax.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The 2 purple outline boxes, can you confirm those are the 2 1280 units that the board is going to be modifying production setback?
That's exactly right.
Okay. And same with Exhibit 5?
In Exhibit 5, these are the 2560, those are the lease line well spacing units that were already established that we just need to do the exact same uniform application on.
Okay. And is it correct that basically the modification here is there's 2 schools of thought, if you will, on these boundary line wells? One is you try and shrink the 1280 setbacks as close as you can and drill that section line well right on the middle boundary. SM takes a different approach. You try and create a corridor to drill in.
Yes.
And is it safe to say the modifications you're requesting are to kind of filter it into that corridor model?
That's exactly right. We're just giving us a little bit more buffer on each side so we can actually drill wells that are lease lines in those lease line boundaries.
Exhibit 6. Could you talk about what this is and what it is you're requesting?
These are new units that were never put together for lease line wells. And that's because we had a different operator in section 17 and 20 at the time, and we were just staying out of each other's hair. Now that we've acquired that, we'd like to drill lease line wells offsetting the 2 sections.
Okay. Exhibits 7 and 8. Could you talk about the 3-mile spacing that SM has and is requesting here today?
Yeah, this one, again, they're pretty messy and overlapping, but it's just showing the 19-20 acre spacing, the 3-mile lateral units that are existing and have been approved from the board.
Okay. And it is kind of difficult to see, but maybe this next slide will make it a little easier. The pinked out areas, those are areas where you have approved 3-mile 1920 units already, correct?
That is correct.
And so it's that little dashed red, green, blue down the middle there. Those are the requested units here today.
Those are the ones that we're asking for today, now that we've acquired the acreage.
Do you know, are the production setbacks you're asking for on those, I'm assuming they're consistent with all the other 3 mile units across that area?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to exhibits 9 and 10. We've got 3 mile units set up here. We need some 3 mile boundary line units. Can you talk about what this slide and the other slide show?
These are the exact same slides as the previous exhibits, except these show the lease line wells, the lease line spacing units that we've established.
Okay.
And the ones that we're asking for are on the exhibit 10. So that'll just correspond and be uniform throughout the entire acreage position in those 3 townships.
So it's fair to see, looking at this, the entirety of these 3 ranges will be spaced for 3 mile development after this hearing?
That's exactly right, except the gray boxes that you can see in 2 South, 2 West, and 2 South, 1 West, which we still don't own. We don't own an interest in those.
Okay. So similar to the UNOX acreage you're here today about, if you acquire them down the road, they may be spaced into your operations.
That's exactly what we would do in the event. I think there's some wells in those, so I don't know how often we'll go after those. But if we did, we'd ask for the exact same thing to make it uniform throughout the position.
Okay. Thank you. Exhibit 11 and 12.
This is same thing. So SM, we started last year putting together 4 mile spacing units. So this exhibit 11 is the ones that have been approved by the board. We're drilling in one of them right now with 3 drilling rigs. Yeah, these are the existing spacing units. And then exhibit 12, this is the one that we're asking for that fits in nicely with the other offsetting ones, since it's right in the middle, that we're asking for today.
And exhibits 13 and 14 to finish out your slides.
13 and 14 are the lease line wells associated with the 4 mile lateral development.
Okay. And SM is the majority interest owner in all of the lands here we're talking about.
That is correct.
Okay. Have you received any responses or objections, any feedback from operators offsetting? Anyone reach out to you and have a concern with the request?
No concerns. Had a couple calls that they of some mineral owners that were supportive of it.
Okay.
So. And asking clear questions, but no concerns at all.
Okay. And how did you get the name of? Are you aware of what's been filed as the certificate of mailing in this cause?
Yes.
And have you seen that? Are you familiar with the names on that?
Yes.
Where did you come up with the names for that
So
list?
we pulled that through title opinions, updated well decks, revenue decks that were currently in pay status, and updating title from there, plus looking at offset operators.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions for Mr. Harris. And I'll turn time over to the division.
Yeah, division?
The division has no questions for Mr. Harris.
Okay. Board members?
I might have one question.
Go ahead.
I recognize those 4 sections you don't have any interest in, but do you know what the status is at 25 and 36 that are not included?
Yeah, I don't want to miss.
This 25 and 36?
Yeah, the 2 that are not included, the ones they don't have an interest in.
I believe 4 Point operates one of those and has some wells in there on the one in the middle, and on the east side, I don't want to say because I don't know exactly, but it's another operator, and I believe there are wells there as well, horizontal wells.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, board? Go ahead, Mr. Mayo.
Thank you. Mr. Harris will be available if there are any follow-up questions. I'd like to call my next witness, Ms. Katie Ross. Can I call her
Yes, you can call me Katie.
Katie? Katie, would you please state your name and confirm your business address for the record, please?
Yeah, Katie Ross, Asset Geo Manager for Utah, and it's the same address as Mr. Harris.
Okay. As the Asset Geo Manager for Utah, similar question that I asked Mr. Harris. I assume that you're responsible for exploration and project development in this area.
Yeah, geoscience work.
Okay. I would like to remind all that Ms. Ross will also be testifying as an expert today. I'm going to have you look at your exhibits really quick. There's only a couple of them for you to look at. Exhibits 15, 16, and then all the way down to 22. Do you recognize those three exhibits?
Yes.
And were they prepared by you or SM personnel or contractors under your supervision or control?
Yes.
Exhibit 15. Walk the board through this, if you will, and how it
Yeah.
supports the request.
So this is a PAL well. It's a type log really close and adjacent to the DSU that we're talking about. The bottom track right there, it's our gamma ray log. That's how we discern lithology, meaning rock types. Gamma ray is really sensitive to radioactivity, and that can tell us if it's a shale, a sandstone, or a carbonate. So shales typically are more in the gray colors that you see filled in there. Sandstones are inferred more by the yellow, and then the blue streaks you see in there would be the carbonates, and that's largely what we exploit and target, what we call our hybrid system in this stack. The top track is resistivity, so that is the fluid response. It's how we can interpret hydrocarbons or lack of hydrocarbons in the system, and it's highlighted red, so 15 ohm meters or higher, typically indicating a lot of hydrocarbons in the system as well. And then at the very top, you see the Uinta, Upper Green River, Lower Green River, where we spend a lot of our time exploiting the rocks, and into the Wasatch, where we also study and exploit our rocks too, all the way down to the Flagstaff. The very bottom there is the North Horn.
Okay. And Exhibit 16.
Yeah, so the cross-section here, you'll see the PAL again. That's the third well from the left. And then we have our Doolittle, our Sonat Strand, and PAL, and then the Windy well as well. And same thing, gamma ray showing the same responses, resistivity again. And in that third track, you'll see blues and greens, and that's our indication of hydrocarbon in green, our bulk volume oil, and then water, what we interpret that might be more wet in blue. And what the biggest takeaway here from our Garden Gulch all the way through our Wasatch, moving west to east, and our 2 South Township it's pretty consistent, uniform, and looks like a lot of good rock that we want to still exploit.
Thank you. Now, moving you on to 22.
Yes. So the other takeaway for me today was I annotated on here laydowns and stand-ups. Some of y'all have seen this before, but these are our stress indicators, so our SH max direction. So just a reminder, we try to drill perpendicular to those tick marks on the map, because that's how the fractures open more effectively for us. And in the purple box, it confirms with the lands that we're talking about that drilling stand-up, so trying to tee or intersect those SH max indicators would still be the same. We wouldn't change that. The only additional comment I'll make that's new on this map that probably has not been shared before, in 1 South, 2 West, we've got some more data that our predecessors did not have in hand. So that is more data that we're analyzing and integrating and looking at as a team for laydowns versus stand-ups, and where we think that transition is as we go forward and develop this land.
Okay. The board has heard about that in the past. People have gotten up there north but not really gotten into it, so you're in the process of collecting, analyzing data to figure out what to do up there.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. Silly question. Based on this and your opinion, do you think that we're trying to make all the units in this area consistent, and all of them but a few have 100-foot heel-toe setbacks? Do you have anything in the data that tells you this unit wouldn't be appropriate for 100-foot heel-toe setbacks?
No, 100 foot is definitely appropriate.
Okay. And do you believe that the request before the board today is maximizes resource production, minimizes waste, and protects correlative rights?
Yep, it makes it puts us in a position to be good stewards of the resources.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions for Ms. Ross, and I'll turn over to the division or board.
Thank you. The division has no questions for Ms. Ross either. Thank you.
Board members?
Yes, Mr. Ross. Mr. Harris said that you were asking for a change on definitions of the geologic units that are spaced, that's part of the request. Can you tell me what they have been spaced for in the past and what you're changing now geologically on the definition?
I think it's to just conform with what we call our nomenclature stratigraphy. People in the basin call different tops different names, and it's just to conform to that. It's not really a major shift or change stratigraphically, from my understanding.
Okay,
It's more semantics.
Yeah, the way I understood it similarly, that it's not necessarily a change in the depth per se, but the way the company described it over here versus the way the company described it over here, it all correlates to that same geologic depth. Is that a misstatement?
No, that's correct.
Okay.
You could probably never get a geo in the room and agree on what you want to call purple and blue. So, yeah.
Peter, do you agree? Well, thank you, Ms. Ross. If there are no further questions, I'll move on to my final witness. Got a reservoir engineer coming up next. He'll answer some questions.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Good morning.
My final witness today is Mr. Brad Peterson. Brad, will you please state your name and confirm your business address for the record?
Yeah, it's Brad Peterson and 1700 Lincoln Street, Suite 3200, Denver, Colorado, 80203.
Okay. And remind the board of your job titles and responsibilities of that job.
Yeah, I'm the Utah Asset Manager. I'm responsible for all development planning, and the geology teams and engineering teams report into me.
Okay. Clearly, in that role, you have a supervisory role over the engineering records that are necessary to prepare this exhibit.
Yes.
I'd like to remind the board, Mr. Peterson also will be testifying as an expert today in the field of reservoir engineering and planning. I'm going to show you the remaining exhibits that the board chair just identified, exhibits 17 through 21, and exhibits 23 and 24. Do you recognize all those exhibits?
Yes.
And were they prepared by you or SM personnel or contractors under your supervision and control?
Yes.
Okay. Starting off, I'm just going to let you kind of run through these and talk about what you think is important about them, and I'll ask questions as needed for follow-up.
Yeah, sure. So this first slide really shows our development schedule there on the right. What you can see in that red box is the planned development timeline for Wayne's World, which is the subject area that we're getting space today. We plan to spud that in September of this year. Our drilling, I'll get into it in a couple slides, but our drilling has been very good on our long laterals, both the 3 miles and the 4 milers. And really, we've been shaving days off execution. So, we look forward to that. That'll probably, speed up rather than get pushed back. So, we're full on, working through kind of the planning stages, getting the surface locations, as well as, getting our final development plan in place to start permitting here in the next couple months. This next slide really shows production growth over the years. What I like to point out is really we peaked in 25 at about 75,000 barrels of oil a day. So really a good growth. Getting out in front of our development plans and being able to, get the right plans in place has really facilitated continuous development. This year, we currently have 3 rigs, and we plan to have 2 to 3 rigs for the whole year, as well as 1 continuous frac crew going. So we did, kind of peak in that kind of mid-70s. And we've dropped down just a little bit, but that's just more of a cadence on, our completions timeline combined with our full development. So really nothing's really changed. And then there is a little bit of a slowdown. These longer laterals take more time to drill, complete, and get on. And it takes a little bit more time there. So we will see that kind of more flattening out going forward. So and then kind of another bump up.
Can I ask a random question just here? Can you estimate for the board % of wells you're going to drill this year? They're going to be 4 mile, 3 mile, and 2 mile. Kind of an estimate of what the snapshot looks like to the extent you're comfortable?
Yeah, so I think, it is going to be a mix of 2 milers where we have to drill them because there's wells already there. And then pretty much, 4 milers and then also, the 3 miles. I would say we'd probably be 60 to 70% 3 miles or longer this year.
Okay, thank you. Talk about 15,000 foot and 20,000 foot execution to the extent you haven't already.
Yeah, so I think really the program's been very successful on the 15,000 footers. What you can see in that plot there is just drilling depth versus cumulative days.
And let me interrupt, just to be clear, when we talk 15,000, we're talking about 3 mile development.
Yeah, the
right?
3 mile development. So at the time of making these exhibits, we had 7 wells online. Since then, we've got another 3 wells online. So a total of 10 wells drilled, completed, and online as of today. But we have drilled and successfully executed 45 15,000 footers to date. What you can see is, our initial plans were kind of in that 24 days on the plot. But what you can see is as we continued to, execute these wells, a lot of the days are, sub 18, 19 days. So continuous improvement on execution for these wells, and really, before we got into drilling all these wells, we only had the 3 wells last year at this time in the ground. So the operations team has done an amazing job executing the program.
And same with 4 mile. Have you had some experience, and talk about how that looks?
Yeah, so we're just actually all 3 rigs are currently on the Sandlot unit. That's the first unit we got spaced for 4 miles. Drilling the 4 mile wells. Currently, at the time of making the slides, there's only 2 wells drilled. Right now, we've got 6 of them in the ground. From our planning perspective, we initially thought it would take about 30 days to execute these. And as you can see from this slide, we're getting them in under 20 days. So things have been going really well on the program, better than we could have anticipated.
A good problem, but a problem to navigate nonetheless, right?
Yeah, it's a problem. We still have to keep out in front of all the planning sides. So when things speed up, all the different groups have to move a little bit faster.
And is that part of the reason, and this is neither here nor there, but part of the reason there was kind of a late last-minute filing for next month's hearing to accommodate 4 mile drilling?
Yeah, it was really successful. And then, as Katie mentioned on the stress, relooking at all the data and the stress, we are seeing a potential that we should do additional laydowns a little further east than originally anticipated. So in combination with those 2 things, that's really the drivers there.
Okay. Perfect. Exhibit 21, the board's well aware of this, but if you talk about highlights from your perspective.
Yeah, I think, current oil prices are challenging. It's been in the upper 50s, low 60s here for a while. So really extending these laterals help on the economic side of things. It also reduces surface, interactions and, locations, and being able to drill longer and less rig moves, less, it just keeps less people on the roads, as well as is more efficient across the acreage position. So yeah, we've covered this slide before. So at a real high level, it's less impact to the, as we continue to get closer and closer to Roosevelt, specifically in these units that we're getting approved today.
Less impact on the surface and a better use of the fixed costs. Yeah. Okay. Finally, interpreting the data that the board was presented with, you put together a couple models in 23 and 24. Can you talk through those?
Yeah, so really for these calculations, we used the same Powell well that we had previously got approved. And what you can see from both the slides, in the upper cube we have it's higher viscosity is really what kind of drives this drainage there. But what we see using the Hale and Evers model is in the upper cube, we don't at that 10-year time frame, we don't you don't go over the section line, so there's about 43 feet left, and then in the lower cube, using the same 10 years, it's about a 20 foot buffer. So yeah, really getting, you know, these units to line up with kind of what's been approved kind of surrounding the area at the 100-foot step backs is really what we're looking to do.
Okay. And to be clear, as was testified earlier, every unit surrounding this has 100-foot setbacks. So, you know, the science supports those. It supports this, but these models also bear that out.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In your expert opinion, does this plan protect correlative rights and maximize resource recovery, minimize waste?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions for Mr. Peterson, subject to the division or board follow-up.
Thank you. Ms. Peterson, could you just remind me, what is the distinction between the upper cube and the lower cube?
So for our upper cube, it's...
Do you want me to show you Katie's type log?
Yeah, yeah. It's the Doug Creek, so wells kind of above Doug Creek is what we call upper cube.
Okay.
And then from like the carb marker down through Cayenne Creek, or actually it's the Wasatch 3 or actually Wasatch 4 is what we group in there. And then for the properties so we have the in situ, I think we showed it the last time, is we have a viscosity model by depth. And so going forward, we plan to land our wells in the upper or mid Doug Creek and then lower Garden Gulch. So that estimate for viscosity is from that. And then we used a viscosity estimate kind of, you know, in that middle of that lower cube for that.
Thank you. And just out of curiosity, I appreciate your testimony, your presentation. You know, we've seen the 1280 spacings. We now have the 3 milers, the 4 milers. Could you give any insight as to, you know, what factors go into whether you are going to drill 3 milers versus 4 milers? It sounds like you're having great success with 4 mile. Is intent to go 4 mile everywhere, or how do you foresee that going?
Yeah, so it's a mix of a couple components. Number one of the bigger issues is there's a structural component. So if we have to get a surface location on the north side, you know, going up structure is different than, you know, landing wells down structure. In combination with integrating that with, you know, the neighborhoods, getting the surface locations. And then really the last thing that, you know, we kind of combine in there is, you know, existing development. So if there's existing wells, you know, in the case that I mentioned before, I would about having to drill some 10,000 footers this year. It's really that's all that's left. That's the only option to develop. So it's a combination of those three things, and we have a little bit different technical limit currently on drilling, you know, up dip versus down dip versus oblique to structure.
Thank you. Appreciate it. No further questions from the division. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Peterson, what do you see between a 3 mile and a 4 mile as far as rates and EURs? Or if you did two 2 miles versus 1 4 mile, are your EURs going to be substantially the same? What kind of performance are you seeing in the 4 miles now?
So we don't have any 4 miles on, and it's early with the 3 miles on. But so we've looked at extensively across our experience in both our South Texas and Permian assets. Your initial rates due to hydraulics aren't 1-to-1. So you're going to, and also we have some facility limits. So 4,000 to 4,500 is our max facility. So what the curve will actually look like is it'll get up to that max fluid, and it'll be a lower, flatter decline, or it'll be kind of a flat decline until you come off that facility limit, and then you'll have a lower decline long term. So rate time is going to be, you know, if you had two 2-milers next to each other, the sum of those two 2-milers rate time would be higher. It's not a, you know, one-to-one scalar on the IP, but everything that we've seen to date, when we normalize for all spacing, geology, performance, completion, you know, across our longer laterals in the other basins, we've seen the actual EURs be 1-to-1. So long term, you're developing, you know, the same resource just more efficiently, and that's really in the two other assets. You know, we used to talk a little bit more about, you know, the Permian in detail. You know, we've got, you know, over 100 wells that we've had for, you know, 6 to 8 years that see that trend, and we have the same trend in our Austin Chalk assets in South Texas. So that's what we're currently, you know, anticipating seeing, you know, the EURs be 1-to-1 across the lateral here in Utah as well.
Thank you.
So we notice you have 2 wells on one location, and I think you've moved. So tell me about the efficiency of drilling 2 drilling rigs on one location.
So, so really what we're doing there is we're trying to keep out in front of our completions and have continuous completions operations. So we end up having to, even though it's one pad, move rigs in there so we can continue to, we're basically chasing the rigs with the frac crew and trying to keep it a mile apart so we don't have any safety concerns, higher pressures while the drilling rig's on there. So what we tend to do is to be able to continue to keep that completions crew kind of more or closer to the drill rigs. We split our pads, and then we put like a west row and an east row, and the rigs on the same pad, just to minimize or get wells turned around a little quicker, and then consistently complete wells.
Yeah, because in the past when we visited, I mean, one rig seems to fill the whole pad. I don't see how you're fitting them on there, but are the pads a little bigger then?
They're a little bit bigger, but also we try to have the same kind of rig contractor on there, so they're able to, you know, work their yards a little bit more efficiently together as well.
Anybody else? Can we go back to Exhibit 23 for just a sec?
Will you unmute your mic, Mr. Chair?
Sorry. Could we go back to Exhibit 3? Okay, so I was just wondering about that fluid viscosity that you're talking about. So, okay, that's substantially different. Okay, so you've had some really good success, and sometimes you talked about some unintended problems from those successes. Recently, we've been dealing with a lot of flaring. What are you looking at as far as your GOR on these prospective wells, and do you have enough takeaway to deal with any gas production?
Yeah, so we so the GOR always ramps up. So in situ, GORs are probably roughly around kind of 500 SEF or so. And what happens is as you get bottom hole pressures lower and lower, you get free gas coming out of solution in the reservoir, and then you're producing that. So what we anticipate, you know, really our GOR forecast right now, it's kind of zone specific. And, you know, those will go up to, 1,000 to 1,500, somewhere in there. And, it is dependent on kind of the density. So more wells per section goes up faster to that higher GOR, as well as you see a little bit higher kind of peak GOR. As far as gas takeaway, I think that there's, been some upsets, but I think from our perspective on the gas side of things, like for the Uinta, we feel pretty confident on being able to handle the gas with, Kinder Morgan, and they just had they tied into another, they tied into another plant to allow for more capacity. So I think, long term for us on the gas side, I don't anticipate we're going to have, you know, as much issues on that front. But the GORs go up, but your oil's declining. So, you know, so it's not like it's going. Your gas will be declining at the same, just at a lower decline rate than your oil.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else have other questions? Okay. Division? Or do you have anything else, Mr. Mayo?
Well, as I promised, I probably should move for admission of my exhibits now that I'm done with my case in chief. Move for admission of exhibits 1 through 23.
Okay, and what do we do about 2? I mean, is that all in here? Just a second.
Sure.
Yours looks different than mine,
So I just want to check that Exhibit 2, which is all your copies of the board's the prior orders, is that all in there?
I'm still not sure, other than convenience, why those are included as exhibits. So I don't know that they need to be admitted as exhibits.
Okay, so I don't know for sure. I mean, they weren't offered as evidence, so
The board can just take judicial notice that those were prior orders from the
Okay.
board. If
Okay.
you could put that on the record.
Okay, so we'll take judicial notice that Exhibit 2 was submitted prior.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so approved. That
So let me do this better. I'd like to move for admission of Exhibit 1 and Exhibits 3 through 23, and I'd like to request the board take administrative judicial notice of the orders submitted as part of Exhibit 2.
Okay,
Thank you.
that sounds good to me. Okay, Division?
Thank you. Appreciate the testimony given by the experts here today. As indicated, the division did submit a response of non-opposition to this request. And we reviewed the request and the corresponding exhibits. And after the hearing today, the division still has no opposition to the board granting the request to amend the prior orders and establish the requested overlapping units. Thank you.
Okay. So board, do we have anything we want to deliberate on this? I'm not seeing any. Okay, we'll entertain a motion then.
I move.
Item number 2.
I move.
Sorry, item number 6. 5.
I move we approve the request for agency action.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve docket number 2026002, cause 130-46 as submitted. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please note that it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Mayo. Thank you, Mr. Haynes.
You're welcome. Mr. Chair,
Oh,
would you like to order
yes.
me to prepare an order for the board?
Yes, would you please prepare the order?
I'm happy to do that.
Provide it in a week.
Ah. Yeah, when can we anticipate that? Because we're dealing with some backloads here.
Let me know if the board is looking for it soon. I can force my turnaround as quick as I can. You just tell me.
We got some big stuff coming up in about a week, so if we can get it.
You'd like to get it done before that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get it to you as quick as we can. Hopefully by the end of the week. Okay.
Okay, so let's just say within a week. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you much.
Okay, so we'll be moving on to the next one. Let me just move my stuff around. Exhibit number 6. Peter and Mish. Okay, while everybody's getting settled, I'll go ahead and read this request for agency action. This is number 6 on the agenda today. It's docket number 2026-003, cause 475-14. In the matter of the request for agency action of Anschutz Exploration Corporation for an Order 1, vacating the board's orders entered in causes number 122-1, 475-09, and 475-12, and 2, suspending Utah Administrative Code Rules R 649-3-2, R 649-3-10, and R 649-3-11, Part 1 and 2, as to the BOSS Deep Federal Unit comprised of portions of townships 10 through 13, ranges 2 through 25, East SML, Uinta County, Utah. Everybody settled?
I'll get these set up for you, Brad. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I believe we're ready to go.
Okay, can we take appearances of council?
Fred McDonald of council with Lear and Lear on behalf of petitioner Anschutz Exploration Corporation.
Okay, Bro,
Tony Hunter on behalf of Bro Energy LLC.
thank you. Division?
Assistant Attorney General Gary White on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining, and I'm here with division experts Peter Pankey and Spencer Nish.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. McDonald, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With me testifying on behalf of Anschutz today are Mr. Brett Willis, the Supervisor of Colorado and Utah Lands, and Mr. Kamal Malik, who's the Senior Staff Reservoir Engineer. And also appearing virtually pursuant to the board's order on January 14th is Mr. Zach Goncher, the Senior Staff Geologist. I would ask that the Vice Chair swear these witnesses in at this time.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. The resumes of all three witnesses were collectively submitted as Exhibit A in this cause, as supplemented. If separately and individually asked about the contents of their respective resumes, the witnesses would confirm it's true and correct. Although Mr. Willis has testified previously before the board on several occasions, he's always been a fact witness only. However, we will qualify him as an expert in petroleum land management today to offset and rebut any expert land testimony offered by the respondent, Bro Energy. Messrs. Goncher and Malik have previously been recognized by the boards as experts in geology and petroleum and reservoir engineering, respectively. Unless the division and/or Bro's counsel would like additional voir dire, we ask that they again be accepted as experts in those particular fields for purposes of this cause.
Board, any issues? Division, any issues?
No concerns.
Mr. Hunter?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. So be it.
Thank you. I'm also going to be moving for admission of our primary exhibits at the end of my presentation in chief, and any rebuttal exhibits is necessary at the conclusion of my closing remarks.
Okay.
In that regard, I just want to...
Can you hold on just a second?
Sure.
On exhibits, my understanding is that there's been a number of exhibits tendered very recently. And before we spend an hour on this or more, I'd like to ask all the council is whether or not you've had opportunity to review the exhibits and feel like we should proceed with this discussion about the request for agency action today. So first, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I was going to head into that comment right now.
Oh, okay.
You know, the problem is that, you know, the respondents' exhibits were filed 48 hours ago. And the rules clearly specify that respondents' exhibits are supposed to be filed with their response, which is at least 2 weeks in advance of the hearing. With respect to Bro's situation, their resume of the Bro representative or the land expert and exhibits 2 through 8 could have easily been filed with their response, but they were not. With respect to the petroleum engineer, Bro's counsel indicates that they searched between January 6th and January 21st to find an engineering consultant, and that the exhibits were not prepared and submitted until 48 hours before this hearing. The problem was when the response was filed, there was no indication that that was going to be a problem. And again, given workloads and travel and all that, our witnesses have had very little time to review it, although we are be able to discuss those exhibits. But I would, and the other problem is that when the motion for the submittal of those exhibits late was filed, less than 2 hours later, the board already ordered that they were okay to be filed. I didn't even have an opportunity to respond to that, and I would have brought these points up at that point.
Yeah, we're aware of that. And,
yeah. At this point, you know, I'm going to hold my opportunity and reserve my right to object to relevance of the exhibits until I hear the testimony that's offered by Bro with respect to them.
Okay. So I guess my first question was, do you think we should proceed today?
I think we should proceed today because I believe a lot of the exhibits that were submitted really don't have any relevance to the request that we're getting at.
Okay.
But again, that's the reservation of exception. But I do want to point out, number one, the late filing problem, and number two, you know, to in the future, if such a motion is filed, to at least allow the petitioner to have an opportunity to respond to the motion before it's granted.
Okay. Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As noted in our motion for late filing, exhibits 2 through 8 were documents that Anschutz either generated themselves or received. So those contents shouldn't be a surprise to them at all. They had notice of those facts. They're business records or other documents that they either authored or got in the normal course of business. Exhibit 1, Mr. Wixom's resume, that he's already been qualified as an expert. Mr. McDonald, at least as an attorney, if not Anschutz as a corporation, is familiar with Mr. Wixom. They've been either competing or cooperating for years and years. So again, the contents of that resume should not be a surprise either. As far as the engineering exhibits are concerned, I addressed that in our motion. Bro is a small family company. There is no engineer on staff. There is no geologist on staff. This was on a very short notice, and we did the best we could with the time we had. I believe if the board will grant me a little bit of leniency, we'll establish that relevancy, and then the board can decide the weight. All we ask is an opportunity to plead our case, and if we are relevant and informative, then you should take that into account in your deliberations. If you find that it is not probative, then give it the proper weight. But we just ask the opportunity to build a record in case the necessity comes of appeal. If we win that appeal, we'd come back and do it all over again. So much rather take one bite at the apple for all concerned and put the facts on the record and then deal with the fallout as it comes. Thank you.
Okay, so just let me clarify, you do want to proceed today then?
We very much do, yes. We're happy to continue if that's a better option, but if Mr. McDonald's ready to go, then we're ready to go as well.
Okay, got 2 votes. Division, have you had time to absorb all this?
Thank you, Chairman Walker. Yes, based on the other parties to this action being prepared to proceed, I've consulted with my client and the division is ready to go forward as well.
Okay, then go ahead and proceed, Mr. McDonald.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. As outlined in the request for agency action in this matter, Anschutz is the current designated operator of the Boss Federal Exploratory Unit in Uena County. The unit combines and supersedes the Canvas, Glacier, and Tarn units, for which the board previously suspended the general rule siting rules and its orders entered in cause number 47509. It also supersedes the Chest unit, for which the board previously suspended the general well siting rules and its order entered in cause number 475-12, and also the Black Dragon Federal Unit, for which no suspension has been previously granted, and for which certain lands remain subject to an old spacing order entered in 1966 in cause number 122-11. The Boss Unit was approved effective January 1st of 2026, and now encompasses 1,143.105 gross acres. It is limited to depths below 100 feet below the base of the Mesa Verde Formation. The unit is in large part comprised of federal oil and gas with some state SITLA and fee tracts. As a consequence, the unit is administered by the Bureau of Land Management. However, 1,344.21 gross acres of the unit currently remains uncommitted, including, as is relevant for purposes of Bro Energy's response and its appearance today, all of the state acreage formerly within the Chess unit. This reduction from the stated uncommitted gross acreage in the request for agency action was due to the joinder of Robert L. Bayless Producer LLC after the filing. In other words, the request had a larger amount showing uncommitted acreage. That's now been reduced because of that commitment. With the consolidation, the orders entered in cause numbers 122-1, 47509, and 47512 are really no longer needed and therefore should be vacated. That's our first request. In addition, similar to those other orders, Anschutz is requesting suspension of the general well siting rules as to the entirety of the committed Boss Unit acreage, which would otherwise apply with the vacator of those previous orders. As the board is aware, R 649-2-3 allows suspension of the general operational rules as to lands within approved federal units. The board has previously granted this relief on numerous occasions affecting federal leases, and as I previously mentioned, specifically in cause numbers 47509 and 475-12 as to 4 of the units that are now incorporated in the Boss Unit. True and correct copies of the 122-1, the 47509, and the 47512 orders, and of Rule 649-2-3 were collectively submitted as Exhibit B in this cause. Based on your situation in the previous hearing, we won't offer anything more than to ask the board that was for reference, and if the board would take administrative notice of those orders.
Okay, got it.
Units also allow for the most efficient and economic manner of exploration and development because the unit operator can develop on the basis of reservoir characteristics and not based on some arbitrary spacing or well siting pattern. R 649-2-3 recognizes this and allows for the suspension of existing board rules as to federal units so long as conservation of oil and gas and the prevention of waste are accomplished thereby. The evidence presented today will show that this unit agreement and the operations conducted thereunder are intended to and will in fact accomplish the conservation of oil and gas and the prevention of waste. There are important caveats to Anschutz's request. To protect correlative rights, including those of the uncommitted tracts, Anschutz agrees that no well may be drilled closer than 660 feet to the unit boundary or an uncommitted tract without an exception location approval of the Division of Board in accordance with Rule R 649-3-3. Also, the requirement to provide a directional survey as to any directionally drilled well remains in place. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to Utah Code Section 40-6-5, subparagraph 3B, and Utah Administrative Code Rule R 649-2-3. A copy of the request was sent via regular mail to all owners, as that is regulatorily and statutorily defined within the unit area. to the School and Institutional Lands Administration, and to the Bureau of Land Management, both as the state office and the Vernal Field office, as federal leases are included, and the BLM is the supervising agency over the unit. To the last address is disclosed by the Bureau of Land Management, SITLA, and Uena County Realty records, as well as Anschutz internal records. Notice of the request in this hearing was also duly published in the Salt Lake Tribune on January 4th, 2026, and in the Uena Basin Standard and Vernal Express on January 7th, 2026, and the affidavits of publication should be part of the record already. On January 12th, 2026, the division filed a response to the request for agency action stating its non-opposition to the request, presuming Anschutz meets its burden of proof at today's hearing, which we will do. Also on January 12th, 2026, Bro Energy LLC, who is a working interest owner in the unit area, and most relevant to its response, the party under two other business arrangements with SITLA covering sections 2 and 16 of Township 12 South, Range 24 East, within the former chess unit, which were unleased at the time of that unit's formation, and which SITLA refused to commit, Bro filed a response. With respect to that response, as we understand it, Bro argues that these tracks are outside the unit rather than uncommitted, but this is nothing more than a game of semantics. The tracks are clearly physically within the boundary of the Boss unit, but remain uncommitted because of the statutory and the other business arrangement that Bro has with SITLA, requiring the prior written consent of SITLA to unitization of those tracks under the statute is Utah Code Section 53C-2-411, subparagraph 1. In other words, SITLA has to prior consent to unitization before the track can be committed by the lessee. Second, as we understand it, Bro requests that sections 11 and 21, which are adjacent to Bro's two tracks, but which are leased to Anschutz and committed to the unit, be excluded from the requested suspension so as to preserve the option to drill up to 10,000 foot or 2-mile wells, inclusive of Bro's tracks. Bro argues that waste would occur because the oil and gas under its tracks would be stranded. However, Bro cannot dictate how Anschutz and the other committed working interest owners with the BLM's administration develop the unit. Furthermore, Bro simply cannot develop a 10,000-foot well without SITLA's authorization, as this would require communization of the state leases with the unit, and similarly, that requires SITLA's prior written consent. Finally, there is simply nothing preventing Bro from independently developing its leaseholds through vertical or short lateral horizontal wells. It's also to point out that Bro Energy received the request for agency action in cause number 470-12, which pertains to the Chess unit in which those lands are located, seeking suspension of the general well siting rules, but never filed a response or made an appearance to it, never raised any of these issues with respect to that. So if the Boss unit was never formed, they'd still be in the same position that they are right now. No objections or other responses have been filed, and no other party has made an appearance here today. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Willis. Turn your mic on.
Mr. Chairman, can I raise a brief point of order?
Go ahead, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you. Typically, as Mr. McDonald's pointed out, he usually makes an opening statement and then proceeds with his case in chief. One of my favorite games that I've played with the board many times is, where are you going with this, Mr. Hunter? I would like the opportunity to make a brief opening statement so that when I begin my cross of the witnesses, the board might have some indication of the thrust of my questions and their relevancy, rather than dealing with constant objections. The board might understand where I'm going with this if I were given the opportunity to make an opening statement before Mr. McDonald begins.
Give me a second here. Okay, so what's your feeling on this?
My feeling is Mr. Hunter can do his cross-examination and then make his points that he wants to before his presentation in chief, if he wants to tie it in that way.
Mr. White?
I actually disagree. I think that it's more proper for opening comments so that the board's aware of what's going on with the questioning.
Okay, so if we do that, do you want to do opening comments also?
Yes, they will be very brief, but I'm happy to do that.
Okay, let's go ahead and proceed that way. Go ahead, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our prayer for relief contains one request. Keep the default rules in place for sections 2 and 11, 16, and 21 to provide for development of two stand-up 1,280 acre drilling areas. There's two reasons for that request. Number one, there's no way to economically develop the resources under a single section based on currently available data. Our engineering expert will testify to that. The second reason is that the default setbacks are needed within the BOSS unit in sections 11 and 21 to ensure that Borough has the opportunity to develop sections 2 and 16 economically. Without that, the acreage will disappear into the BOSS unit and will be opaque to Borough for any opportunity of further development economically. Borough intends to elicit testimony on cross-examination of Anschutz's witnesses and direct examination of Borough's witnesses that will show the following. Clarify Borough's leasehold status within the unit. As Mr. McDonald just noted in his opening testimony, their position is that the acreage is unitized within the unit, but uncommitted. Our position is that no, in fact, we have direct communication from Anschutz that we are excluded from the unit. Second, this will show that the BOSS unit agreement requires Anschutz to give Borough the opportunity to join. You heard Mr. McDonald's opening statement state that he gave the state of Utah the opportunity, and the state refused. Our contention is that the unit operating agreement and the unit agreement require the working interest owner to be offered the opportunity to join. I understand, and that Mr. McDonald is correct, that SITLA must give the ultimate permission, but the request, the joinder opportunity, starts with Anschutz under the terms of the unit agreement. Third, Anschutz failed to send Borough that request that's required under the unit agreement. Next, we intend to present testimony that there is an exclusionary mechanism in the BOSS unit agreement that will prevent Borough from developing sections 2 and 16 via the designation of a participating area within the BOSS unit, regardless of the economics of developing two sections together being superior to one. We might not even be able to develop our one section under section 16. Next, that the designation of the participating area in the TARN unit in 2024 contradicts sworn testimony given to the board in multiple prior hearings. The TARN unit is one of the units to be consolidated, and there's a participating area for the Torres Federal 4X well that extends to the limits of the current TARN unit and past it, which we believe is the reason why they're asking for the internal unit boundaries to be eliminated at this time. Next, if Anschutz follows a similar pattern to that shown in the TARN unit on the 4X well, Anschutz can employ that exclusionary mechanism I described to prevent development of section 16 in as little as 2 months from now. The timeline is short. We need to act immediately to protect our correlative rights as quickly as possible. Anschutz's prior testimony before the board, as well as its actual development in the vicinity of the BOSS unit area, proves that the only currently feasible development pattern is on a stand-up 1,280 acre basis. That's all they're drilling out there. No one's going on 1 mile, and it's just not economic to do it. All that we're asking today from the board is that we keep 2 and 11, sections 2 and section 11, Township 12 South, Range 24 East, on the state default. Give us a little time to sort out with either SITLA or the BLM why SITLA won't give us a permission slip and why the BLM hasn't told Anschutz to send us a joinder. Our contention is that there's a hiccup, a misunderstanding, something is wrong, and we've been working on this since May to get it cleared up. But there's some parties are not communicating or not understanding communication at some point to give Borough an opportunity to join the unit, which is what we have been asking for all along. We just want to become committed acreage in the unit rather than uncommitted. And we need some time to finish figuring that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Excuse me. Division?
Thank you, Chairman Walker. The division did provide a response to this request for agency action. That was before the division was aware that there was, this would become a contested matter. The division is not prepared at this time to provide an opening statement and a position. Rather, we'd like to hear the evidence, and then we'll present a closing statement with the division's position.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. White. With that, let's go ahead and proceed then.
All right, thank you.
Unless, do you guys want to do another round of rebuttal?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
We'll deal with that on our closing.
Okay, one round.
At this time, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Willis. Mr. Willis, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, good morning. My name is Brett Willis. Our business address is 555 17th Street, Suite 2400, Denver, Colorado 80202.
And what's your current position with Anschutz, and how does it relate to the BOSS unit?
I'm manager of land and regulatory for our Colorado and Utah assets.
All right. Although your resume was submitted as part of Exhibit A, for purposes of the board as qualification as an expert in petroleum land management, would you outline your education, your work experience, particularly your experience in Utah with federal exploratory units, and any other publications, recognitions, professional groups that you belong to, or if you've been recognized as an expert in other states?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I obtained my undergrad in marketing from Oral Roberts University in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 2009. I obtained my MBA from Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen, Scotland, with an emphasis on oil and gas management. I began my career in oil and gas in 2011 as a division order analyst. I was a division order analyst for 2 years before I became a landman. I have worked the Williston Basin, the Powder River Basin, the Permian Basin, the Haynesville. I have had spent the past 7 years working federal assets, predominantly federal assets, the past 3 years of which have been at Anschutz. Finally, I obtained my CPL 6 years ago, which is the highest certification for a professional landman.
And again, in your experience with the federal lands, you've dealt with the Bureau of Land Management and dealing with federal exploratory units in development, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Subject to any additional voir dire by the division or Borough Energy's counsel, I would ask that Mr. Willis be recognized as an expert in petroleum land management for purposes of this cause.
Okay, Mr. Hunter?
No objections.
Division?
No objection.
Board members? So be it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Willis, would you please state the corporate and bonding status of Anschutz?
Yes, Anschutz is a Delaware corporation in good standing with its principal place of business in Denver, Colorado, and is duly authorized to conduct business in the state of Utah. Anschutz is duly bonded with all appropriate state of Utah agencies relevant to this cause.
And also the federal agencies as well, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what have been marked as exhibits C through F for purposes of this cause. Excuse me. Hang on a second. Yeah, I'm sorry, E through F. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Were they prepared by you with the exhibits A through E, exhibits C through E, were they prepared by you?
Yes, they were.
Is Exhibit F considered an official business record of Anschutz?
Yes, it is.
All right, as supplemented. All right, let's start with Exhibit C, shown on the PowerPoint. I apologize, the formatting of these PowerPoints are a little strange, and this one ended up vertical instead of horizontal. Would you please explain to the board and to council what this shows?
Exhibit C is a regional locator plat reflecting the location of the BOSS unit. The BOSS unit is described by the blue polygon and is located approximately 2 miles southwest of the Bonanza community and Highway 45.
All right, now turning to Exhibit D, would you please explain what this shows and provide a little bit of history about the various units shown therein?
Yes. As Mr. McDonald stated, the general well siting rules were previously suspended as to the Canvas Glacier, Tarn, and Chess units via the 475-09 and 475-12 orders. The Black Dragon unit was approved by the BLM effective December 18, 1997. The oil and gas underlying the Black Dragon unit, primarily owned by the United States, who owned 8,959 acres, consisting of 93% of the unit, with the remainder owned by the state of Utah and administered by Sitla, who owned 639 acres, or 6.6% of the unit. All tracts of the Black Dragon unit are committed. However, the Black Dragon unit has been in a BLM-approved suspended status since 2001. Portions of the lands within the Black Dragon unit are subject to the 122-1 order, under which the board, then known as the Utah Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, established sectional drilling units for the production of gas from the Mesa Verde, Wasatch, or the transitional sand zones between the Mesa Verde and Wasatch formations. One well per drilling unit was authorized to be located not less than 1,320 feet from the drilling unit boundary and approximately in the center of a quarter section with a 500-foot tolerance because of terrain with respect to the footage between wells. Although the order is designated as temporary, no expiration date is stated. However, no order vacating or otherwise suspending the 122-1 order or suspending the general well siting rules as to the Black Dragon unit was ever sought.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit E. This is a two-page exhibit. On Exhibit E1, would you please explain what this shows?
Yes, this describes all of the lands within the exterior boundary of the Boss Deep unit. Again, the Boss Deep unit being described by the highlighted blue polygon. The Boss unit was approved effective January 1, 2026. The unitized formations are limited to depths below the Mesa Verde formation. The oil and gas underlying the Chess unit area are primarily owned by the United States, who own 90.4% of the Chess unit area, with the remainder owned by the state of Utah, administered by Sitla, who owns 7.9% of the Chess unit area, and by private owners in fee, who own 1.6%. 1,344 gross acres of the unit area are currently uncommitted, including sections 2 and 16 of Township 12 South, Range 24 East, designated as the Boss Unit tracts number 105 and 106, which are Sitla-administered oil and gas under an other business arrangement to Bro Energy. The other lands within the former Chess unit, which Sitla has not committed, are Section 36, Township 12 South, Range 23 East, under lease to Anschutz.
All right, could you go into a little bit more history about the two tracks that are under lease to Bro and the history of what happened when the Chess unit was formed?
Yes. At the time the Chess unit was formed, sections 2 and 16 were unleased. Sitla refused to join those tracts, as well as other state tracts, even though leased, to the Chess unit at that time. Bro subsequently was a successful offer of those two tracts and was issued an other business arrangement by Sitla, essentially leasing their two tracts. However, Bro has never supplied Sitla's prior written consent to unitization to AEC. Until that is provided, Boss Unit tracts number 105 and 106 are deemed uncommitted. If Bro, however, does provide the prior written consent of Sitla to unitization as required by statute and the terms of the OBA, Anschutz will provide a joinder to Bro.
All right, now I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit F. This is a large document, so what I'm going to do is show a PowerPoint, or excuse me, let's go to E2. I forgot to mention that. E2, this is just the track designations for the Boss unit.
Correct.
All right. All right, now turning to Exhibit F. Give me a second here, I'll focus in a little bit better. All right, rather than going through the whole document, Exhibit F as supplemented represents the Boss unit agreement and the approval by the BLM.
That's correct.
All right, would you please point out the relevant provisions of that agreement to meet the requirements of the regulatory requirements for the suspension of general well siting rules?
Yes, paragraph B of the BLM's certification describes that the AO certifies and determines, AO meaning authorized officer, does hereby certify and determine the unit plan of development and operation contemplated in the attached agreement is necessary and advisable in the public interest and for the purpose of more properly conserving natural resources.
And what other provisions are relevant?
The fourth recital on page 1 of the agreement states, whereas it is the purpose of the parties hereto to conserve natural resources, prevent waste, and secure other benefits obtainable through development and operation of the area subject to this agreement under the terms, conditions, and limitations herein set forth.
And finally, is there another provision that deals with conservation?
Yes. Section 16 on page 8 of the agreement reads, under conservation, operations hereunder and production of unitized substances shall be conducted to provide for the most economical and efficient recovery of said substances without waste as defined by or pursuant to state or federal law or regulation.
All right, would you then confirm for the record that Anschutz has and will, or Anschutz will operate the unit under these governing principles?
Yes, sir, we will.
And we also confirm that Anschutz will maintain a 660-foot set-off from unit boundaries and uncommitted tracks, including unit tracks 105 and 106, or as necessary, will seek exception location approval from uncommitted tracks.
Yes, we will.
All right, Mr. Malik will address the reason for that 660-foot boundary.
Okay.
All right, finally, since this has been raised by the exhibits filed by Borough and Mr. Hunter's opening statement, can you please explain how your experience with the Vernal Field Office of the Bureau of Land Management and how participating areas have been determined and dictated by that agency?
Yes. Paragraph 10 of the Model Form Unit Agreement, including the Boss Unit Agreement filed as Exhibit F, provides that PAs, participating areas, are established on the basis of areas reasonably proven to be productive of unitized substances in paying quantities. That does not equate to well drainage. With respect to the Anschutz Torreys well, Anschutz never made a representation that drainage extended beyond 660 foot of the wellbore. Anschutz had requested an initial participating area of the lands it thought would be deemed reasonably productive of unitized substances in paying quantities, but it was the BLM Vernal Field Office that dictated it be 5 times larger, thus the 1.5 miles to which Bro refers, as better representative of the area reasonably proven productive of unitized substances in paying quantities based on that well. The same basis has been dictated by the BLM Vernal Field Office and consequently followed by Anschutz and subsequent unit participating area establishments.
All right, is it your expert opinion then, based on your experience, that the establishment of Anschutz-operated units in the Uinta Basin are not based on drainage of a well, but the Bureau of Land Management Vernal Fields Office methodology to determine areas reasonably proven to be productive of unitized substances in paying quantities?
Yes, it is.
All right, now I'm going to show you what has been filed as the certificate of service. In this matter, this is a pleading that was prepared by my office. It's already on file with this record, and to the extent, again, that the board needs to take administrative notice of that. There's several parties listed here. Do you recognize the names and addresses that are shown in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And who are those parties and how are those addresses determined?
Those are production owners in our Boss unit. The names and addresses are derived from publicly available records, BLM records, county records, and of course internal records of Anschutz.
And the state and federal agencies, SITLA and the BLM offices were also notified since they have jurisdiction as well.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. With that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my examination of Mr. Willis.
Okay. Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Willis, I'm going to start with just asking you a few questions about your testimony now, and then I'll move to some questions that I had prepared before. In Mr. McDonald's opening statement and in your testimony, you indicated that SITLA refused to execute the joinder for 3 sections in the former chess unit. Is that correct?
We have not received written consent from SITLA to commit those particular leases to the chess unit.
Well, let me drill down on that a little bit. Did SITLA tell you no, or did they just not give you an answer?
We have yet to receive any indication one way or another whether they would commit.
So it hasn't been an affirmative refusal, but simply a non-response.
That's a better characterization.
All right, thank you. And did they provide you with any reason or explanation for why they were non-responsive? Was there a discussion about that?
No.
And given your position with Anschutz and your responsibilities, would you have been involved in that discussion if there was one?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Given your position with Anschutz and your responsibilities, if there had been a discussion with SITLA regarding their non-response, would you have been involved in that discussion?
Likely I would have, yes.
All right. Is there someone else in your group under your supervision that might have been involved and just didn't tell you?
I would find it unlikely that a team member would be involved and not inform me.
Okay. So, for example, there's some correspondence in our exhibits directed to Whitney Lott, who I believe is a senior landman with Anschutz.
That's correct.
And she works for you?
Yes, she is on our team, yes.
Okay. And if she had been involved in that, you would think you'd be aware of that?
100%.
Okay, thanks. Are you aware of any particular policy of SITLA that would preclude them from joining the chess unit, now the boss unit?
No.
Are you aware of any particular policy of SITLA that would preclude them from independently authorizing, without Bro's permission, or with Bro's permission, joinder of the unit?
No.
I want to ask you about, you spoke a little bit about an exception request for the setbacks. If you intended to develop the acreage within Section 16 or Section 2, Bro's acreage, you would have to approach the division for an exception request. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that if that exception request was approved administratively, there would not be a notice required to Bro for that process?
No, that is not correct.
So it's your understanding that during that administrative process, the division would reach out to Bro and inform them of that exception request?
I believe we would need to inform Bro of our intentions to be in front of the board.
And you would present that notification to the division as part of the exception request?
Yes, that's my understanding.
All right. And if the division were to agree to that request, that would be the end of it. Anschutz would be authorized to drill and develop within Section 16 and Section 2.
No. Bro has contractual obligations to their lessor, SITLA, in this particular OBA that they would have to satisfy, I believe.
Okay. So just make sure I understand your testimony that the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining could not approve the exception without SITLA's authorization. Is that fair to say?
May I confer with counsel, please?
Yeah. Nothing simple here today.
Thank you. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. Is it your understanding that SITLA would have to approve any exception location prior to the division granting an administrative exception?
We cannot drill across these two leases because they are uncommitted to the unit. We have to honor 660-foot setbacks of these leases because they remain uncommitted to the boss unit.
And the difference between Sections 2 and 16 and the sections to the south that Bro is asking for the setbacks to remain, Sections 21 and 11, is that 21 and 11 are in the unit and committed acreage. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we own those leases, and so we have the legal right to independently produce those leases, just like Bros have the right to independently produce their leases in section 2 and 16.
And so any exception location that you requested to go within sections 2 and 16, you expect would be denied?
I don't imagine that we would be seeking an exception location at this point in time.
But if you were to, you expect those would be denied by the division?
I don't think that I'm in a position to dictate how the division would respond to such a request.
All right. If the division did deny it, that would be appealable to the board. If the division denied an administrative exception, the procedure is you would appeal that to the board.
He's not an expert on the regulations with that, the regulatory requirements. If you want to state that as what your understanding is, that's fine, but
He is an expert in petroleum land management, and administrative procedures and asking for exception locations are part of that. I mean,
but not the appellate process.
It's still, to get the approval, he'd have to appear before the board, is what I'm asking. If he understands that. If he doesn't understand it, that's fine. He can just simply say he doesn't know. That's a perfectly acceptable answer.
I'd like an answer, yeah, if you don't know.
I am unfamiliar with how the mechanics of that particular process would work.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Willis. Do you want to turn to your testimony about reasonably productive versus drainage area? It was your testimony that those are two different things. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
All right. And it was also your contention that the BLM, and I make sure I got this word right, demanded that the participating area be the size that it was?
Yes, that is what I testified to.
All right. So I'd like to turn your attention to Bro Exhibit 5. Are you able to see that?
No?
This is a question for Matt, who lives in the sky, but is there a way to see it on the screen?
Yeah, I've got it up on my screen, I think. Okay, let me see if I can get that dragged over now. There.
Sorry, I was waiting for the presentation to show up first before I switched.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Matt. Okay, so I'm going to read a few things on this, and you tell me if you agree with what I read. This is a letter from the United States Department of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, to Whitney Lot of Anschutz Exploration. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it is the application for approval of the participating area of the Tarn unit. You agree with me on that?
Correct.
All right. And it says, pursuant to the request dated July 23, 2024, from Anschutz, the BLM has determined that the Torres Fed -4X MCH is located within the participating area, capable of producing unitized substances in paying quantities as defined by Section 9 of the Tarn Deep Agreement. Do you agree with me on that?
Correct.
All right. And that, go on to the next paragraph, it's the Exhibit A in particular is a map which shows the participating area. Do you understand that paragraph to mean that?
That's correct.
All right. I want to focus on request from Anschutz. From the BLM's point of view, the letter seems to characterize that Anschutz asked for this. Am I misinterpreting that?
We made our initial PA request to the BLM for this particular well, the Torres 4X MCH, on July 10th. Our initial request contemplated a circle tangent method application of a PA, whereby we drew a hot dog shape around the well, 770 foot around the well. And we submitted that paying well determinate application to the BLM. And then in response to that, the BLM informed us that the lands in the PA boundary that we submitted should be enlarged because their analysis demonstrates that more lands beyond what we actually submitted would be capable of producing unitized substances in paying quantities. And so they requested that we submit an approved paying well determination application to them, which we did on July 23rd. So this letter is in response to our second application for paying well determination.
Got a lot of terminology that I need to get through based on that answer, but it's a good answer and I appreciate that. The initial request was for a drainage area, a hot dog. The hot dog part being the well bore, is that correct?
Yes.
And the bun of the hot dog being the circle tangent area around the well bore.
Yes, correct.
And if you were to look at it on a map, you would see the hot dog surrounded by a bun.
Yes.
All right, great. And your original request was that the bun was 770 feet each side of the well bore.
That was our original request.
And then the BLM told you that that bun is going to be 1.5 miles wide on each side.
Correct.
And the reason, and I want to just make this absolutely clear, is that the well was not actually producing that far out. It's just that the land around it was capable of that production.
Correct.
So that is the underlying reason for your testimony, that the drainage area bears no relationship to the reasonably productive.
Absolutely.
All right. And so the BLM's definition of reasonably productive just bears no relationship at all to the drainage area.
Sorry, will you repeat the question?
Sure. Based on that interaction with the BLM's understanding of reasonably productive bears no relationship at all to drainage area.
It would have to have some bearing. They are correlated in one way or another, but their analysis demonstrated that the lands would be beyond what we submitted to be capable of producing unitized substances.
And did Anschutz agree with the BLM's analysis?
We did, and we submitted our paying well determination, our second submittal accordingly.
And did the BLM provide you with an analysis of the underlying justification for this?
I do not personally know. I would imagine there was some technical conversations had about the analysis, but I am not suited to speak to any of that.
Would either of your other witnesses today have any idea what's going on here?
I think that we have an idea of what's going on, and I could answer any other questions you have, but as to that particular question,
You had no involvement in any of the technical discussions about reasonably productive versus drainage area. That was beyond your involvement.
it's beyond the scope of responsibilities of a landman.
Just so. I'll continue with this line of questioning with your next witnesses. All right, well, let me ask you a couple of questions that I prepared prior to the hearing. You have previously looked at Exhibit F, the unit agreement that you submitted with your exhibits. I'd like you to take a look, if you could, at Section 2. Now, your exhibit is not highlighted, but for the purposes of display and demonstrative issues, I've gone ahead and highlighted the important relevant sections, and I'll just I'll read it to you, and you tell me if you agree with that language. Exhibit B attached here too is a schedule showing, to the extent known to the unit operator, who is Anschutz, the acreage percentage and kind of ownership of oil and gas interests in all lands in the unit area. Did I get that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. So, and sections 2 and 16 are in the unit area.
Yes.
They are unitized underneath the unit agreement. Is that correct?
Uncommitted tracts are not considered unitized because they are uncommitted.
Okay, so they're outside the unit area then?
That is not an accurate characterization, in my opinion. They're inside the exterior boundary of the unit, but they remain uncommitted, thus not unitized. They don't share the benefits of unitization like every other committed parcel does.
All right, and so the next part, Exhibits A and B, the map and the listing of the acreages, there would, shall be revised by the unit operator whenever changes to the unit or in the ownership interest of the individual tracks render such revision necessary. Did I get that right?
Yes.
And so because Bro's acreage is uncommitted, the fact that it was leased before, or sorry, excuse me, the fact that it was unleased when the chess unit was originally formed and leased afterwards doesn't really apply because it's just not in the unit.
Those tracks are in the unit, and they commit, they are allowed to be added to the 85% threshold in which we are required to obtain to form a unit, but they are not technically considered committed parcels that are developable under normal unit terms, and they do not share the benefits of unitization as a result.
All right. The Chest and Tarn and Glacier and Canvas and Black Dragon units are currently in existence. Is that correct?
Since January 1 of 2026, those 5 units have been consolidated into the boss unit. Prior to January 1 of 2026, those units did in fact exist.
So those 5 units no longer exist according to the records of the BLM. They're gone.
I would not say they're gone. The lands of those former units are now being consolidated into a single unit.
So the boss unit is a new unit that arises from the consolidation of the 5 previous.
We don't think of it as a new unit. 4 of the underlying units were governed by identical unit agreements and unit operating agreements. Canvas, Chest, Tarn, and Glacier were governed by identical unit agreements and unit operating agreements. The exception is the Black Dragon unit. It is a very old unit, sort of an archaic unit agreement governed those lands. The lands are still there. Those unit agreements and unit operating agreements have been superseded by the amendment that we have proposed and obtained agreement or approval from the BLM and all production interest owners. So
is it your understanding that the boss unit is an expansion of the chess unit?
The boss, we think of it as more of a consolidating of the underlying units, but under the mechanics of Section 2 of the unit agreement, you could think of it as an expansion.
And if the unit was to be expanded, direct your attention to the next paragraph after the highlight. I'm going to read that to you. It's not the passage I'm about to read is not highlighted, but I'm going to read it to you here. The above described unit area shall, when practicable, be expanded to include therein any additional lands, or shall be contracted to exclude lands whenever expansion or contraction is deemed to be necessary or advisable to conform with the purposes of this agreement. Did I read that correctly?
Which paragraph are you talking?
It's the one directly below the previous highlight. I'll try to highlight it in blue here, Fred, so you can see it. Yeah. There you go. So did I read
You
and
did.
follow along? All right, thank you. So if we think of it as an expansion, then the next few paragraphs would govern Anschutz's obligations during that expansion.
That is correct.
All right. So unit operator on its own motion under paragraph A, prepare a notice of expansion or contraction describing the contemplated changes and reasons therefore, plans for additional drilling, and proposed effective date of expansion. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
All right. And so next B, said notice shall be delivered to the proper Bureau of Land Management offices, copies thereof mailed to the last known address of each working interest.
I'm going to object here. This is the boss unit agreement. What he's talking about is an expansion of the chess unit agreement, and that's not here.
Mr. Willis just testified that the chess unit agreement was identical to this.
Okay, well, I'll continue,
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Hunter.
I'll go ahead and repeat the question. Said notice shall be delivered to the proper Bureau of Land Management office and copies thereof mailed to the last known address of each working interest owner, lessee and lessor whose interests are affected, advising that 30 days will be allowed for submission to the unit operator of any objections. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
If the boss unit is an expansion of the chess unit, the way that I read this, and you may disagree with me if you'd like to, is that Anschutz is now required to send that notice to all working interest owners within the unit, including Bro.
Sorry, did you say if the boss unit isn't, or did you say if the boss unit is an expansion?
If the boss unit is an expansion of the chest unit, then that expansion would trigger your obligations under paragraph B here to send that notice to Bro.
We followed very strictly the mechanics of Section 2 of our unit agreements, and did in fact provide notice to working interest owners, lessees, lessors, and though we were not obligated to, we provided notice to overriding royalty interest owners. The boss unit is a very valuable project for us, and we were very careful to follow every step of the procedure. And I think, to my knowledge, we actually noticed the Bro Energy Group under this particular section of the unit agreement.
To your knowledge, you actually did provide notice.
Yes.
To your knowledge, when was that notice provided?
It should have been provided when every other notice was mailed.
I don't want to jump ahead just yet, but we're going to come back to that. Let me move on and get to paragraph C here, and then we'll come back to the notice issue. I'll wait till you finish there. You ready to go?
Yes, I am.
All right. Paragraph C, upon expiration of the 30-day period provided in the preceding item B, unit operator shall file with the authorized officer evidence of mailing of the notice of expansion or contraction, copies of objections thereto, which have been filed with the unit operator, together with an application in triplicate for approval of such expansion or contraction with appropriate joinders. Did I get that right?
Yes.
All right. So did you send a copy of the notice of the mailing of the notice of expansion to the BLM with regards to Bro's notice? Did you send that to them?
We followed the mechanics of this particular section, yes. We did provide the BLM with evidence of our mailing, which I do believe included evidence of mailing to the Bro group.
I just want to really just drill on this, and I apologize if this seems like I'm, to use the old phrase, badgering, but I want to make absolutely sure that we get this clear. It's 110,000 acres. That's a lot of acres and a lot of working interest owners. Am I right?
It is substantial, which is why it's so valuable to every production interest owner in the boundaries of the boss unit. And there are many more overriding royalty interest owners than there are working interest owners. Anschutz owns a large majority of the working interest. There are very few minority working interest owners in the unit.
So you said you believed that you sent Bro the notice, and you believed that you sent that notice to the BLM. Is that, did I understand you correctly?
We did send notice to the BLM. We did send notice to every owner within the boundaries of the boss unit.
Including Bro?
I believe they were on the notice list, yes.
And I just wanted, you believe it, but can you state for 100% certainty that you did?
I'm not going to testify that we have actually sent them the notice. What I will say is we had full intentions to send them the notice, and if they did not get the notice, that was simply an oversight. I would find it far-fetched that we did not notice them. Our intention was to notice every single owner. We did notice them in the chess unit, and so we do have record of their address. And so I would have to imagine they received notice of the boss unit because of the chess unit and other units. They also have interests in Canvas and Glacier. I find it hard to believe that they have not received notice. In fact, I think that I recall receiving an email saying from the Wixoms, we have received notice.
Well, actually, that's an excellent point that you make. So on the Glacier and the Canvas, they were working interest owners in those two units prior to the expansion of the chess and the other 4 units. Is that right? That's your recollection?
I believe they won BLM leases in a recent BLM auction. and they are required to engage the operator of a BLM unit and seek a joinder. When they did that, we responded accordingly and provided them a joinder within a couple of business days, I believe.
As I recall, it was a bit of a scramble to meet the deadline, and Anschutz and Bro worked together to get that done. That's my recollection.
My recollection is that it was not a scramble on behalf of Anschutz. My recollection is that they engaged us 2 days prior to the expiration date in which the BLM would require them, they would send them notice that you are in breach of this particular stipulation. They did seek an extension. We did honor their request to extend the time to allow them sufficient time to review the unit agreements and return a signed joinder.
And to your recollection, those were submitted, and and Bro joined the unit with their BLM acreage that they just won.
Sorry, would you mind repeating the question,
Sure.
Tony?
To your recollection, the joinders were executed and returned to you, and Bro successfully joined with their new BLM leases.
Yes, they are required to do so. It's a different scenario, different circumstances in which the chest units leases.
Right. The difference being one is federally owned, and 2 and 16, the subject of this cause, are state-owned.
Correct, and it's actually a stipulation by the BLM that they do sign and join the unit so that there are no uncommitted tracts in the unit.
Right. I want to turn you back to the Exhibit F, Section 2. We've read a great deal of this out loud, but I was wondering if you could show me, to your knowledge, if you know of any place in there where you are allowed to not provide notice or not provide a joinder if the state has not pre-approved their acreage being joined to the unit. Is there anything in there that allows you to skip that?
No, but in the case of the Bro leases in the chest unit, those were unleased at the time the unit was formed. Thus, we wouldn't have proposed a joinder at that point in time.
Sure. But we've just gone through the fact that the chest unit, the boss unit, is an expansion of the chest unit. Isn't that correct?
It is a consolidation of the chest unit with 4 other units.
Which triggers the expansion provision that we just went through.
It's a unique scenario. We felt like this mechanism allowed for consolidation, though not specifically or explicitly stated, consolidation of those 5 units into a single unit. And we followed every mechanic described here to ensure that we checked every box and that every owner in the unit was satisfied, including the BLM and state.
But do you, to my original question, do you see a place in here where pre-approval by the state is triggers your ability to skip notice or skip sending a joinder? Is there anything like that in here?
I don't think we skipped a joinder, but I do not see any reference to what you were describing.
And do you see any language in here that says if the lease terms of a particular state lease are not conducive to unit operations, does that let you skip notice or sending a joinder?
That is not described in this particular article.
All right. Keep scrolling down with this exhibit here. Need to turn your attention to Section 11. I believe in your direct examination you referred to it as Section 10, but in the boss unit agreement it's Section 11. Participation after discovery, where you discussed the formation of participating areas.
Yes.
All right. So I want to direct your attention, I believe in your direct testimony you covered the first area that I've highlighted, so I'm not going to go over that again. But I do want to direct your attention to the bottom of what is page 6, marked as page 6. I'm going to read this highlighted area, and if you can follow along in yours. It is the intent of this section that a participating area shall represent the area known or reasonably proved to be productive of unitized substances in paying quantities, or which are necessary for unit operations. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
So when the BLM required you to change your participating area, did they describe whether they told you that because it was necessary for unit operations? Was that their rationale?
I'd have to read the actual letter. I think we have it as an exhibit, but I would imagine that the spirit of that particular letter is aligned with this language.
Okay, and so there's two possibilities here. One, that it's necessary for unit operations. Do you recall if it was necessary for unit operations specifically, or is it maybe that?
It's very likely both.
Okay, so you believe the second question, the second prong of my question is reasonably proved to be productive of unitized substances. That would be the first possibility that would help define the participating area.
I think that's the possibility in chief here. I think necessary for unit operations is less.
So it's your understanding that the BLM, with their own analysis, thought that you had reasonably proved that entire hot dog bun to be reasonably productive.
That is correct.
Not that it was currently productive or that it was being drained by the well, but that it was reasonably productive, possibly in the future someday.
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Let me turn your attention to Borough Exhibit number 4. All right, this is, do you recognize this, Mr. Willis?
I do.
All right, what is that?
That is the exhibit to our BOSS unit. The Exhibit A describes the entire BOSS unit and all the lands contained within the exterior boundary of the BOSS unit. In some cases, it would describe the lease status, who perhaps owns the leases, and then it also describes the mineral estate of that particular lease, whether it be BLM, state, or fee.
Right. And did you provide a version of this map to the board in your exhibits?
Yes, we did.
And was that version very legible?
If it were not, I do apologize. It's a rather large exhibit, and upon request would be happy to supply a more legible version.
All right, well, do you think that this version that Bro submitted would fulfill that requirement?
And with what regard?
A more legible version. It's the same. I guess my question is, it's the same version as your Exhibit E2, just more clear.
Are your lands designated as tracks 105 and 106 on this?
That's correct.
Then, yes. I think,
Yeah. Here,
that's what it was intended.
Yeah. So here is Section 2, marked Tract 105. Your Section 16, marked Tract 106. I want to turn your attention to go a little bit north to Section 29 and 32 in the township just to the north of this. Are you following my my little hand, Mr. Willis?
I am following your hand, yes.
All right. So there is a well, correct me if I'm wrong, down the west half of the west half of 29 and 32 here. Is that right?
I believe that is a Torrey's 4X MCH.
And that's the well that we've been discussing about the participating area back and forth to BLM.
That's correct.
All right. I want to direct your attention to the area around it. Some of these squares have HBP in there. What's that mean?
That is an acronym that stands for held by production.
And over here in Section 30, we see that. Over here in Section 28, we see that.
Correct.
And over here in Section 25, further to the west, and 27, further to the east, we see that.
Correct.
And by the same token, and take as much time as you'd like, we have those same notations all the way from Section 36 in the west back to Section 34 in the east. Is that correct?
I don't think 36 says HBP, if that's the township and range you were referring to.
Correct. Correct. Thank you for your correction. That is not HBP. But let's go from 31 to 34.
Yes, I see various HBP on various tracks, maybe not all of them, but
And then some of them have HBU. What's that?
HBU is an acronym that stands for held by unit, likely describing a lease that doesn't or didn't at the time have actual production, but that is otherwise being held by production in the unitized area.
But that Tory 4X goes through 32 at this point, doesn't it?
I believe so.
And so maybe that should be held by production now? Maybe it's a little bit outdated or hasn't been changed. It's a single letter.
Yeah, that lease should be deemed to be held by production.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hunter, let me ask.
Yes.
Has this got something to do with sections 11
It
to
certainly
11?
does.
Okay.
I'm about to get to that spot right now.
All right, because I'm wandering around this map. I don't know.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that, but I'm about to get to that right now.
Okay, and do you have an idea how much longer you're going to want to talk to this witness here?
I am at the bottom of my
Okay,
list
please
here.
proceed.
Sections 5 and 8, there is a well down the west half of that, isn't there?
I believe that is the Tories 13 MCH.
I believe you are correct. And if we were to do the same hot dog circle tangent method, going out a mile or a mile and a half, that would stretch out to sections 6 and 4 for certain, wouldn't it? To go out a mile from that location, from that well bore down the west half of 5?
Following the same logic, it would.
Okay. And that would catch section 1 and 3 as well, wouldn't it? If we go out a mile and a half?
I don't know exactly without seeing or having reference to where exactly the well bore is laid out. I don't feel comfortable testifying to that.
But it will at least for sure cover 4 and 6.
It's very likely. Every well, I think it's important to note that every well is of course going to have a different production profile. And just because the Tories 4XMCH was deemed to have a participating area as described on the exhibits does not necessarily mean the Tories 13 MCH is going to likewise have an identical participating area.
But you don't have any control over that, do you?
I do. We have control to the extent that we will prepare the exhibits and the analysis. We, of course, don't have control over what the well is actually capable of doing and what it's actually done to substantiate the exhibits that we submit.
Let me just clarify that real quick. We've just discussed that it really doesn't, the well production, the well performance, doesn't really bear any relationships to the area that the BLM determines to be reasonably productive. Did I miss something there?
I, as a landman, without being an expert in reservoir engineering or geology matters, would, there has to be a correlation between the two, because without production, you can't have the participating area or the lands to become reasonably proven of producing and paying quantities. So there has to be a correlation. One has to come before the other.
But as a landman, you have no idea what that correlation would be. That would be a question for the technical folks.
We absolutely would rely upon our technical team.
So you can't really say one way or the other how thick the bun is going to be around the hot dog as you sit here today.
No.
All right. And moving on from that, if we continue out with our hot dog analogy, we go south to from section 8 to section 17, a mile out there catches all of section 17? A mile out from the end of 8?
I think. Can we get to the relevance of this? Because
about-
again,
the
those
next-
tracks are uncommitted to the unit.
The-
Your two tracks are uncommitted to the unit. So what does it matter?
It matters because the participating area may encompass section 16, as I'm about to ask my next question.
Can you repeat the question, please?
If you go a mile south of section 8 to section 17, that's a mile, isn't it?
If you went a mile from the south property line of section 8, yes, you would be encompassing section 17. But as I previously testified, we don't know what the paying well determination application would consist of with regard to the lands or the shape of what we propose to the BLM.
If you follow that circle around from section 17 to section 9, that arc would catch the corner of section 16, isn't that correct?
Following that logic, it would, but again, the well has only been producing for 4 months. The BLM has requested, or at least asked, that we obtain 6 months of production in order to, or prior to submitting a paying well determination. And so here in the next month or two, we'll begin that exercise of preparing our analysis and the actual application. So I don't know if it would actually encompass section 16.
But that determination will be made in the next month or two.
I believe the well has been producing for 4 to 4.5 months.
Would you argue with me if I told you that its first production month was October of 2025?
I don't know the exact date.
All right, but you don't have any reason to dispute that as you sit here right now.
The plus or minus a month on either end seems about right.
Okay. No further questions for the witness.
Okay, thank you. Division.
You testified earlier that, well, there were a lot of questions about this notice issue from Anschutz to Bro. Is it possible for you to tell us today whether Anschutz provided notice to Bro of the Boss unit expansion?
The reason that I felt like, and I was a little soft in my response, the reason I felt like we provided notice but couldn't tie the actual tangible notice is because part of the exhibits that were filed does include a letter addressed to Bro, and I just did not have recollection, could not tie that. But yes, there is evidence that we did supply notice to the Bro group.
And can you tell us the exhibit?
It is Exhibit 3.
Oh, it looks like Mr. Hunter is helpfully, is this Exhibit 3 on the?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, don't want to interrupt, but if with your permission. Yeah, Bro Exhibit 3 consists of 2 pages, which is a letter. It is not addressed to Bro. There is no addressee at the top. It is a form letter that was sent to every working interest owner in the unit, and as was previously testified to by Mr. Willis, Bro acquired interests in Glacier and Canvas. We did not ever receive notice based on the expansion of Chess, and we only got this notice after we won the BLM leases, and we've discussed that previously. So we never actually received notice. We had to go out. We went out and got it because based on our winning of those auctions.
He's testifying
Okay,
here. He's
but-
got a witness that can testify to that.
Yeah,
Mr.
let's hold
Willis
on
is
to that.
saying he
Okay,
believes
Mr.
that
Hunter?
this is it.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you.
Just to go back to the witness. So is Exhibit 3 your proof of notice from Anschutz to Bro?
It is, and I think it's important to appreciate that because there are 111,000 acres in the unit, there are hundreds, in particular, hundreds of overriding royalty interest owners. And so in order to spare ourselves of doing a mail merge whereby we would add an individual's name and an individual's address, we did simply skip that step and mailed this identical letter to every owner in the unit. This particular letter was mailed to working interest owners in the units. I do not believe this was supplied as part of Tarn and Glacier. I believe that we supplied this with every other notice that we supplied to every other owner in the unit.
Okay, but do you have documentary proof that this went to Bro?
I cannot supply that at this moment in time.
Okay, no other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
May I have a redirect?
Yes, please.
Thank you. All right. There's so much to clarify here. All right. If you recall, Mr. Hunter was asking you questions about if you drilled in sections 2 and 16, or you were going to get an exception location, okay? I believe your testimony was you can't drill in sections 2 or 16 because you don't own the leases and it's not committed to the unit, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So what your request says is that you're going to stay 660 feet off an uncommitted tract, correct?
That's correct.
So the only thing that would change is if you were to drill on your lands closer than 660 feet to Bro's lands, you'd have to get an exception location, which requires Bro's notification and approval. Otherwise, you'd have to come to the board.
That's correct.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Exhibit F. Mr. Hunter seemed to skip over paragraph 34, which deals with the state lands. And I'm sorry I don't have this on a PowerPoint because I didn't expect this to come up. But can you read, if you have that up there,
I could probably get it for you.
all right, if you've got it,
You said Exhibit F?
Exhibit F, paragraph 35, excuse me, it's the last page 15 of the unit agreement.
Yeah.
I think he's different.
Yeah, I'm trying, let me, I've got your exhibit file here handy, and I think I can pull that up here pretty quick. And you're looking at the last paragraph of the unit operating agreement, or unit agreement?
Unit agreement, yes. The
Okay.
last paragraph, it's on page 15.
All right, give me 1 second here. If you want to start reading, then I'll.
Yeah,
bring
just
it
go
up.
ahead and read this paragraph into the record. And if the board,
I'll get it up here while he's reading it, so you can see it here in a second.
Each party to this agreement holding any lease or leases issued by SITLA or a predecessor agency subject to this agreement, or holding any interest in or under such lease or leases or in the production from the lands covered thereby, agrees that SITLA does hereby alter, change, modify, or revoke the drilling, producing, and royalty requirements of such lease or leases only as provided in the certificate of determination or other similar instrument through which SITLA gives its consent to the commitment of its leases to this agreement. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary in section 18 hereof contained, should any SITLA lands outside of a participating area established hereunder cease to be committed to this agreement, such lands shall thereafter be free from the effect of this agreement unless and until such lands are expressly recommitted to this agreement pursuant to section 28 hereof with the approval of SITLA.
and to your knowledge, you haven't been provided any documentation reflecting SITLA has agreed to the unitization of these tracts to this unit,
That's correct.
all right? Let's also go to okay, the paragraph 5. Paragraph 5 is, this was part of it, right above it. Can you read the opening paragraph of that?
Unit operator shall drill a horizontal well known as the commitment well located anywhere within the boundary of the Boss Deep unit that either 1 is drilled on, under, or through a SITLA lease, or 2 is drilled in proximity to a SITLA lease, such that when the commitment well earns a paying well determination and is assigned a participating area, the SITLA lease shall be included in the participating area and thus receive a proportionate share of royalties attributed to the commitment well.
Keep reading.
Should a SITLA lease not receive a proportionate share of royalties attributed to the commitment well prior to December 31, 2030, unit operator shall pay to SITLA a penalty of $25,000. This penalty shall not be due if the Boss Deep unit contracts or terminates prior to December 31, 2030.
So SITLA's commitment is, number 1, obligated upon that provision, right? And they haven't agreed to that, and you haven't agreed to take on that operation as unit operator either, have you?
No.
Okay. All right, that's done with my read.
Okay, we ready to move on to your next witness, Mr. McDonald?
Thank you. Matt, can we get Mr. Gonchar up, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Gonchar, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yeah.
Yeah, Zach Goncher, Anschutz Exploration, 555 17th Street, Suite 2400, Denver, 80202.
And what is your current position with Anschutz?
I'm a senior staff geologist working our Uinta Basin assets.
And that includes the Boss unit?
Yes, it does.
Okay, hopefully you have the paper copies, but you also, can you see the PowerPoint that's being shown?
Yes, I can.
All right, so I'm going to show you exhibits G through J that have been marked here. Were these prepared by you or Anschutz personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
All right, turning your attention to exhibit G, would you please explain to the board and council what this shows?
Yeah, this is a lower Mancos subsea structure map with a 500-foot contour interval, and it also shows the outline of the Boss unit. The structure shows formation depth increasing from southeast to northwest through the unit. And then also on the map is a cross-section line from A to A prime that I'll discuss in an upcoming exhibit.
All right, now turning your attention to exhibit H, please explain what this shows.
This is a lower Mancos isopac map with a 100-foot contour interval. It shows thick and consistent lower Mancos interval, ranging from about 2,300 to 2,900 feet in thickness across the unit.
And again, this is the lower Mancos?
That is correct.
All right, turning your attention now to exhibit I. Can you identify what this shows?
This is a type log that defines the lower Mancos interval. The well in particular is the Torrey's Fed 1124-3229-4 MCH. It's located within the Boss unit and included on our cross-section A to A prime.
All right, and turning to that cross-section, exhibit J, please explain what this shows and its significance.
Yeah, so this is a stratigraphic cross-section. It goes from south to north, flattened on the top of the lower Mancos. It does include that Torrey's type well. You can see it being the second well from the left. And it shows that the Mancos is stratigraphically consistent across the area.
All right, is it your expert opinion that the continuity of the Mancos across the Boss unit area makes it attractive for well development?
Yes.
All right, that concludes my examination of Mr. Goncher.
Okay, Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a few questions for you here, not nearly as many as I had for Mr. Willis. Just as a preliminary matter, I would like to request that the board take official notice per Utah Admin Code Rule R641-108-204 and Utah Code Annotated 63G-4-206, sub 1B4 of Bro Exhibits 2 and 8. Exhibit 2 is the prior order in docket number 2025-006. And Exhibit 8 are exhibits from that same cause. Those were collectively submitted as Exhibits 2 and 8 from Bro.
Okay, why are we doing that now?
You can ask him.
Yeah, explain why you're doing that at this point.
Sure. I'm sorry, I'm going to get your name wrong. Gontier?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Gontier just testified that the Mancos is stratigraphically consistent across the entire Boss area.
Yeah.
In a previous matter, -006, they also testified to basically the same thing for drilling and spacing units just outside. It is our intention to prove, based on their previous testimony and Mr. Gontier's testimony just now, that equivalency stretches across the whole area. And so 1,280 acre development on those spacing units that were approved by the board indicates that 1,280 acre production is appropriate within the Boss unit as well.
Okay.
Rather than introduce as.
That's a statement. Are you going to ask the witness a question?
Just ask the witness.
Yeah.
He was asking the relevancy, and I've given him an explanation of the relevancy. I intend to elicit that testimony from Mr. Gontier.
Just ask any prior, just ask some questions about the prior event or whatever.
Okay. Let's hold on. Let's have you ask the witness questions about those, okay?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But just to be clear, there's no can we take administrative notice of Exhibit 2, which is the order? Is there any objection to the order, or is it to 2 and 8?
We don't know the relevance at this point, so let's hold off.
Yeah, let's wait until you
Very well, thank you.
understand why you're doing that right now.
Understood.
Because you'll have your turn in a minute.
Very good. Mr. Gunyer, do you have a copy of the exhibits here in front of you, or I think I'll put them up on my.
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you look at Borough Exhibit 2, I'd like you to look at paragraph 2C of the order. It's on page 9 of the board's order.
Are you able to pull that one up?
Yeah, let me get it for
I
you
can see
here.
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
might be easier. One moment, please.
See page 9, Tony?
Yes, page 9 of the board's order. It's going to be a little odd with Mr. Gunyer's
I
face.
see it pulled up. I do not have that one in front of me.
Okay, I'm going to get it to the right spot here. Just trying to make the tech work. That's exhibit 4. Go up. All right, here we go. That's page 10. Here's page.
Hold on a second. I don't think
Yes,
the
sir.
board's not seeing that, though. Oh, now we are. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I have the page number wrong. I apologize. Let's go to the order. There it is. Yeah, no, it is page 9. Paragraph C, right in the middle there. Paragraph. You see paragraph C.
Can you zoom it in a little bit, Tony?
Yeah. Oh no. I think I zoomed in too much. Oh. Yeah, I gotta pan it. Okay. I'll try that again. Well, yeah, it's moving
let's
up
just read it. Just read it, Tony.
Yeah.
It'll be easier.
I need to get it back. That's why you have a paper backup. All right. Paragraph 2C says, within a reasonable time after analysis of the pilot program results, but in any event not more than 2 years after entry of this order, AEC or successor shall report back to the board and the division on the results of the program. Proprietary and confidential data protections is authorized under GRAMA and implementing regulations if and as necessary. Are you able to see that on your paper copy there? Thank you. It's a separate.
This is, what page is that? 10?
Page 9 of the order, Exhibit 2. It's right in the middle of the page, single-spaced paragraph. Matt's trying to help me out here. It's big.
Mr. Goncher, do you have the Bros exhibits
Yeah.
in front of you? Okay.
Yeah, I have this one in front of me. Yes.
Okay, so if you go to page 9, what he's asking
Yeah.
about of that exhibit is paragraph C.
Yep.
It's regarding
see
coming back in front of the board for pilot program results.
Yes. What was the question?
I was wondering if I read that correctly. Did you see the paragraph where the requirement to report back to the board on the status of the pilot program?
Yes.
All right. My question is, have you made that report to the board yet?
I'm not certain. I have personally not made that report.
Are you aware of anybody at Anschutz has made that report?
Not offhand.
All right, thank you. Let me turn your attention to Exhibit 8, and hopefully with Matt's assistance, I think maybe we can get that a little better now. Exhibit 8 it consists of prior testimony, prior exhibits from Anschutz to the Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining. Have you take a look at the first page of the exhibit. Two maps showing the anticlines, the formation depths and cross-section lines. Are you aware of any changes or any updates to the geology or well data or anything on these exhibits? Are you aware of any of that?
No, it's okay.
All right. Let me ask you the same question about the next page, which is Exhibit I. Are you aware of any changes to the spacing units, cross-section lines, anything? I'm sorry, we didn't catch it on this side.
I'm not aware of any changes.
All right, thank you. And same question for Exhibit J. No changes that you're aware of to the type log here?
Correct.
All right, and and same with Exhibit K. You're not aware of any changes?
No changes.
All right, and just want to point out here, this type well, and I'll see if I can zoom in here. That's working. That type well is the -4. That's the same type well you just testified to just a moment ago. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so we're using the same type well as in the prior case. Exhibit L, same question. Are you aware of any changes to the fracture orientation or spacing unit locations?
No.
All right.
No changes.
No changes. And probably this is a question for Mr. Malik, but are you aware of any changes to Exhibit M?
Yeah, that's an engineering one. You need to ask him.
Is that your answer, Mr. Gunyer?
Yeah, I'll allow our engineer to speak to that end.
Defer to Mr. Malik. Thank you. Were you aware, were you paying attention to Mr. Willis's testimony? Were you here for that? Were you able to hear that?
Yes.
All right. And were you part of the conversation or part of the technical team during the request from the BLM that the participating area, the hot dog bun, be expanded?
Regarding the Tories well?
Correct, the Tories 4X.
No, I was not involved in that.
Are you aware of anybody at Anschutz that was involved? Any members of the technical team that were involved with that?
Yeah, there were certainly members on our team that were involved in that.
Do you know who they are?
I could wager a guess, but I'm not going to. I'm not gonna verify exactly who was on that. I'm not certain.
All right. So you do not know who was on the technical team that provided BLM with feedback and a new request?
Not for certain offhand.
Thank you. No further questions for this witness.
Before we go on, I don't have a copy of L&M in my packet here. When were those exhibits submitted? Or do we know a reason why the board doesn't have them?
You don't have they were all this. I'm working off the same thing that I emailed to Julie to file this. So L is it's the same docket.
I see it, yeah.
We can resend them, or if the board does not have it. Again, as I stated in my proffer, the only reason that we're offering these exhibits is to show that there have been no changes to the understanding of Anschutz about the geology in this area.
Okay, we're going to work this out later on. Okay, proceed then. Go ahead. Division?
No questions for this witness. Thank you.
One question, redirect.
Please.
All right, Mr. Goncher, to your knowledge, none of the wells that were these drilling units in this matter that Mr. Hunter's been referring to, none of those wells have ever been drilled. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that would be a reason why there's nothing to report at this point.
Sure. Well, it hasn't
Yes.
been 2 years anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so board, I'm sorry about this, but I forgot to give you an opportunity to ask Mr. Willis questions. Did the board have anything that they wanted to ask of Mr. Willis, the prior witness?
I have a couple of questions, and I'm afraid I'm very...
For Mr. Willis?
For Mr., yes.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Very confused order, I'm afraid, but let me...
My fault, sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm just disorganized in my questions. So has SITLA agreed to join any of these units prior to the BOSS unit?
Yes, ma'am, they have. SITLA owns leases outside of the chess unit that they have committed to the BOSS unit. With only one exception, can I think of a scenario where SITLA hasn't yet signed a CD, thereby committing the lease to the unit. And in that particular situation, there was just extenuating circumstances that essentially led to them not yet signing a CD. But for all intents and purposes, they will and are, to my knowledge, planning to sign a CD for that particular lease.
So if they sign the CD, does that automatically commit Bro, their lessee?
Bro would have to sign a joinder and solicit their approval to commit a lease to the unit.
So the royalty portion would be covered, but the working interest portion would not be covered until Bro joins?
The royalty portion, the entire parcel until both parties commit, the royalty owner and the
Okay.
working interest would be uncommitted until both parties committed.
Okay. Now, are we only talking about sections 2, 11, 16, and 21, 12 South, 24 East? Are we talking, I'm trying to figure out, you know, you want suspension of some rules, and we're talking about specific sections. What exactly are we talking about here? What do you expect from the board?
What we expect and hope for is to have the well siting rules suspended throughout the entire boss unit. Part and parcel of that would be that Anschutz be required to honor the 660-foot setback to the exterior boundary of the unit and uncommitted tracks. We did not anticipate, frankly, having a contested hearing about only 2 sections of this entire 111,000 acre boss unit. But we are here to obtain your approval of the suspension of well siting rules within the entire boundary of the boss unit.
And so if Bro did not commit their lands to the unit, would they have the opportunity to drill their own well on 2, 11, 16, and 21?
Yep. It's sections 2 and 16.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'll first answer your question, then come back to that. We have had various verbal and written communications with the Bro family and have told them, and I think they understand this, that they can independently produce their lease. And in fact, I think that that would be perhaps more beneficial to them and to the state if they were to do that, because they would not be diluting their royalty interest and the working interest by 50%. The other 2 sections that are south of sections 2 and 16, those are Anschutz leases. Those are committed leases to our unit. They were arbitrarily chosen by the Bro group and requested to be removed from the unitized area of the boss unit.
Do you have any circle tangent locations that are currently abutting any of these state sections that are in question?
We don't. We have other circle tangent, PAs in the boss unit that also bring in state lands. We do not have yet a PA established for the Tories 13, which is 2 miles west of the Bro lease in section 16.
Is that a boss qualifying well, or is that one of the other units?
It would have been a chest unit obligation well. It was drilled under the chest unit agreement. And we did come to this board and seek your approval to suspend well siting rules of the chest unit. And we drilled the Tories 13 in the chest unit in 2024. Or excuse me, yeah, it's all a blur, 2025, thank you.
And so if we vacated orders at this hearing, would that in any way affect Bro's ability to develop the state leases?
No, they will retain the right to independently develop their lease for so long as they have the right under their lease with the state to develop their minerals independently and independent of Anschutz. And I frankly think it's at one point was their desire to drill their own lease.
Okay, that'll take care of me for now. Thank you.
So now that we're kind of understanding the big picture a little bit, so what your clients are asking for Mr. Hunter, is to leave out the two sections to the south of 2 and 11 so that you can drill a 2-mile horizontal well because that's more efficient.
That was the requested relief in our response. That's correct.
Okay. And you're saying, no, we want to keep our leases in our federal unit.
Yes, absolutely. Without question, we've put this position together over the past 10 years. We've formed various units, the 5 we're speaking about, and now we've formed the boss unit, and we have the expertise and experience in place, all the resources, and have demonstrated we're fully capable of drilling our own lands and would like to retain the right to drill and produce our own lands.
And if they if they want to join, will you let them now?
We have indicated to them, to the Bro Group, and we have also indicated to SITLA that if SITLA were to approach us and request a joinder be provided to the Bro Group, that we would honor that request.
So, so does your client, Tony, do they want to join?
I don't want to draw an objection from Fred, which would be well-deserved. But to answer your question, Mr. Gordon, that is my client's intention, to receive a joinder, review it, approve it, execute it, and join.
So why don't we just make that happen? Can we agree to just let that happen?
You heard him say it requires under statute and under their lease that there's prior written consent of SITLA to unitization. And that's all that AEC has asked for, is provide that written consent. And SITLA, whatever, it hasn't been provided yet. So
why isn't SITLA here? You're here.
Can they speak from the audience? Sandra?
Yeah, I don't think we can do that right now. Yeah.
That's fine. I just want to understand who wants what and why, and who doesn't want what, because I've just been lost for an hour and half asleep, to be honest. But
Exactly. What lands are included in any exemptions?
So I think I'm just understanding what's happened and what's. But if we all agree that's where we want to be, yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Willis, who does Anschutz have the leases from in 11 and 21? Are those federal tracks?
The prior chess unit is predominantly federal. I mean, frankly, the large majority of the entire boss unit is federal, but particularly, excuse me, in the chess unit, it is mostly federal.
So if 11 and 21 are committed to the unit and they're federal tracks, there's no way that you can exclude them from the unit.
That is our position. It seems extremely unrealistic to even question or ask us to pull a unitized lease out of a unit that is operated by Anschutz. Seems very, very unreasonable. To protect their correlative rights is their testimony when their correlative rights are already being protected and when they can independently produce their lease by themselves.
And if they're federal leases, it would legally probably cause Anschutz problems.
I think one could make that argument, yes.
Is it feasible to drill a 1-mile horizontal well or vertically produce these two sections?
That testimony will be presented from our engineering expert. Yeah, we'll get into that. Just as a point of a clarification, though, our request is not to exclude or remove any acreage from the federal unit. That's not the request. All we're asking is that the state default rules, the ones that apply statewide everywhere until someone asks for a spacing order or an exception. We just want those default rules to apply to 11 and 21 until we get this sorted out. As the board has heard, there is some confusion as to who's supposed to do what when and who's supposed to provide permission and what notices are going to be involved. We've been working on that since May. So we're not asking Anschutz to pull anything from the unit. We're just asking that the state maintain the default rules in 11 and 21 until we can get this sorted out.
How would you divide royalties if you had like 2 and 11? Would part of it be federal participation and part of it state?
Mr. Willis might be able to answer that. I could, but Yeah, but Mr. Willis might be able to answer that, and
Yeah.
I'll just refer you to his previous testimony
Okay.
about who's in charge of determining participating areas.
Yes, you're exactly correct. It would essentially be shared on a spacing unit basis, 50-50 for sections 2 and 11.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and go with Mr. Malik, your next witness, or did we
I think
finish up with?
division's finished with your questions, right? I did the redirect on Mr. Goncher. I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, please bring him.
Your mic is muted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Malik, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Kamal Malik.
Again.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kamal Malik. Work for Anschutz Exploration Corporation as a senior staff reservoir engineer. Our address is 555 17th Street, Suite 2400, Denver, Colorado 80202.
And in your position as senior staff reservoir engineer, are you working or assisting with the BOSS unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as, Matt, could we get the PowerPoint back up? There we go, thank you. What has been marked as Exhibit K for purposes of this, was this prepared by you or Anschutz personnel with your review and input?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you please explain the significance of this exhibit to the request?
So this is just showing a typical sort of development within the BOSS unit. We're using the Bierstadt 14 well as an example. And what this is showing is that within the unit, the well is draining roughly about 320 acres, which is about 1,320 width around the well, 660 feet from the well to one of the edges. And if we do the numbers about the gas in place within the 320 acres spacing or drainage for the well, the wells looks like it has an EUR of about 10 BCF, and that results in about a 22% recovery factor within that 320 acre spacing.
All right, so do you believe that if a well is located more than 660 feet away from another tract, that other tract will not be drained?
Yes, sir.
All right. What other factors are there involved with the request for suspension? What other, are there environmental or topographical issues that would, part of the reason why you want to seek suspension?
Yeah, so the suspension will also allow, to consider, for us to consider any other topographic or environmental constraints. It can minimize surface disturbance. We can utilize multi-well pads. So all in all, it's much more efficient for the vacation of the siting rules.
All right, is it your expert opinion then that 660-foot setback from unit boundaries and uncommitted tracts will be protective of correlative rights of adjacent owners without waste?
Yes, sir.
Is it also your expert opinion that the suspension of the general well siting rules will allow Anschutz flexibility to optimize placement of wells for resource recovery while minimizing surface impact?
Yes, sir.
All right. Notwithstanding the fact that you've only had 48 hours, if you had an opportunity to review Bro's exhibits 9 through 14?
Yes, sir.
All right. And referring to which exhibit, could you kind of identify the issues that you take, or the points that you take issues with those exhibits?
Yeah, so I did have a chance to review exhibits 9 through 14 provided by Bro. On exhibit 12, page 1, the Tories well drainage is not 1.5 miles as suggested by Bro. On exhibit 13, the degradation alleged by Bro on the wells due to parent-child interference is not correct. The degradation is due to different formations, lower reservoir quality, and higher water production. And then on exhibit 12, page 2, the Bro's stated recovery factor of 60% is not correct in my professional opinion. The 60% recovery factor may be applicable to conventional gas reservoirs. For tight and unconventional gas reservoirs that we're discussing today, the applicable recovery factor should be in the range of 5 to 30%.
All right, that concludes my examination of Mr. Malik.
Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Malik, were you here for Mr. Gunter's testimony regarding the Bro Exhibits 2 and 8?
Yes, I was.
Are you aware, and I'll ask you the similar question just as en masse, are you aware of any report that Anschutz has submitted to update the spacing, the stacked spacing pilot?
No, sir, not specifically.
All right, and I think was as stated, as testified, those wells that were approved in the pilot project have not yet been drilled.
Yes, sir.
And so as far as you know, there's nothing to update about.
Yes, sir.
All right. And on Exhibit 8, showed you, Mr. Gunter, a series of exhibits. He specifically said Exhibit M was more in your expertise.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of any changes?
Could you call that
Yeah, I sure can.
Yes, sir. If you
Were
could
you-
please bring that up.
Wasn't supplied.
Yeah. Well, it should have gone out. I don't know why it's not in there. Yeah, here we go. Exhibit M, this is the diagram of how the wine rack or stacked wells would be drilled.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any changes to those plans or those justifications?
Could you clarify when any changes? I mean, any changes to the specific exhibit?
Sure. Is there any changes to Anschutz's understanding of the factors that went into the calculations, area, oil and gas in place, recovery factor? This is still current, the numbers down here at the bottom.
Yes, they are, but I would like to clarify that it's this is still an exploration/appraisal play, so our understanding is constantly evolving.
Right. But as far as you know, the understanding hasn't evolved for this issue between the time of the hearing and now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And were you here for Mr. Willis's testimony regarding the Torres 13 well, the new horizontal well just directly to the south of the 4X?
Yes, I was.
And to your knowledge, that well does in fact traverse sections 5 and 8 and is productive from sections 5 and 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. And just want to take a look, Matt, if we go back to Fred's Exhibit K. Thank you. Similar question to what I just asked you on the previous exhibit. The numbers there at the bottom, as far as you're aware, those are the current best numbers as far as Anschutz are aware of for the state of the recovery in the Bierstadt well?
Yes, sir.
All right. No further questions.
Division?
No questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Board members, do you have questions for engineer? What permeability are you using out here? You're saying it's tight.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously depends on the rock type and range.
A range?
Yeah, a range. I would say it's probably 6 to 10 nanodarcies.
Oh, okay, thank you. Anybody else have a question? Okay. Let's go ahead and proceed then. Okay, so it's 12:10. How long are you going to take, Mr. Hunter, with your witness?
I have two witnesses, and thanks to the efforts of Mr. Willis, I think a large portion of what I intended to elicit from Mr. Wixom, I think has mostly been covered. So his should be relatively short. And of course, our engineer could take some time. We kind of practiced at it in 30 minutes, probably 30 to 45. So all together, my case in chief should probably go no longer than, and I would hope, an hour and a half. But of course, reserving the possibility that Mr. McDonald may be offering some objections, and those will have to be sorted through. So I don't know.
Okay, what do you guys think about taking lunch at this point in time, or?
Mr. Chairman, maybe just since this is the close of our presentation in chief, why don't I go ahead and get our primary exhibits in?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then if we
Certainly.
break, that might be better.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to move for admission of Exhibit A as supplemented and B through K, including F as supplemented, inclusive.
Through K.
Yes.
What's L and M?
We're
Exhibit L and M, where
That's,
where'd they
that's
come
his
from?
exhibits.
Yeah, Exhibit L and M were part of Bro exhibit number.
Okay, so you had exhibits 1 through, they're all numbered, and then you have an L and M?
Well, the L and M were exhibits presented by Anschutz in the 2025-006.
He's trying to supplement it as part of his Exhibit 8.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just asking the board to take judicial notice or administrative notice of those items.
Okay, now I understand that. Okay. Yes, okay, so we'll accept A through K.
Any objections to you?
I can't think of any objections, so I won't offer
Johnny?
any.
No objections.
Okay. Half-hour lunch, guys, and then come back at this? Is that okay? Okay, let's shoot for we'll be back here at 12:45. We'll move forward with Mr. Hunter's witnesses. Thank you.
1.
Thank you all for, sorry you had to do such an abbreviated lunch, but that's, so did we. We're back on the record on docket number 2026-003, cause number 475-14, and we're over to Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have with me here today in person Mr. Nathan Wixom and Ms. Bonnie Percy. They'll be my witnesses today, and I ask that they be sworn in.
Okay. You want to swear them, please? Swear me.
Okay.
It's his first day.
He's just distracted. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
With that, I'll
Proceed.
apologize. With that out of the way, I've already made my opening remarks, so I will begin my examination of Mr. Wixom. Mr. Wixom, will you state your name and address for the board?
Nathan Wixom, address 4834 South, Highland Drive, Suite 200, Salt Lake City, Utah 84117.
All right, Mr. Wixom, your resume was exhibited as part of Exhibit 1, Borough Exhibit 1 in this cause, and you were previously qualified as an expert in docket number 2023-027, cause number 132-19. You were certified as an expert as certified as an expert in petroleum land management. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. If pending any objections or voir dire from the division or Anschutz, I would proffer Mr. Wixom as an expert in petroleum land management.
Mr. McDonald?
No objection.
Division?
No objection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Wixom, if you would please turn your attention to the screen. I will direct you to row exhibit number, sorry, I have to keep scrolling. Row exhibit number 3 on the screen here. Were you present for the testimony of Mr. Willis?
Yes, he did a great job.
Mr. Wixom, I'll remind you, please just ask
Okay,
answer
yes.
the questions.
Yes,
that I'm
sir.
asking you. All right. Will you direct your attention to the top of the letter there? Is this letter addressed directly to Bro?
No.
All right. And what's the date on that?
October 9th, 2025.
Is that the day that you received this letter?
I received it November 24th, 2025.
And why did you receive that?
After we requested, we got some leases in other units and requested it.
All right. Did you ever receive a notice of the expansion of the Boss unit simply because of your acreage in the Chess unit?
No.
All right. I'm going to direct your attention to the highlighted language on the screen. Would you read that for us out loud if you can see that?
Yes, it says, under Section 2B of the unit agreement, notification of the proposed expansion and consolidation of the units, in addition to the inclusion of the Black Dragon unit to form the Boss unit, is to be given to all working interest owners, lessees, and lessors within the existing unit areas.
Mr. Wixom, to your understanding, does that mean that as a working interest owner in the Chess unit, or I'm sorry, in the Boss unit, you would have expected to receive a joinder?
Yes.
Or excuse me, a notification?
Yeah, and we requested multiple times for a joinder, yes.
So after you received the notification or before?
Before.
Turning towards Exhibit 5. And you're present for Mr. Willis's testimony regarding this letter as well?
Yes.
How did you obtain this letter?
I asked the BLM, inquired of the BLM to get to the bottom of the size of the participating area.
And were you notified by Anschutz that you were in a participating area of the unit?
Let's see. There's a big timeline, so.
Did Anschutz ever send you a letter, an email saying, congratulations, you're in the participating area for the Tories 4X? Do you recall that communication at all? if there was one?
I remember that I was inquiring about some overrides that we have in the PA, but I can't remember if I said it first or if he did. I don't know.
All right, so overriding royalty interests were the impetus behind you asking?
Yes.
All right, it wasn't a working interest at the time.
Right.
It was the working interest came later when you won the federal leases.
Right.
But you were curious about the participating area of the Tories 4X.
Yes.
Prior. Thank you. Turn your attention to Exhibit 6. You recognize that?
Yes.
All right. How'd you get this exhibit?
After I got the letter from the BLM, I asked for the map and the schedule.
They didn't send it with the approval letter?
No.
You had to ask for it separately?
Yeah.
And they sent it to you after that?
Right.
All right. Take a quick look at this. You've heard discussion about the hot dog?
Yes.
Where's the dog?
That would be the well bore running from the west half of 29 and 32 from the bottom up to the north.
Okay, and where's the bun?
It's that 1.5 mile distance that goes around the well bore and then around the toe and the heel.
All right. And I'd ask you to use your imagination here, Mr. Wixom. Would you tell me, can you picture in your mind moving Section 5 to where Section 30, Section 25 is, and Section 8 to where Section 32 is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, holding that visual in your mind, where would Section 16 be in relation to Sections 5 and 8 now that they've been relocated?
Section 4.
So in other words, and correct me if I'm wrong, Section 16 would be where Section 4 is on this exhibit.
Yeah.
And does the bun intersect Section 16?
That's correct.
Thank you. Moving forward to throw Exhibit 7. Do you recall this?
One more
please.
thing to maybe for the board, because you guys are wondering what's going on here. So there's a provision in the unit agreement that says if you're in a PA, you can propose a well to the unit operator, right? And they have 90 days to decide. If you propose a well but it's already inside a PA, you can't do that. So that's the only thing. You can propose it, but if it's already in the PA, so that's the impetus of this becoming a red flag that all of a sudden, wait a second, we're not able to drill 16 if it's where Section 4 is.
That's an excellent point, Mr. Ricks. I'm glad you brought that up.
Can I interrupt? Sorry.
Absolutely.
Why on earth is it 1.5 miles? Is that common for the BLM to do 1.5 miles participation area?
Never seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's a problem for everybody.
Right. It's correlative rights. Like the people under the well bore, they're being diluted from what is being drained. What about the people that are outside? They're getting benefit of oil that's not under their ground. So it's strange to me too.
Yeah. Now, you've heard the testimony of Mr. Willis while you were here.
Yeah.
And his testimony is that, well, this isn't a problem because Bro's acreage is uncommitted. You heard that?
Yeah.
Right. However, our correlative rights problem still stands because we don't really have any control or insight as to what the BLM is going to say as a participating area.
Yeah, it sounds arbitrary.
They could make a mistake.
Yeah.
They could have an analysis that might be faulty.
Objection, he's speculating on the BLM.
That's actually the point, is that we're never going to actually know.
It wasn't based on drainage, so I don't know what to think it's based on.
And because we're not committed to the unit, we will never have any access to that information.
Okay, let's proceed. It's okay. Yeah.
All right. Mr. Wixom, I apologize. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss on Exhibit 6?
I'm good.
Thank you. Let me direct your attention to Exhibit 7 then. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. And
correspondence with Brett.
All right. And direct your attention to the highlighted area here dated December 16th. Would you read those highlighted parts for us?
The BOSS unit is not yet in effect, so there have not been any BOSS unit jointers.
All right. So when you read that on December 16th, what did that mean to you?
Council, I'm just going to object. Can you lay some foundation
Sure.
for what this is?
Right. would you describe this conversation between you and Mr. Willis of AEC?
We were going back and forth of, we were trying to get a jointer for this, for the state leases in question.
All right, and this was email directed to you?
Yeah.
Your name is on the distribution list?
That's correct.
Okay, and it's from Mr. Willis who testified earlier?
Correct.
All right. Is that sufficient? That's right. Very well. My question was, can you tell me what this means to you? The boss unit's not in effect, so there's not been any boss unit jointers. How did you react to that?
I just thought it's pretty simple. Just send one. Like, I don't know.
All right, let me direct your attention to the next highlighted area. Contractual term, oh, I'm sorry, would you read that for us?
The contractual terms of ML 54434 OPA for the subject state leases are not conducive to the chess unit agreement. So the decision was made to exclude them from the chess unit.
All right. You were here for Mr. Willis' testimony.
Yes.
Did you hear him say that they decided to exclude the acreage from the chess unit?
Yeah.
Did he decide to exclude them from the chess unit, or did somebody else?
I thought it was him.
Do you recall the conversation that he had with Sitla?
Were you present for that conversation?
He was present for the testimony.
No, he said present for the conversation with Sitla.
I'll rephrase. Were you present for Mr. Willis's testimony regarding his conversation with Sitla?
Yes.
Do you recall what he said about Anschutz inviting Sitla to the unit prior to the issuance of your lease?
Yes, that I think he said that they didn't respond timely or didn't respond at all.
Didn't respond at all. Is that your recollection?
Yeah, no.
All right. Did he say that they decided to exclude the unit?
The board's already heard the testimony. Just get to the point.
Was there an objection in there?
Yeah, I believe so. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's
I'll continue.
Get to the point.
I'll continue then. Are you familiar with any provision in the unit agreement?
Yeah, I was just going to say, the unit agreement says that all unit working interest owners should receive a jointer, and I don't see anywhere in the unit agreement that would say you can do it if you feel that their terms aren't good or something.
All right, so do you recall the word conducive
Yeah.
to the chess unit agreement? Is that a trigger for not having a jointer?
No.
Is it a trigger for not getting notice?
No.
Do the terms of your lease have anything to do with whether or not you are entitled to notice or jointer?
It should be independent of Anschutz. We have a delay rental if we don't drill by August 1st, but that our payment to that is irrelevant.
Right, and you asked a clarification question. Direct your attention, not highlighted, but if you'll read this, this was your response to Mr. Willis.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, what are the specific terms that are not conducive for the unit?
Right, and he replied to you?
The well obligation, and he said June 1st. But yeah, it's August 1st.
Right. Yeah, Mr. Wixom, we're asking for the board to maintain the default setback rules on sections 11 and 21. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Why are we asking them to do that?
Just to give, to protect the correlative rights. I think Bonnie's going to talk more about the stranding of resources to avoid unnecessary wells that are, wasteful.
All right. But it's your testimony that you believe, in your expert opinion, that maintaining the default rules in sections 2, 16, 11, and 21 are more protective of your correlative rights than the protections offered by the boss unit.
Yes, because the boss unit has that provision where if it's in a PA, which can arbitrarily be done apparently, then you can't propose a well if it's in an existing PA.
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. McDonald?
Thank you. Tony, does he have rebuttal exhibits 1 and 2?
I don't think we didn't get them printed. Were you able to print them out before you came?
I did not print them out.
Mine was under my plasticky thingy.
I do have a copy of the lease if that helps.
okay.
That's rebuttal exhibit one.
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
I have a
wanna
copy
make
of the
sure you
lease.
have both.
And the other one is the notice for the chess unit for the.
Okay, yeah.
You're aware of that.
I'm aware of those both, yes.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure you had them in front of them. Okay, looking at rebuttal exhibit 1,
Excuse me, Mr. McDonald, can you tell us which one is?
rebuttal exhibit 1 is the OBA that with Bro Energy.
Oh, it's on the bottom.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I tried to mark it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Does everybody have it? I just want to make sure everybody has it.
She's got it.
Okay. When you made this offer, if you look at the Exhibit A, which is the last page,
Yes,
each of these only cover the 640 acres, correct?
correct.
So you took this OBA knowing that you only had rights to 640 acres, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what was the idea? There was no guarantee that you'd be able to drill a 1280 acre
Yeah.
lease, right?
I didn't know there would be a 5,800 acre PA that would preclude us from
Well, we'll get
drilling.
to
Yeah,
the PA issue, but you took this lease with no guarantee
absolutely.
that you would be able to develop a long lateral horizontal well in two
Correct.
sections, right? Okay, all right. Let's go to section 4, which is on page
Got it.
5, right? Okay. And section 4.1 says you had certain obligations within the first 2 years, right?
Correct.
And can you outline what those obligations are?
To either drill a well or have it be in a unit where it have 25% or more ownership for SITLA.
In the participation area, right?
And then there would be a penalty if not.
Okay, all right. So have you taken any steps whatsoever to meet those obligations?
Yes.
What?
We've been, there are certain companies that are wanting to acquire our acreage that have the means and
Okay,
and
then
rigs
what
available
means for what? Drilling?
for drilling, yes.
Okay, so what steps have you taken so far for permitting? Permitting takes quite a while, doesn't it?
It does take a long time. It's restrictive and there's also I mean, it's less restrictive on estate land, but it.
Right, but you
BLM
still
is
have a
still
permit
that.
you have to file,
Yeah.
right? And don't you have to get, since there's federal lands all around it, don't you have to get a right-of-way to access the lands?
Yes.
And have you filed for any of that?
No.
All right.
So they're going to be receiving the $250,000.
Okay, so you haven't taken any steps to drill or develop anyone, even though you have that right, and you've had that right for at least 2 years.
Right.
Okay. All right. Are you saying that it's uneconomic from your standpoint as a businessman in petroleum land management?
Objection, the economics testimony will be coming from the
All
engineer.
right, then I'll wait on that. I'll wait on that, okay? What, from a land standpoint, then, or your expertise or being a member of this entity, is prohibiting you from doing a short lateral or a vertical well? You could drill those easily, couldn't you?
Unless it's in a PA, yeah.
Well, no, you could drill it because it's not part of the unit, right? Mr. Hunter's made that very clear.
Well, we've joined the boss unit in other leases, so I think we'd still be precluded from drilling on 16.
Well, that presumes that there's a participating area, but you're an uncommitted tract right now, right?
Yeah.
So why can't you individually drill a vertical well or a short lateral well?
I don't know.
You don't have an answer, right?
No.
Okay. All right, let's go to then the question there of, I'm trying to remember what I was thinking here. I lost my train of thought for a second. You have operations in the basin, right, or leaseholds and overrides and all that, right? So you're pretty familiar with the basin?
Correct.
Don't you agree that there's a number of operators that have drilled short lateral wells and vertical wells that are economic?
Yeah.
And you probably participated in some of those, haven't you?
Not in a 1 mile, but I mean, there's been some that were very uneconomic. I can't think of a productive where it's in paying quantities.
But there's
Single-
well,
of
that's
a
unit
1
paying
mile.
quantities, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you ask that question again? I didn't understand that exchange.
All right. What I'm trying to get at is you're aware that there are operators that have drilled economic, short lateral, and vertical wells in the basin.
I don't know their economics, but I assume that they drill them for economic reasons.
Okay. When you guys make a decision with economics, don't you go over it at a business standpoint to make a decision whether you want to participate or not?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, but you run economics based on your economics, correct?
I'm gonna.
No,
Okay.
this is business. This isn't an engineering. This is a business decision. Is him being a member of that company.
The testimony that we're going to have will be coming from Ms. Percy.
I think we'll listen to it both sides.
Very
Okay,
well.
I understand Mr. McDonald's issue. with
So
the-
restate that again. I'm
I'm trying to
understand
say
you.
when you make a decision to participate,
Yeah.
okay, when you get an AFE,
Right.
okay, don't you make an economic analysis of whether or not you want to participate or not?
Yeah.
Okay, and you recognize that there are operators out there that are be able to drill short lateral and vertical wells economically.
I mean, it's difficult for me to think of a case where we've been involved in a 1 mile that was
But you're
economic.
familiar that operators have drilled those wells.
I assume they have, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, do you acknowledge that there's no guarantee that you will be, your leaseholds would be 25% within a participating area?
No, this is the oil business. No guarantee for anything.
That's right. So there's no guarantee that this well, when there hasn't been a paying quantities determination yet, may result in a PA that would include 25% of your leaseholds, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's go now to section 6.4. That appears on page 8.
Right. Got it.
So it says, upon the prior written consent by SITLA, which may be given or withheld in SITLA's sole discretion, you may commit the lease premises to a unit, correct?
Correct.
And with the consent of the lessee, SITLA may alter or change the drilling, production, and royalty requirements of the terms of the lease to conform to that plan.
Correct.
Okay? Do you have the prior written consent of SITLA
No.
to join this unit?
I assume that once we get it, we'd show it to them and then they'd sign it. That's what they said.
But you don't have it yet, right?
I do not have it
And
until they.
And unlike the statute, which just requires the prior written consent, and I'm referring to 53C2411, this adds, which may be given or withheld in SITLA's sole discretion, correct?
Yeah.
And you agreed to that?
Yeah.
Has SITLA outlined the terms and conditions under which it would allow joinder, since it's within its sole discretion?
If Brett would email it to us.
No, I'm asking you with SITLA. Have you asked SITLA?
Yes.
What does SITLA say? Did they outline the terms and conditions that they would allow joinder?
If Anschutz would send us a joiner, they would.
Even though it requires their prior written consent and they can do it in their sole discretion and put whatever terms they
Right.
want. from the
Chairman
joiner?
Walker, if the witness could finish answering the questions before the
Sorry,
next
I
question's
will
asked.
hold off.
Yeah.
I'm just
Okay.
waiting for answers and I can't hear the.
Okay.
My apologies. Go ahead.
Restate the question.
The question was, did SITLA outline any terms and conditions, since this is in its sole discretion to allow the unitization, did they outline any of those to you?
Let's see. In May 2nd, we got an email from SITLA saying, "Oh my gosh! Oh, it was in regards to your exhibit of this notice." They were surprised we haven't received a joinder yet, and so they wanted to get to the bottom of it, and so we've been working ever since then.
But they haven't outlined what terms and conditions they would agree to give you the prior written consent.
They just said they want to receive it. They don't want to be the one forcing Anschutz to do anything, they said.
That's
So
right, but
if
the
Anschutz would give us a
contract-
joiner, we would sign, it would be simple.
Okay.
We wouldn't be here.
But the contract is between you and SITLA, correct?
Right.
And you have to get Sitla's prior written consent, which they have in their sole discretion under the terms of your contract.
Yeah, there's also in the unit agreement, it says to
No,
send out
but-
joiners
but-
to everybody.
Okay, Mr. McDonald,
Sorry,
let's do let him answer up, okay.
In the unit agreement, it says all working interest owners, and we don't think you could discriminate just because it's a state lease.
But you're not a party to the unit agreement, and neither is Sitla yet, correct?
I thought they joined.
Well, they didn't join, right? Because they haven't provided you the written consent to
Oh, on other tracks.
unitization.
Other tracks within both the chess and the boss unit, they joined.
All right. Given the obligations that are listed in section 4 about either drilling or getting the lands into production within 2 years, wouldn't you say that it's a possibility that Sitla may not want to join the unit? That they want independent development of their leaseholds?
I can't speak to their motivations.
But that's a possibility, right? Since it's within their sole discretion to join the unit or not.
In my expert opinion, I can't answer that.
All right. What about the fact that, do you agree that they would get 100% of the royalty from any well that's drilled on that tract if it's not joined to the unit?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that would be a benefit to them, right? As opposed to being diluted within a participating area.
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's go to, hang on a second. Let's go to rebuttal exhibit 2. You say you have that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when Anschutz filed for a suspension of the rules in the chess unit, which these lands are within the physical boundaries.
Yeah,
And you received this, right? You
Right.
acknowledge you received it, right?
absolutely.
But you didn't raise any of these objections at that time, right?
We did with the BLM and.
No, but you didn't with the board.
No.
You received this, and you could have raised these same objections or
I-
concerns about that at that time.
It was before I knew about these gargantuan PAs.
But you received the notice here that
Yeah.
it was saying we're going to stay 660 feet away from your tracks, right?
Right.
And that wasn't a concern at that time.
At that time, yeah.
That's right, okay. All right. Do you acknowledge that you received, I think you said that you received Exhibit 3, right? You said you received it in the context of an override?
That's the,
Your exhibit, Bro Exhibit 3.
Oh. Yes, after getting into the PAs, then we picked up a lease in the Canvas and Glacier unit. They sent this out for those units.
But it clearly states about the boss unit, right?
Yes,
And so you knew that the boss unit was being formed,
right.
okay? So you knew and you received the notice of it. When did you finally ask for any joinder? If you're saying that you didn't receive
I got
the
this on
joinder,
the
when did you ask?
November 24th. I asked 3 or 4 times in, let's see, I think in my other exhibit it has a chain.
oh, like, it's, I think it's 7.
Oh, 7.
Let's go to exhibit 7. I think that's what we're looking for.
So I said, I need to, this is on 3 pages into the exhibit 7. Telling them we picked up a lease that's in the golf unit, need a joinder for that, for us to review. Also, I need to follow up on the boss unit, tracks 105 and 106. The state lease is owned by Bro Energy in section 2 and 16 of 12 South 24 East. As we have discussed, Bro never received a unit joinder for that acreage for the chess unit, so we never had the chance to join it. However, it appears to be included on the maps for the boss unit, which we did join. So we need to either get a joinder for the chess unit sent to us or receive confirmation from the BLM that our joinder for the boss unit is effective to join the acreage and using the tangent circle method, otherwise known as the hot dog, which may include tract 106 in the participating area of the new Torreys Federal 13 in section 5 and 8. So that was on the December 15th. Multiple times before that, we asked for joinders, and we were told that they let's see, that they told SITLA, but yeah, I just didn't understand that because it says working interest owners in the unit agreement need to receive a joinder.
Okay, but you acknowledge that in the chess unit, when the chess unit was formed, you hadn't had your leases yet, and SITLA did not commit those tracks to that unit.
Correct.
And you did not object to the suspension of the rules in the chess unit, even though you received the notification of it.
We've been working on it, and it wasn't working out, so we didn't object to that.
And again, you acknowledge that the joinder is subject to SITLA prior written consent.
That they have to approve it, yes.
Yes, and their sole discretion.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Is there, if you're not in a committed tract, there's nothing prohibiting you from drilling whatever well you want to drill, correct? On your leasehold?
If we're in.
If you're not within, yeah, if you're on a committed tract, you don't get any unitization
On
benefits.
exhibit B, it showed us being in the unit. It shows on the map. It
The
shows
tracks are physically within the unit,
Yeah.
okay? But you have to join in order to get the benefits of unitization, right?
Yeah. So as soon
So
as they
if
send
you're-
it over, we can join the unit.
Okay, but if it's not joined, it's uncommitted, and there's nothing that prohibits you from drilling on your own well, right? It's not, even if it was in a PA with the unit, you don't get any benefits of unitization.
Yeah, it's going to add more wells, unnecessary wells. It's going to avoid a lot of unnecessary costs unless we develop it uniformly like the rest of the basin. Like the 1280s, I like what they did in XEL in the hearing before this. They have 1280s and everyone shares and shares alike. And there's
But that's not a federal unit though, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah, okay.
So we're asking it to be like that just for these two DSUs, 2 and 11, 16 and 21.
Well, except if it's, you don't have any rights other than the leases you have, and you took those leases knowing that, correct?
Correct.
All right, all right. Yeah. All right, one last question. You keep bringing up Exhibit 5 and in the donut. And that's in the Torreys unit, correct? Or Tarn unit, excuse me.
I'd like the record to reflect that after lunch it moved from a hot dog to a donut.
Good point, Gary. Good point. The hot dog bun, excuse me, as it's being referred to.
All right, that's in the record.
This pertains to the Torreys, or to the Tarn unit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what relevance does that have to the Boss unit?
The
Or the
same
chess
PA
unit?
can be drawn, and then we'd be section 4 would be.
But there's no
putting it in.
guarantee that that PA is going to be the same as this one based on the well participant.
Has nothing to do with the well production.
Right, okay. Would you agree that the drainage area of a well, you know, there's been a lot of talk about that the drainage area is different than necessarily the area that's reasonably proven to be productive, correct?
I don't understand how that is different, but
Well,
I mean, it should be the
would-
same
okay,
thing.
let's put it this way.
To,
Do you
to
think the
protect
drainage-
correlative rights, I would think that it would be the same thing as a drainage. I mean,
Well, but wouldn't you agree that the drainage area can easily be included and should be included within the area reasonably proven to be productive?
say that again slower.
Saying that the drainage area should be inclusive already within a participating area, correct? Or the area that's reasonably proven to be productive.
Yeah, inside, like the hot dog should be draining for sure.
Oh, you think it's more than the drainage of the well?
That yes,
Or that it should be exactly the same as the drainage as the well?
it should be based on drainage for
Well,
relative rights.
if it's inclusive in it, right, it's already accounted for. But an area that's reasonably be proven to productive could be bigger, couldn't it?
I think the bottom line is these PAs are arbitrary, and it could be precluding us to develop our own land.
But if you join the unit, you are agreeing that the BLM is the authorized officer and supervisor and the one that makes those decisions, right?
Right.
Okay. So if the BLM decides that that area is reasonably proven productive, if you join the unit, then you're bound by whatever they say, right?
Except Brett said if you're not committed, then we're not going to give you an offer to join that well, any well. So
Well, you have
we
to
want to be committed. We
Well-
want the joinder.
Right.
Please send the joinder. For the record, please send the joinder.
All right. Have you provided the prior written consent of the SILA? No. Right? That's your testimony.
Let him answer the question,
Okay.
please.
All right, that's fine. I'm done.
You can answer the question.
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Vision.
Just a few questions, Mr. Wixom. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this notice issue.
Right.
I believe your testimony was that you didn't receive notice of Anschutz's intention to expand to the boss unit until November 24th, 2025.
That's when we received that that letter.
Had you received it a month earlier in October, what would have been different?
Well, there's a 30-day clause in the unit agreement. Did you receive any objections? Like, it would be a trigger to tell the BLM we had objections.
So that was going to be my next question. Have you tried to have this issue remedied through the BLM?
With SITLA, yes.
Well, I'm talking about the BLM. My understanding is they
No,
made
with the BLM and SITLA.
So what have you done as it relates to the BLM?
We had a meeting and it was shut down. And I don't understand what's going on, but for some reason, there's a miscommunication or something, because it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it used to be straightforward, and it just seems very strange, whatever is going on in these agencies.
When was the meeting that you had with BLM?
December 2nd was, May 2nd was when it was arranged, and I can't remember the exact date but it was during that month when there's meetings, like with our councils there, and anyway, yeah.
After you received the notice on November 24th, 2025, did you have any further meetings with BLM?
No.
Did you request any?
Yeah, I requested a Grandma Act. I requested to see what is going on. What is the communication back and forth, and we haven't received anything back yet.
Okay. All right. Nothing else. Thank you.
That was December 15th.
December 15th. Thank you.
Okay, board, do you have questions of this witness?
Are any parts of 2 and 16 currently included in the circle tangent for any well that's been drilled in the unit?
No, it's just potential based on this previous PA.
So future drilling, you might be included.
I mean,
if you
the
were
well
part
has
of
already
the
been
unit.
drilled, 4 months of drilling of production, so another 2 months we'll find out.
Are
what
you
the
thinking
PA is.
you would be within a potential circle tangent when that
Yeah,
happens?
it would be section 4 on that map.
Okay,
So it would go into it.
okay, thank you.
So is it your understanding that SITLA would agree to the joiner?
Yes, if they don't force Anschutz to give it to us, it has to come voluntarily.
Okay. So SITLA hasn't indicated to you they have any reason to not join?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions on the board?
And just to follow up with that, that's what you would like to see happen?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you've gotten along, in the very beginning, you've been catching on very well.
Okay. Well, I just have to make sure. Okay.
It's very simple.
Okay. Anything further,
Just
Mr. Hunter?
a brief redirect of Mr. Wixom. Mr. McDonald asked you a lot of questions about well economics and couched it in terms of making a business decision for the company.
Correct.
Did you have access to detailed well economics prior to signing the lease with SITLA?
No.
Did you have detailed well economics prior to the chess unit setback elimination in Exhibit 2?
No.
Did you have well economics available to you when you had those discussions in November asking for a joinder with Anschutz?
No.
All right. Do you have access to well economics now?
Yes.
Where did you get those?
Bonnie.
Miss Percy, who's going to
Miss Percy was going to testify, yeah.
All right. Would you advise your company to sign an AFE based on the economic analysis that Miss Percy did for you?
No.
Why?
Because it's not economic.
Mr. McDonald asked you several questions regarding other operators in the unit and whether you knew or were aware of economic 1 mile wells to be drilled. Do you remember that?
Correct, yes.
All right. Has Bro Energy been involved in any economic 1 mile wells anywhere ever in the whole world?
There's hundreds of wells. Maybe if you limit it to this county, maybe Duchesne, but I'm not 100% certain.
Are you aware of any economic wells that are 1 mile laterals in the Boss unit area?
Boss unit, no.
What are, to the best of your knowledge, the economic wells that are being drilled in the Boss unit area?
1280s, there's some permits for 1920s, but so far 1280s.
All right.
Oh, yeah, that's right, in Boss.
You talked about section 6.4. Mr. McDonald was making the point that the SITLA's consent is required prior to you actually joining the unit. Is that correct?
He said prior. I don't know if it's prior, though.
Well, we can review the exhibit if you'd like. It's prior written consent, so we can check.
Oh, yeah, before it'll be joined. Yes, it is prior.
Okay. Does that timing mean that you have to have a signed paper before you receive the joinder, before you execute the joinder?
I don't see why it limits it.
So it is 100% possible to comply with your contract if Anschutz would send you a joinder. You inform SITLA that you have a joinder from Anschutz. SITLA gives you written permission to sign the joinder, and then you execute the joinder.
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, that would probably be the easiest way forward in all of this.
Yeah.
And when Mr. McDonald asked you multiple times whether there were conditions on you joining the unit, did SITLA give you any conditions to joining the unit?
No.
Did they require you to change the contract?
No.
Did they ask for more money?
No.
Did they simply ask for you to provide them with a joinder from Anschutz?
Yeah.
And they indicated to you that you would not be getting permission to join until you presented a joinder from
Yes,
Anschutz?
that's right. They want it to come voluntarily and not forced.
Mr. McDonald also made a series of questions to you about the expense of drilling a well. He talked about expense of rights of way, the difficulty in getting APDs and the time that would take.
Right.
If you invest that money as a businessman,
Yeah.
as an expert in petroleum land management, if you invest that large upfront expense on a 1 mile well, does that negatively impact the economics of a 1 mile well?
Yes.
As opposed to a as opposed to a 2 mile?
Yes, because of the narrow, thin margin. So it makes it a head scratcher whether to do it or not.
The enormous fixed costs of all the other development issues have less or have a higher impact on your rate of return than if you were able to have a return from a 2 mile lateral. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. No further questions.
Thank you. Division. Or, I'm sorry, board.
I'm just looking at this map of yours, and it looks like there are other state wells. Do you have an interest in other state wells outside of this OBA in one of these units?
Not in the Boss unit.
Not in the Boss unit. Okay. So you currently don't have any participating interest at all based on any other leases?
In the Boss unit.
Okay. What about Chess or some of these other ones, some of these smaller ones that have been in?
It was in Duchesne County not in Uinta though.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
So Sitla doesn't sign the joiner. It's you as the lessor
Right.
sign it.
Then they approve.
You just need something in your hand that says we're okay with you signing it. That simple. Okay.
Okay. Anything else on the board? Okay, let's go to your next witness.
All right, thank you. Call Miss Bonnie Percy to the stand, please.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Percy, would you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Bonnie Percy, Bonnie Percy. I work for Encompass Energy Consulting at 1551 Three Crowns Drive in Casper, Wyoming.
All right. Ms. Percy, you have extensive experience testifying before oil and gas commissions and environmental commissions in other states, but have you ever testified as an expert before the Utah Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining?
No, I have not.
All right. Your resume was submitted as an exhibit, part of Exhibit 1 in this docket. Is that a true and correct copy of your experience, education, and professional activities?
Yes, it is.
All right. I'd like to take a few minutes to walk you through that a little bit if I could. Tell me, where did you learn your trade of petroleum engineering?
I graduated from Texas A&M University in 1980. That was 45 years ago. I went to work for Sun Exploration and Production Company immediately out of college as a reservoir engineer. I was with them for 12 years. I worked as an environmental engineer for a few years after that, and then I was with a uranium in situ leaching company where I was their water flood engineer. In situ leaching, the uranium extraction works similar to a water flood. So I was a water flood engineer for a couple of years. And then for the past 25 years, I've been at either Gene George and Associates or next door, the adjacent consulting firm, Encompass Energy, where I am now. And for 25 years, I've been a consulting reservoir engineer.
So that's where you've learned the principles and methods of petroleum engineering. Tell us what sorts of activities and tasks that encompasses. What do you do as a petroleum engineer?
As a petroleum engineer, and specifically my expertise has been reservoir engineering, the types of analyses that I conduct include volumetric drainage analysis. That requires that I be proficient at log analysis, decline analysis, reserves estimation. I do pressure transient analysis. I evaluate disposal well candidates. That means I have to do step rate test analysis, injectivity analysis. I run economics, including risk analysis. I do evaluations, divestitures and acquisitions. And I do feasibility studies for enhanced oil recovery.
All right. And Ms. Percy, primarily your experiences with the Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. Can you tell us about your activities there?
So for the past 20 years, I've been at the Oil and Gas Commission hearings virtually every month. I testify typically before the examiner, quite often before the full commission. I do drilling and spacing units, increased density, poolings, comminglings, flarings, unitization, aquifer exemptions for disposal wells. And the latest is our new odd 8M rule, which allows for operators to take over operatorship from each other if they're not actively drilling.
Ms. Percy, you sound like a busy woman. Why did you take this case on such short notice?
It was very interesting.
Define interesting for me.
The Mancos is a new developing play. I've worked in Niobrara to the east, and so I thought it would be interesting to see the Mancos development, that the western part, the Manco-Brera, in Utah.
All right. So what did you look at in preparation for your testimony today?
Data sources. I downloaded the data. I chose a study area, and then I downloaded all the production data from IHS, and then also some of that production data came from Dogum, as well as I used their Data Explorer to review well files for the Mancos wells that have been drilled. I reviewed several geologic papers. The one I specifically want to let you know about is the DOE project presentation on the Mancos Shale reserve potential that was presented by the Utah Geologic Society and the University of Utah. I found that one most helpful, but others on Mancos deposition and nomenclature. I needed to learn the new nomenclature and the reservoir characteristics. Additionally, I've reviewed all of the docket files and information on the BLM participating area establishment.
All right. So what methods did you use to apply your education and training to these facts? What are some of the analysis tools that you used to perform this?
I chose a study area. I looked at the wells. I looked at their well history. I did decline curve analysis on the wells. I reviewed, and then I reviewed the docket files and the reservoir parameters that were used to calculate drainage areas to see if I thought they were practical.
All right. Well, based on your education and experience, are you well versed in the principles and methods in the field of petroleum engineering?
Yes.
Did you review sufficient relevant facts and data to allow you to apply those principles and methods?
Yes.
And were you able to come to some reliable conclusions by applying the principles to that data?
Yes.
I submit that Ms. Percy is qualified to testify as an expert in petroleum engineering.
Mr. McDonald?
Just a couple questions on board here, if you don't mind. Ms. Percy, how much experience have you had in Utah?
There is one small field that I analyzed every year for the bank that held the loan on that field. So I did that for about 10 years.
And where was that field at?
I'm trying to remember the name. Aston, shallow oil field.
Not in the.
It was not in the Mancos.
Okay,
no.
all right. You say you've dealt a lot in Wyoming, in federal units up there.
Yes.
All right, and so you're familiar with the reservoir management group up there, right?
Yes.
And how they handle things?
Yes.
Have you dealt with the Utah office?
No.
Okay. I'll go ahead and accept her as an expert in petroleum engineering.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Division?
No objection from the division.
Board, any concerns? Okay, accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Percy, I'm going to turn your attention to the big screen here, and I'm going to very quickly scroll through exhibits 9 through 14, and I need to call out an error on exhibit 9. The cover sheet's correct, but the tag has exhibit 8, so I need to submit a corrected exhibit for that. So noticed that last night. But here's exhibit 9, and then we'll scroll through to exhibit 10 and 11 and 12, which is 2 pages, and 13 and 14. Were all these exhibits prepared by you or personnel under your direction and control for this cause?
They were prepared by me.
All right. Let's start with exhibit 9. Let's see if I can scroll out a little bit. Oh no. Let me see. I think this is Matt's trick. See if I can make this work again. Nope. Yeah, it's got to scroll over. It's the big map. The big map throws everything off. All right, there we go. That's better. All right, Ms. Percy, will you describe this exhibit for the board?
Exhibit 9 is the Uinta Basin Mancos study area that I chose to utilize for my analysis.
And walk us through some of the symbology there.
So the most prominent feature you see is the large cluster of red dots. Those are existing vertical wells, active and inactive. There are a few green dots. Those are existing green vertical wells. What you really want to look for are the blue dots with the tails on them. Those are the Mancos horizontal wells that have been drilled in this area. There's not very many of them. There's 13 that are on the map, and only 9, those are the ones that are designated with the yellow circles around them. There are only 9 that have enough production data that I can evaluate their well performance. So with 13 horizontal wells, only 9 of which can be analyzed, this play is in the very early stages of delineation, but I think we all know that. Other things, the blue outline is the Bosch unit outline. I think we know that now. The 2 stars, the 2 blue stars, those are sections 2 and 21 that are the Bro Energy's leases in the chip.
Let me interrupt you real quick, Ms. Percy. Is it 2 and 16?
Sorry, yes, 2 and 16.
Thank you.
I think that's all.
All right. Move forward to Exhibit 10. Would you please describe this exhibit for us?
Exhibit 10 shows the gas production history from the 9 Mancos horizontal wells in the study area, and they provide a timeline for the development that's happened to date. The first well was drilled in 2018, the second well in 2022. There was a third low recovery well that was drilled in 2023. Those are all operated by KGH. They both have a TVD that's shallower than this lower Mancos. So they're in the Mancos B, which makes them a poor comparison from a reserve standpoint, but it does. We've been talking a lot about 1 mile wells. Those were, 2 of the 3 of those were 1 mile wells, and they're very sub-economic. So 1 mile wells being sub-economic are supported here. Then in 2023, that is when Anschutz drilled the Bierstadt 14 and the Torres 4, both with very promising results. You can see their production data of the 2 wells in 2023 is much higher than the early attempts in the shallower Mancos. And then you can see 4 wells that start up in 2025, very late 2024, very early 2025, those wells come on. Those were 4 wells that Anschutz drilled. I have 3 of those 4 wells are in the Bierstadt cluster or pad, and we'll look closer at those in a following exhibit. Lastly, I know that in late 2025, Anschutz drilled 4 more wells. I don't have the data on those wells, enough data. I don't have access to the well files, so I could not include those in my analysis.
Ms. Percy, do you know why you didn't have access to those well files?
Well, they're labeled confidential.
Thank you. Let's look at Exhibit 11. And would you mind describing this exhibit for us?
So Exhibit 11 is labeled as the location map, but actually what I'm going to use it for is to give you my final conclusion, and I'm giving you my conclusion first, and then I'll give you the supporting data that I have for it later. To get you oriented, there are the federal exploratory units in the center of the well, the glacier, the canvas, the tarn, the chest is outlined in blue, and there's the bonanza, and Black Dragon isn't on here, but you know, those 5 southern ones are the ones that are coming together and forming this BOSS super unit. But I also wanted to point out, because I've reviewed the files, for the stacked development pilots. So those are those red rectangles that are there, one of which is immediately adjacent to the Tarn and Chess unit, or now the Bosch unit. Those are the stacked development pilots that were approved, and I'll show some more detail on those later. There is, it's a little hard to see, there's a tiny green line In the Tarn unit, that green line shows the well trajectory for the Torreys 4. That's the well that has that very large 1.5 mile participating area. In each of these dockets, are in the PA analysis, the wells were all 2 mile lateral wells. For Mancos development, Anschutz, and I agree with them, is planning at least 2 mile wells. Hopefully we can stretch that and get them longer. But no one is planning 1 mile lateral wells for the lower Mancos. And that leads me to the takeaway that I have on here that I will prove up with my additional exhibits, and that is the Boss unit lies within or between the stacked pilot investigation areas. All of these are planning development with 2 mile wells. Development on a stand-up 1280 acre basis is needed for economic development recovery. And that would prevent waste. If you don't have a 1280, you won't be drilling a well, and that will cause waste. And then the protection of relative rights is addressed with setbacks.
Move you forward to Exhibit 12. This is a 2-page exhibit, but let's start with the first page. You got 3 boxes on there. Why don't you take us through those 3 boxes?
There's a lot on here. I'm going to do the best I can. Exhibit 12, first page has images on it. Second page is a tabulation of information that was supplied with those images. I'm comparing the BLM participating area with various Board of Oil and Gas Mining docket files. They show different drainage analysis. Let's start with the box in the upper right. That's the one with the large gray area with the small, thin, skinny red rectangle that says the 320 acre box and shows the 660-foot drainage in either direction. Anschutz provided this image and calculations on the Torreys number 4 MCH well and indicated it would recover 7% of the gas in place on a 320 acre drilling and spacing unit. So they're obviously planning 2 mile wells, and they're thinking 320 acres is roughly going to be their drainage area. This docket, this 2024-060 that this came from was actually for the Bonanza unit. The drainage distance from the well, that 660 feet, to be able to compare that to the 1.5 mile participating area, that distance is 0.125 miles, so about a tenth. So this depiction of the drainage area is about a tenth the size of the participating area that was established. Very similar exhibits, almost the exact same exhibits, were presented in dockets 2024-044, and that happened in August of 24. This one was in October of 24. And then in May of 25 for the chess unit, in docket 2025-033, again, very, very similar exhibits showing a 320 acre drainage area. And then we can compare that to what we now have seen several times. The box on the left shows what Anschutz, I say proposed in my attachment, I think based on the testimony that we now have, that Anschutz provided under BLM direction for a Mancos participating area, and it extends over 1.5 miles. That's that blue oval. By the way, there is a technical term for the blue oval. We don't have to say hot dog. I'm going to say ovoid, O-V-O-I-D, because I can't say hot dog without laughing. The participating area for this well is actually the very irregular red line in that image, because the area outside of that irregular red line to the northwest and southeast that's within the blue ovoid is not in the Tarn unit, which this well was in at the time they were establishing the participating area. Now, in my opinion, showing this map and talking about a participating area that's huge and drains outside of the federal exploratory unit, I think this is a correlative rights issue nightmare.
Ms. Percy, can I stop you for just a second on that? Because that gets to a point that I think is a little bit confusing. The testimony that we heard from Mr. Willis was that the drainage area does not necessarily correlate one-to-one with the reasonably productive area. Did you recall that testimony?
Yes.
In your experience, even though the correlation might not be 1-to-1, is it 1-to-10 in your experience in any federal unit anywhere?
No, it's never that high. I've never seen one this high.
Typically, in your other experiences in federal units, what is maybe the usual method of the negotiation and back and forth between the BLM and the operator?
Well, the testimony that we heard earlier that they first proposed the 770-foot PA, that is what the BLM likes to have. Now, they will accept true drainage area in lieu of that. They prefer just the 770 because it's easy and no one has to interpret anything. But it should be somewhat close to drainage area because that participating area is paying people for hydrocarbons. And if they're paying people that are not contributing hydrocarbons, that's, well, I can't say it's illegal, but it's, morally wrong.
But along those lines, if the participating area is so large and the actual drainage is so small, does the operator have to take the BLM's request to make that so big?
I don't know what powers BLM is exercising over Anschutz. I have had BLM ask me to do things with participating areas that I have not agreed with, and I've told them no. And we had to sit down and negotiate for quite a while and come up with something that I would sign, that I would put my engineering stamp on, and work on the evaluation. So I think, I don't know what Anschutz was thinking when they agreed to this, but that probably just to keep the ball rolling. But I would never have agreed to it, and I think Anschutz should not have.
We left off at the box on the left. I think we still have to work on the box on the bottom.
Okay, Anschutz, this is in January 2025 now. So we've gone from 24 August, October to January 25, and now we're in May 25. This is a very short time frame. So in January of 25, Anschutz in Docket 2025-006 established some pilot areas. They indicated that these pilot DSUs were needed to investigate if 6 wells would effectively drain a 1,280-acre drilling and spacing unit, and they have proposed a pilot area with this stacked development system. In this case, your drainage is not 0.125 miles or 1.5 miles. It's in between. The drainage would be 0.167 miles from the for each well in this stacked configuration. So that's the third. So now let me go to the table. So turn the page and look at the second page of this exhibit. Here's a table of the information that was provided along with those images. For the spacing dockets, I have them listed there in order of the date, the August one first, the October 24 one second, the last spacing docket that we did in 2025 is third. And by the way, we just received testimony that I would have added to this with the exhibits on this hearing that are all very similar to this. The EUR went up a little. They had been using an EUR of 8 BCF for the Bierstadt well. I believe Anschutz testified that it's now 10 BCF. We're early in the well. Changes like that, I think, are normal. And that the recovery factor went up to 22%. The second sliver in this table is the stacked development pilot and the numbers that they used for that. And then the third sliver, I didn't have the numbers that BLM used to develop their participating area. I used the numbers that Anschutz had used for the Torrey's well, put them into the table, and because I just wanted to see what recovery factor they were would be obtained by using that 1.5 mile radius participating area. What I've got highlighted in here is the huge discrepancies of how things are changing. Gross thickness. So for the spacing dockets, both before and after the development pilot, Anschutz used 1,700, 1,800 feet. But for the stacked development pilot, they used 2,700 to 3,600 feet. So they're using a different. They're having trouble determining what they want to use as their target interval. The net pay changed drastically. They actually, for the spacing dockets, actually netted the gross down to 500 to 600 feet, whereas they used the entire interval, 2,700 to 3,600, in their pilot description. The one that really confounds me is water saturation. Why would water saturation change back and forth from 49% to 80%? And then their recovery factors, to me, these recovery factors are really low. I guess one column that's not highlighted also is that porosity. I mean, they've used 4% and 6%. Now, changing from 4 to 6% doesn't sound like much at all, but when you're calculating gas in place, changing from 4% to 6% increases your gas in place by a third.
So, Bonnie, if I could ask you a quick question. You highlighted the fact that it's kind of gone back and forth. There were earlier board hearings had one version, then it went to the stacked and it had a different version. Is that because Anschutz is learning more about the formation as they go? Or is it?
Well, no, because, I mean, look at the dates. In August, we have 1,700 feet, well, let's use water saturation. In August, we have 49% water saturation. In October, we have 48% water saturation. And then in January, we have 80% saturation. And then back in May, we're going back to 49% water saturation. So it's not like they're learning something and incorporating the new things. And maybe they're just cookie cuttering their spacing requests and not updating them. Another piece of information that was asked was by the commission, by the board, permeability. There's been some cores taken out here. I did not analyze the cores. I didn't have time to go through them and analyze them. However, Anschutz has been reporting their permeability in these dockets. In docket 2025-033, Anschutz, in their geologic testimony, reported permeabilities of 27.3 microdarcies, 2.016 nanodarcies for the Uinta Basin Mancos, for the target interval. That's a really wide range, and it's a little bit different, I think, than the testimony that we heard from their reservoir engineer. But that's what they reported in their geologic attachment. Where this places this in the scale of unconventional is, I work Niobrara and Codell a lot, and this puts Mancos, the best Mancos, at the worst Niobrara. So as we're moving westward, our formation's getting tighter. And so, yes, I would agree that you would be less than conventional gas for recovery factors. But in conventional gas, I think you get about 80% of the gas in place in conventional gas. I am seeing unconventional fields that are approaching 60% recovery of their gas in place. And then, so back to Exhibit 12, those recovery factors of 0.3 to 18% to 22% that was testified at this hearing, I think those are still a little abnormally low. I think we're probably going to find they're higher.
Real quick, I just want to make sure we can translate Wyoming to Utah. You talk about the Mancos and the Niobrara. Can you just give us some orientation where those fit together? Or
they're depositional equivalents. I know they're not. I'm not a geologist. I don't think I should answer this question.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the Mancos is a large formation, and the Niobrara is frequently considered a subset of the Mancos?
Yes.
You can answer that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. If you're are you done with Exhibit 12? Is there anything else you want to
Yes,
cover?
I think I'm done.
We'll move to Exhibit 13. Let's take us through Exhibit 13.
Okay, Exhibit 13 is the Bierstadt pad drilling. There are 3 wells drilled to the south and 1 to the north. At least I think there are 3 wells drilled to the south. I'm getting very ambiguous, conflicting data about well number 13, but I think it was drilled to the south because I pulled the completion report on it, and the completion report reported it was to the south. So the little map over there on the right shows you these 4 wells. There's the number 14. That was the first well drilled, and you can see the darker red production data for the number 14, and you can see that it's the best well out there. It was the first well that was drilled. 13 and 16 drilled on either side of it, and I think it's true that those wells do have different landing points, different true vertical depths, so they're I think Anschutz is already beginning to investigate which portion of the lower Mancos they want to be landing their laterals in, because I think these wells are in different landing points. I'm not sure about the one to the north. Well, which is it in the middle of the lower? Is it lower? I'm not sure about the one to the north. What's important is that all 3 of the new wells, when you look at their peak production, they're much less than their initial well. Yes, part of this is science project to try and figure out what's going on. And it could be that these wells have less of a good hydrocarbon potential if they're landed at different target intervals. But it also could be that there's some parent-child degradation going on, that the first well, after a year, has taken much of the pressure out of the system, and the remaining wells are not going to do as well. This is going to play into the economics that I'm going to show you in a minute, because I'm going to analyze a parent well and I'm going to analyze child wells. And you can think of the child well as a well that has suffered a little bit of pressure depletion, or you can think of it as a well that's drilled maybe in a not optimal location, or the second well in the stacked pay. You drill the first well in the optimal location, and then maybe, there's some good stuff, not quite as good, and you're going to drill for that. That would be a child well also.
Okay, Mr. Hunter, I'd like to get to the economics part.
We're right there.
We're
right there.
We didn't need this reservoir lesson all the way through, so let's get to what this actually is, why this is important to us in deciding this case.
Okay, let's turn to Exhibit 14.
Thank you.
At the bottom of Exhibit 14, there is 2 boxes and a graph. Okay, let's look at the bottom box. I've taken drilling and cost estimates from Niobrara and Codell wells. I did not have any in the Mancos. I didn't have any data that I could pull here, so I had to pull Niobrara and Codell wells. And I got that the wells I pulled averaged $9.8 million to drill, and their lateral length averaged a little over 21,000 feet. The Mancos wells are a little shallower, and so I scaled that to a Mancos lateral length of 20,400 feet, because you have shorter setbacks, so your laterals are a little shorter for a 2-mile well. And that drops me to $9.5 million. I used that in my economic analysis as the cost to drill a 2-mile well. The cost to drill a 1-mile well, take the 20,000, subtract off 5,000, and again scale it. And the cost to drill a 1-mile well is still very high at $7 million, even though you're getting half the reserves and half the lateral for that well. The next stage, now that I have my drilling costs, I need to know what the well's going to produce. I used the Bierstadt well. It is the absolute best well out there. My projection for the Bierstadt well is shown in the graph in the upper right, and I'm projecting that well is going to make about 9.1 BCF. So the economics that I'm showing now in the box in the upper left corner are based on this Bierstadt well. So let's go through a parent well. So if you're the first well that you're drilling in a 1280 and you're a 1-mile well, you're going to cost $7 million to drill. You're going to get half the reserves of a 2-mile well, so that's 4.6 BCF. Your rate of return is going to be 10%, and your net present value is basically 0. This is uneconomic. No one will drill that well. Yeah, for a parent well, for a 2-mile well at $9.5 million and 9.1 BCF of gas, the rate of return for that would be 23%, and that's moderately economic. It's not great, but it's definitely worth pursuing. So that's why people want to do 2-mile wells and not 1-mile wells. Now, if we start factoring in the child well, I've shown the economics for the child well. The 1-mile well is going to have a 5% rate of return, and it has a negative net present value. Obvious, no one's going to throw their money away on that. A 2-mile child well is only going to have a 16% rate of return, a $3 million net present value. Those are poor economics. So what this shows is that no one will drill a 1-mile well. A prudent operator would not drill a 1-mile well, and I don't see any way that it can be optimized to become economic. Development must proceed with 2-mile wells. Hopefully they will be longer than 2-mile wells. They'll be 3-mile wells, because this will improve economics for the operator and improve the play. So the takeaways: 1-mile wells uneconomic, 2-mile wells economic.
All right, Ms. Percy, in your expert opinion, does there need to be a minimum of 1,280 acres dedicated to a drilling unit of some kind to allow for the minimum of 2-mile laterals in order to economically produce the resources in the vicinity of the boss unit to prevent waste?
Yes.
And in your expert opinion, will the default setback of 660 feet away from the boundaries of such 1,280 acre drilling parcels adequately protect correlative rights in the vicinity of the boss unit?
Yes, for the time being. I'd like to insert the caveat that should be reviewed as we learn more about the reservoir.
All right, no further questions.
Okay. Mr. McDonald?
I don't even know where to begin. Let me ask you this, Ms. Percy. Did you do any study of any other formations other than just the Mancos?
You mean for this?
In other words, could there be other economic wells in other formations, since their lease covers all depths?
No, I did not review other.
Okay, so
other formations.
There's a possibility that a vertical well in another formation might be economic?
It's possible. I don't see Anschutz drilling any other formations.
I understand that, but there's nothing prohibiting that Bro couldn't drill an economic, a possibility of drilling an economic well in another formation.
It is possible.
Okay. Are you aware that Anschutz has drilled 1-mile and 1.5-mile wells that have been very successful out there?
In the Mancos?
Yes, in the Mancos.
I am not finding them in the data that I have found and reviewed here.
Okay, but that's a possibility. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay, so the company went ahead and drilled 1 mile or 1.5 mile?
I'm not finding it in the data.
Okay. In your dealing with would you agree with the statement that a drainage area of a well does not necessarily agree to the area reasonably proven to be productive of unitized substances?
I'm going to refer to the reservoir management rules put out by the SPEE on what are, and say that there's a whole set of rules and debates on what may or may not be reasonably be productive under SEC rules, and I'm not sure I can answer your question.
All right. Well, let me ask you this: is it possible that the Wyoming Reservoir Management Group has a different interpretation of that than necessarily the Utah Vernal Field Office?
I think maybe possibly that is yes, that's a good possibility.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
And is the same methodology used, in your experience, is the same methodology used for participating area determinations using your OVID or circle tangent or whatever they're using for that? Is that consistent from well to well within a unit?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. What if the well is not as productive?
They still like to see the 770.
770 though.
The 770.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
But there's the possibility that it could differ if the well is not nearly as productive.
It's
That's your experience with the
That's
Wyoming,
my
right?
experience with Wyoming.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you. Let's go, Tony, if you wouldn't mind going back one to the degradation. Isn't it possible, you mentioned that you acknowledge that the wells are in different targeted formations, correct?
Yes.
All right, isn't it possible that that's part of the reason for the degradation?
Yes.
Is it also possible that that's because there's also lower reservoir quality?
Yes.
All right, and is it also possible because there's higher water production? Did you account for that in there?
I did not analyze water production, so
Those could all be reasonable
they could
reasons,
be
right?
they could be reasons for the degradation. Yes.
Okay. Would you agree, though, that economics are heavily dependent upon cost, price of oil and gas, and other well performance?
Economics are always dependent upon the well performance, the cost to drill the well, the operating expenses, and the oil prices.
Okay, let's go back, Tony, if you go one more to 12.
Certainly.
In the chart.
Chart, there you go.
Okay, you say you utilized all the information from the spacing orders for the Birdie North, Birdie South, those 4 drilling units that Anschutz did. You realize that was just proposed, right? That was just a possibility. They were just trying to say that was their best guess at the time.
Yes.
Okay.
And I tried to make sure that that the purpose of those pilots was to investigate whether 6 wells would properly drain.
Okay, but those wells haven't been drilled. You heard that testimony, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the information on the top line, the Torrey's well, is more accurate from the fact that those are actual wells that were drilled, correct?
More defensible. I guess I would agree with that, yes.
All right, and then when you talk about the PA at the bottom, again, help me understand, where did that data come from, since it didn't come necessarily from Anschutz?
It came from line, if you look at the 1725, look at the second line, 1725. The area changed. There's 7,800 acres inside that ovoid, but the net pay stayed the same. The water saturation stayed the same. The gas formation volume factor stayed the same.
So is it, I'm trying to understand again.
I used the reservoir characteristics from the well that Anschutz had provided and tried to back in what would happen for that Torrey's well with a 7,884 acre participating area, which is the ovoid.
Okay, in which line? The last column, is that, am I reading that right? It's a 0.3% RF?
Yes, yeah, you have one well. You have one well that's making 4 BCF, and you have 7,884 acres.
But is that the recovery factor that Anschutz has?
No.
It's not.
That line, it is my calculation, utilizing information that Anschutz has provided about reservoir character inside that participating area.
All right. If you give me a second, Mr. Chair. Again, I apologize for this, but since we've only had these for 48 hours, I've got to get some information here. All right, that concludes my questioning for her.
Division?
In the interest of time, no questions.
Thank you. Okay. Board? Okay, closing comments? Just, oh wait, sorry.
Yeah.
Step back.
How much, what is Anschutz's working interest in the Bosse unit, or, yeah?
Throughout the entire unit, we have approximately 95% gross working interest. If you consider all 111,000 acres and our working interest on a lease-by-lease basis, roughly 95%. We do have a JDA partner that owns 20% of that, and so reduce it down by, say, another 19%, so roughly 76%. But we started with approximately 95.
And currently, Bro does not have a working interest in the Bosse unit.
Bro won BLM leases in the Q3 BLM auction. Yep.
Are they committed?
Those are committed because, as we testified earlier too, there's a stipulation tied to those leases that they have to commit. They have to engage the operator of the unit, and then the operator sends them the joinder. We submitted that joinder to them within a day or two when they made the request, and they signed it and returned it.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, Mr. Hunter.
Just two brief redirect questions, and I'll be finished. Ms. Percy, you mentioned the SPEE. What is that?
Society of Petroleum Evaluation Engineers.
All right. And to your knowledge, with those guidelines from that organization, is there sufficient flexibility to create a participating area 10 times the size of the probable drainage?
No.
Second question I have is, Mr. McDonald asked you about some of the water analysis, asked you about a water analysis on the degradation slide. Remember that?
Water production, yes.
Water production. Assuming that there was significant water production, would that be enough to flip the script on those 1 mile wells? Could they suddenly become economic if we had optimal water conditions?
Well, I think what he was pointing out was the reason there was degradation was that the water saturations were higher, so that would account for the degradation, not other factors. And that would, if that occurred, that would make a 1 mile a 1 mile would continue to be uneconomic.
So it doesn't change your ultimate conclusion that 2 mile laterals are economic and 1 mile laterals are uneconomic.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. Do you want to admit your exhibits?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to admit exhibits 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 9 through 13 in the case. And then I once again renew my request for the board to take official notice of exhibits 2 and 8. So 2 and 8 are official notice, and then everything else move to admit.
Okay. So you left out 10 and 11 and 12?
I think 9 and 13, I think I grouped as a
Oh, 9 through 13.
9 through 13, yes.
Okay. Okay. And 14?
We did have a 14.
Your
Yes.
economic comparison.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so admitted. All right. So,
I guess I would.
Donald, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say from the objection, I would object to the, I guess I don't have necessarily an objection to the exhibit with the ovoid, other than the fact that that's not necessarily relevant to the area that we're talking about here with their lands. So I would object to the relevance of that exhibit.
If I can make a brief response.
Go ahead.
Brief response is that we establish relevance by showing that it as an analog to the well in sections 5 and 8 directly to the south. If the BLM does the same thing again, that will clip section 16. That's the relevance of that exhibit.
But then again, that's speculative because it hasn't set a PA yet.
And the standard is it more probative than prejudicial? And our contention is it tells you more than it hurts.
I think we'll leave it in, Mr. McDonald. Okay. Thank you. Okay, closing arguments?
I believe Mr. McDonald can go first,
I'm
and then he can rebut after I'm done.
Well, did the division have any objections to this?
Oh.
The exhibits?
We don't have any objections to the exhibits. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. First of all, I need to get in the record admission of rebuttal exhibits 1 and 2.
Those were, those were these.
Yes, that's Anschutz rebuttal exhibits 1 and 2.
AEC rebuttal exhibits 1 and 2.
Correct.
Any problem with that?
No objection.
Division?
No objections.
Okay. So admitted?
Well, I'm sorry it's taken so long this afternoon for this. I think what's important to understand here is that the board's already recognized the need for the flexibility on several occasions of suspending the rules in a federal unit. When we talk about correlative rights, the correlative rights right now that they have are to drill sections 2 and 16. That's the contract that they took. There was no guarantee that they were going to be able to drill anything more than those leases at the time they took it. There's indication in that lease that says that Sitla wants development within the first 2 years. Otherwise, they have to pay a substantial penalty, $250,000. So Sitla clearly wants development of those lands. So the problem comes down to Sitla with the Tarn unit, the Chess unit, which was this original unit, did not commit any of its lands at that time, including the Sitla lease that AEC has in that unit. It's uncommitted. So it's very prudent of Anschutz to say to them, since you have a statutory obligation as well that's even further defined in your lease that says it's within Sitla's sole discretion, that we have to have the prior written consent to unitization. And I also read to you the provision that was submitted with the Bosch unit that says you cannot join this without Sitla's approval. So it's prudent to ask Bro to get Sitla's approval ahead of time. What if they say, well, we'll commit, but you have to commit to drilling this 1280 before you do it? Then that's dictating terms that may not be acceptable. So Anschutz has to know what are the terms that Sitla's going to say are going to allow this to be part of this unit. The second thing is, let's go back to the correlative rights issue. The rule right now is you can drill as close as that 660 under the general rules that he's talking about. You've heard testimony that a well drilled will not drain more than 660 feet. So if the suspension is that you're going to stay 666 or 660 feet away from their tract, how are their correlative rights being adversely affected here? And finally, there's nothing that says why Bro can't independently develop the acreage. You know, you heard testimony. There's wells out there that are 1 mile wells that are economic. You're talking about one formation. They have a lease that covers all formations. Why can't they pop a well in and get another thing? There's nothing that says that's going to strand those resources in there. It's an economic decision, and they made that economic decision when they took the lease at 640 acres. Finally, I want to say that, you know, I'm having a really hard time how Bro can dictate how unit development should occur. And when you have the unit, and AEC has its own leases and its obligations to the federal government and the other lessees, and it's supervised by the BLM. And the BLM was the one that dictated that participating area. And there's nothing to say that the other well that's been drilled that they say may include a participating area is ever going to be that participating area. There's nothing to say that. It's based on, and you have to understand this, drainage is always included within a participating area. They're not going to not do a PA that includes the drainage area of the well. That's the protection of the correlative rights. The difference between drainage and reasonably proven to productive is a determination that the BLM thinks that acreage outside of that has been proven to be, or reasonably proven to be productive. But there's no drainage necessarily occurring on that. It's a different concept. And you have to understand that. So when we talk about all of this, it comes down to the bottom line: why can't Bro get Sitla to commit to the lease? If everything's beneficial as they say it is, then get Sitla to just provide a written consent. And once that's done, you've heard Anschutz says, we'll send you the joinder. But we need to know what is going to be obligated for that joinder to occur. And with that, I'll conclude. Thank you again for all your time and effort today.
Mr. Hunter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few brief closing remarks. I just want to remind the board of our prayer for relief is very simple. All we want to do is have the default rules applied to Section 11 and 21, just as Mr. McDonald has pointed out, are going to apply to Sections 2 and 16. I'm not trying to take over Anschutz's unit. I'm not trying to dictate how they develop their well. As a matter of fact, if you look at the maps and you look at the development so far, we chose Sections 21 and 11 because it conforms to their current development pattern on 2-mile laterals. We're not stacking it weird. It's going to make a nice, even distributed pattern, as Mr. Wixom alluded to in the earlier SM energy matter. We want to keep it regular and neat. And as a matter of fact, we don't even want to do that really. We want to join the unit. That's the idea. Now, Mr. McDonald made the point that we had no guarantee of a well. Bro had no guarantee of being able to develop on 1280s when we signed the lease. That's true. But according to our understanding, according to Bro's understanding of the unit agreement and the federal regulations, we were entitled to a joinder. There's nothing in the unit agreement that says, well, if it's not conducive to your unit business plan, you don't have to send a joiner. There's nothing in there that says, well, if you don't get the permission slip first, you can't get a joinder. They pointed out that there's a permission slip requirement in the lease, but that's between Bro and Sitla. The joinder requirement is an obligation of Anschutz. So as Mr. Wixom testified, Anschutz can send that joinder and then to Bro. Bro can then present that joinder to Sitla. Sitla can then look at that joinder and says, you know what, this is fine, but we have some conditions for you. Here's a certificate of determination with those conditions. If Bro agrees to those conditions, then we'll take that permission slip from Sitla and we'll take that joinder and we'll execute that joinder and turn them into Anschutz. And then we're done. I don't understand. Mr. Wixom doesn't understand. Ms. Percy, when we talk to her, with her expertise in federal units, she doesn't understand what the problem is. I don't get it. Bro has a reasonable expectation to receive that joinder. Anschutz has an obligation to send it. Sitla's obligation is to look at the joinder and go, maybe not. It's in their sole discretion, but we need an answer. And if we don't like that answer, we can do something else. Something in front of the Sitla board, take it to the BLM, whatever. We just need an answer. We need some movement. The people that can make that happen today, Anschutz. The only reason that we're asking for this particular relief is to give us time and space to do it. Because as the testimony elicited tells you, that PA, whatever it's going to be, however strangely it's related to the drainage area, is coming in about 2 months. Because the Torres 13 has been producing for 4, and BLM wants a PA determination at about 6 months. So we just need some time and space, and I'm not getting into Anschutz's road. All we want is to protect our correlative rights and our ability to develop on the same 1280 pattern that they're already doing. Because if we can't get this solved nicely, we're going to have to do it some other way. We prefer, very greatly prefer, to get the joinder to give to the SITLA. The SITLA can give us the certificate of determination. We turn that into Anschutz. We're done. That's our preferred solution here. And we just need time to get that sorted out. There's been an awful lot of testimony, and I'm actually really glad to hear it, because this was not something that I understood completely at the beginning of this hearing, and I've learned so much today. The relationship between the drainage area and the participating area has traditionally, as Ms. Percy testified, bore a strong resemblance to each other. This is an outlier. This is very weird. And even though that there's no guarantee that the BLM is going to do a weird thing again, the track record is they've done it. And until we get a handle on how they're making that decision and why they made that decision, we're just asking to keep the default rule until we can get this sorted out. Ideally, it takes a couple of months to get everything done. If it doesn't, then we just worry at it till we get done. Our lease expires in 2029. Well, there you go. There's the end game right there. So all we're asking for is a bit of time and space to protect that space, to protect our opportunity to develop it economically, which, as the testimony showed, it's got to be on 1280s. Yeah, it's possible that a science project might come in and bring in an economic 1 miler. Sure. There's been hundreds of vertical wells out there. No one's drilling them anymore. So we need to develop economically with the times, and the times are it's a 1280. Thank you for your time and attention. We submit the.
Give me those two sections again, just so make sure we're.
So there'll be 2, and they're not spacing units, but they're drilling areas. It would be 2 and 11. Section 2 is our lease, and 11 is an Anschutz lease directly to the south. There's a little corner cut out of it.
Yeah.
But if the default rule applies to section 11, and it already should, it would just apply there too. So 2 and 11, and then 16 and 21. 16 is Bro's lease, and there's an Anschutz lease to the south. That's section 21. We just want to keep the default rules there. The rest of the 110,000 acres is there to do with as they want.
So it's 4 sections that you want protected.
4 sections. 2 we're already entitled to, right? But it's just under the rules, they're uncommitted. But those other 2 sections, 11 and 21, are what we need the additional relief on.
Okay, good. Division. Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Just one point of clarification where Tony mentioned that, and Fred, in terms of the process for the joiner. So you're saying that the joiner needs to come from them to you, and then you take it to SITLA. They're saying SITLA needs to give you the assurances. So under the scenario of what you say, if they give you the joiner, take it to SITLA, SITLA changes some of the stipulation on the joiner, do they have an option to say yes or no?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah,
But then we would have, then we get an answer, and then we move forward from there. And if we have to protest with the BLM or take SITLA, go in front of SITLA's board, whatever it needs to happen, we can just move forward.
Okay, go ahead.
Does Anschutz have any reason not to send a joiner to Bro?
Our position has all along been that we would like to understand the terms and conditions of which SITLA would be agreeable to actually commit the lease to the boss unit.
Okay, they're up next, so we'll find out.
Division.
Thank you, members of the board. The great unknown today is SITLA's position. And I see some pointing, but I'm not going to call a witness. I don't have subpoena power. Anschutz says it won't send a joiner unless it knows SITLA's position. Bro says SITLA won't provide consent until it sees the joiner. So it seems like we're in kind of a game of chicken or something. It seems like a simple phone call or a meeting, maybe a video meeting, could resolve this issue. Bro wants the joinder, and Schutz testified today they want the joinder. The division trusts the testimony and the argument presented today from each side. So taking everyone at their word, the division today supports granting the RAA and trusts that the parties will work together and with SITLA to resolve these issues. The division believes that denying this request will simply result in delay, and I think that's one of the stated purposes, but it will also cause additional board actions and potentially waste resources. There does seem to be a better way. If the parties can't get their issues with SITLA figured out, the division believes that the proper forum to resolve Bro's concerns would be before the BLM.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, board, do you have any other questions before I put SITLA on the hot seat? Step up here, one of you guys, please. Okay, we've heard a lot of talk. We've been here about 4 hours talking about this lack of procedure, which it may just be that. It sounds like all the parties want this. Can you provide us, before we go into deliberation, are you authorized to provide us with any insight on where this stands at this point with SITLA, and if there are any conditions that you would place upon an adjoiner?
So Andy Bedingfield, School and Institutional Trust Lands Administration.
Thank you.
Our position on this is that we support the division. We support the Anschutz request on the change of spacing. This body already approved it for the chess unit, and as to the Boss unit, we would support it equally. We feel like that doesn't drain any of the surrounding properties or the areas that are not included in the unit. So we're comfortable with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not going to hold you to anything you say here, but it's just what we're trying to do is before we go in and have our deliberation is that we have a general understanding of where SITLA is going to stand on this. Now, as to the procedure of who provides the joiner first, what is your typical understanding and practice?
I think in the past it's been that a joinder has been offered by the unit operator, and then we've had consent.
So your understanding
Or
is
we then consider consent, I should say.
okay, so your understanding is that probably in most cases, Anschutz would submit a joiner to you, then you'd, or is the
joinder would come to Bro. Anschutz would send a joinder to
Correct.
Bro. We would send that to SITLA.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and when we are not going to force any of the parties to work together, we're not going to make any requests of Anschutz. That would be up to them.
And do you see that you're going to attach any conditions that are? Can't ask that.
I'm not prepared to talk about that.
I don't want you getting fired. That's okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Anybody else have questions they don't?
So what's give us your best. How do we solve this then?
Well,
give us
again,
your ideas.
Our position is that changing the spacing doesn't affect the drainage of our lands, and even those that aren't in the unit. So to approve the request, I think would be the way we would want to see this go.
Okay.
And then these issues with the unit and who's in the unit and who did this, and those are side issues really from what's before the board, in my opinion.
Okay. Board, anybody else have anything? I suspect we ought to go talk about this. It is 20 minutes to 3 by that clock. We'll try to be back here at 3 o'clock. Do keep in mind we have about 5 more units, 5 more dockets to jam through in the time we have allocated today. So thank you very much. We're off the record.
One.
Okay, thank you. We're back on the record. The board has considered all the evidence presented today and appreciate all the discussion. We appreciate Sitla stepping up, being put on the spot to provide some little additional information. So with that, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I make a motion that we approve the request for agency action as presented.
Any second? Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is unanimous. Mr. McDonald, could you please write the order?
I will be happy to do that, and I'll get it to board and division council as quickly as possible. I understand with the board's council that you'd like to get these done within a week or two.
Yeah, like Wednesday, or would be good. A week from today would be good.
Yeah, that's fine. I just got to run it through the client, and you know how that goes.
Understand.
Can I make a
Thank
comment, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Moon.
I would just like to encourage that an agreement be made, a joiner be sent, and circled around through the SITLA, and however you do it, I'd just like to encourage that.
I think we all would agree with that. Okay, we're done with agenda number 6. We will go to agenda number 7.
Mr. Chairman, if I could maybe, given how long things are going and the docket to still go, the next two matters are very similar. In fact, the next one is identical to one that you heard reasonably a couple months ago with respect to exemptions. I can proffer to make speed things up. It's uncontested. And then the one after that is the golf unit, and it's the same type of request that you just heard without all the drama. And it's uncontested. So I'm just offering that. I mean, I'm happy to go through the presentation as quickly as possible and all that, but that's just a consideration given the time limits.
First off, explain what a proffer means.
It means I basically state what, if the witnesses were to come up here, what they would state. And you can also take, for example, with the Bonanza unit and the exemption from the oil shale, I can say, can you just take administrative notice of the testimony that was provided in the prior matter? And it's the same, basically the same exhibits. The only difference is we're talking a different area here.
Okay, division. What?
Hold on, Chairman. Let me consult with my client. The division normally would not agree to a proffer, but given the time, that seems appropriate today.
Okay, and Mr. McDonald, will the witnesses be available should the board or anybody have a question?
Yes, they're still here.
Okay, well then, let's proceed that way.
All right.
Let me read number 7 into the record. Number 7, which is docket number 2026-004, cause number 475-15. In the matter of the request for agency action of Anschutz Exploration Corporation for an order providing exemption from certain requirements under the board's orders entered in cause numbers 190-03 and 190-13 and Utah Administrative Code R649-3-31 as to lands within the Bonanza State Exploratory Unit comprised of portions of townships 9 and 10 south, ranges 24 and 25 east, SLM, Uinta County, Utah. Let's take appearances of counsel.
Fred McDonald of counsel with Lear and Lear on behalf of petitioner Anschutz Exploration Corporation.
Division?
Assistant Attorney General Gary White on behalf of the division, and I'm here with division experts Peter Pankey and Spencer Nish.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Available, and I will remind the witnesses that they can still be under oath unless you want them sworn in differently. Mr. Will Breitenbach is actually here on this matter. He would have to be sworn in if you do have questions. He's the landman. Mr. Malik, who testified in the previous matter, is the senior staff reservoir, and Mr. Goncher is the geologist that's still on there. Again, I'm going to go ahead and based on what we talked about the proffer, I'm just going to talk about what's going on here. As the board may recall, in the matter of 470-21, which was heard just a couple months ago, that was with respect to some drilling units that Anschutz had requested. Part of that request was to exempt Anschutz from certain requirements under the oil shale orders on 190.03 and 190.13 as to the lands that were involved there and the regulation that applied. It's the exact same request that's occurring here for the Bonanza State Unit, which I've shown here on Exhibit C. The board has already suspended all of the well siting rules under its order in 475.10 for this unit. But again, there are lands within this that are within the designated oil shale that we're asking the same exemptions. If Mr. Breitenbach was to testify, he would simply provide that this is the unit on Exhibit D. The salmon-colored lands are the lands that are subject to the oil shale orders here on Exhibit D on those causes. On Exhibit E, this would be Mr. Goncher, and all he was providing, it wouldn't be expert testimony. It's simply to show you the relationship of the oil shale zones, which are at the very top, that's the base of the oil shale zones, compared to where the targeted zones for the oil and gas occur. So it's quite a bit deeper. On Exhibit F, this is just the proposed layout. We weren't going to admit Exhibit F, so you don't even have to deal with that. Those were all the exhibits we were going to have. Exhibit A was the resumes of the witnesses, and Exhibit B was the copies of the orders in 475.10, which is a suspension order, the 470.21, which was the prior order where you granted the exemptions, and then also the two oil shale orders and the regulations that applied. The notice was properly given. You also have two letters on record. To the extent they aren't already considered part of the record, we would need to have them admitted as exhibits as well. One letter is from KGH Operating Company, which is the proper designated unit operator of the Bonanza unit, but they have designated Anschutz as their agent for purposes of drilling unit wells. Yeah. And the other one is from Enefit American Oil and its sister entity EAO Real Estate Corporation, which is the owner lessee of the oil shale, and they are supportive, as they were in the prior one as well. They do not see any problem with the exemptions creating any issues with respect to degradation of the oil shale resources. Unless you have any other questions, or if you'd like to ask the witnesses about it, that pretty much is the summary. It's pretty straightforward. Nothing has changed from what happened with the prior order that you granted those exemptions. For purposes of the record, based on the stipulation, if the division agrees, is I would move for exhibits, approval of exhibits A through E in this matter. Again, we're not going to submit exhibit F. And we would ask that the board grant the right request. And again, the witnesses are available if you need to ask any questions.
Okay, you mentioned the two letters. I've seen those somewhere along the line, but they're not in here as an exhibit.
They're not in as an exhibit because they were filed as part of the record with the board, but we would ask that they be admitted if it's not considered part of the record already.
I think that should be part of the record, those two letters, because that really adds veracity to your...
Yes, so if to the extent we need to admit them as exhibits F and G, we can do that. But again, it should be part of the record already that the board already has.
Can we do that? Board, can we take care of, where is she? Oh, there she is in the back. Can we get the letters from KGH to Anschutz and then Enefit put into the record?
And just label them F and G.
Yeah.
All right, let's make it G and H then.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Division, any comments?
Thank you, Chairman Walker. The division has, well, first of all, there's no objection to the admission of the exhibits or the support letters. And the division reviewed this carefully. when the petition was received and has no objection to granting this request.
Okay. Board, do we have any questions of either of the councils? Do we need to do any deliberation? Does anyone want to make a motion? Okay.
I move that we approve this request for agency action.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the request for agency action is unanimous. So if you could please prepare the order, Mr. McDonald?
I will,
And
Mr. Chairman.
again-
Submit it to council in a timely fashion.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you also for the proffer. I think everybody appreciates that.
Yeah, we've never done that before, have we? Or-
It's been done before, but it's usually at 7 o'clock at night.
Okay, well, we're not there. We could get there. Okay. Okay, I won't. All right, so we're moving on now to docket number 8. I'll read that into the record. Docket number 2026-005, cause number 475-16, in the matter of the request for agency action of Anschutz Exploration Corporation for an order, 1, partially suspending the board's order entered in cause number 470-14, and 2, suspending Utah Administrative Code R649-3-2, R649-3-10, and R649-3-11, Sections 1 and 2, as to the Gulf Deep Federal Unit comprised of portions of Townships 11 through 13 South, Ranges 2 and 23 East, SLM, Uinta County, Utah. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you. Fred McDonald of Council with Lear and Lear on behalf of petitioner Anschutz Exploration Corporation.
Division.
Assistant Attorney General Gary White on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining, and I'm here with division experts Peter Pankey and Megan Crocker.
Okay. Do we want to swear in those witnesses, or are you just going to proceed?
It's up to you. I would
go ahead.
proffer again. Mr. Breitenbach is here, again, as the landman. Mr. Goncher is on virtually, if you care. Again, he's a geologist, and Mr. Malik's here as well.
Let's go ahead and swear him in, just in case.
Just you, right?
Mhm.
Just you. Okay.
And
Please raise
Peter,
your right hand.
Peter and Megan, too. Yeah, okay.
He's right there.
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Goncher, do you want to raise your hand and just say yes?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Thank you.
Again, if there's a proffer, if the board would like to go that way with this matter, again, it's also very similar to what you heard. If you would like the witnesses to testify, I'll try to get through it as quickly as possible.
Okay. Division?
This is at the board's discretion. We have no objection.
Okay, let's proceed, Mr. McDonald, with the proffer.
With the proffer, okay, thank you. Again, this is another federal unit that's close to this Boss unit that you heard about earlier this morning. It's adjacent to it. It's a federal unit that was recently approved. It is a very standard federal unit agreement. Contains the same provisions regarding the prevention of waste and the conservation of oil and gas. You've heard it several times before on this. It's a similar situation where we're trying to ask for the suspension of the general oil siting rules, maintaining again the 660-foot boundary from any unit boundary, and also any uncommitted track for the protection of those correlative rights. Exhibit A is the witnesses' resumes. Exhibit B is the true and cut copy of the 470-14 order that was part of it. That's the order, the similar order that we talked about before. There was two spacing orders, excuse me, there was some spacing orders for that. That was that pilot program that you heard about earlier. Yes. Those wells haven't been drilled, so those are being vacated under the 470-14 order. And then there's also the rule R649-2-3, which is the rule that allows you to suspend the rules, in a federal unit. Exhibit C shows the relationship of the golf unit where it's located in relation to the Boss unit in the Bonanza area. Exhibit D1, there's two exhibits. D1 is just a closer zoom in about the lands that are included. Exhibit D2 shows you the unit tracks that are involved here. If Mr. Breitenbach was to testify, he would testify that it's primarily U.S.-owned. SIT loans about 10% of the unit, and there's also some fee lands that are less than 0.5%. The commitment status, I'm trying to remember what the commitment status, are they all committed?
There's only 3 tracks that are not committed. It's tracks 17, 19, and 27. Combined, about 1,300 acres, 3% of the unit.
And 761 of those acres are federal, 320 acres are state, and 232.5 acres are fee. So those are the uncommitted tracks. And again, we will stay 660 away from that. These are the provisions of the unit agreement, which was submitted as Exhibit E, I believe. Let me just double check that. Yeah, E as supplemented was the unit agreement, and it also contains a certificate of approval from the BLM, which was recently received. And again, it contains the standard provisions about conservation and preventing waste in accordance with state and federal law. Mr. Goncher would testify to the geology here about the lower Mancos. Again, it's consistent across the thickness and the isopact. The type log that was taken here, this is in the unit. This is a cross-section. I'm going through exhibits F through I, excuse me.
Could you go back and
Sure.
do F, G, and H again? Yeah.
Okay, F again
Got
is,
Okay.
this is the subsea structure depth.
Yeah.
Okay, and across the Gulf area. And again, this is similar to what you've seen in the other Anschutz exhibits. Exhibit G is the isopack showing the thickness of the lower Mancos through this area. Again, you're talking, you know, approximately from 2,300 to 2,800 subsurface. This is the Mancos type log that's utilized for the definition. This is the Torrey's well, which we've talked about all day. This is the cross-section, again, showing the uniformity of the formation through the area and why they are targeting to try and do horizontal drilling.
Sure, good.
And if we go to Exhibit J, this is the engineering exhibits that Mr. Malik testified to. It's very similar, again, showing that the drainage does not exceed 660 and that correlative rights would be protected by maintaining the 660 setback from the unit boundaries and uncommitted tracks. Again, there's other factors justifying the suspension, which Mr. Malik would testify to regarding topographic and environmental restraints, and again, the use of multi-well pads to minimize surface impact with that. So with that, unless you have any other questions for these particular witnesses, I would move for admissions of exhibits A through E as supplemented and F through J inclusive.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Church.
Yes, I don't know whether I heard you right. What percentage of the unit did you say was Sitla?
Sitla is approximately 10%.
So they're 10%, but then did I also hear you say that 300 acres of Sitla was not committed?
Correct, 320 gross acres right at this time.
So the majority of their acreage is committed?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And what roughly would you say 10% of the unit is in the number of acres?
We've got that exact number. 4,953.62 acres are Sitla, and of that, 320 are uncommitted.
Okay, thank you.
Along those same lines, we spent 4 hours talking about some uncommitted. What are the circumstances there? are the uncommitted acres, are they wanting to drill their own wells, or is it just you haven't reached an agreement with them, or they haven't gotten back to you, or
Yeah, just haven't reached an
general?
agreement yet. We're still working on it. You know, there's uncommitted tracks pretty much in every federal unit.
Yeah.
And so it's work in progress.
Yeah, because with, you know, 2 mile horizontals is really the only way to feasible. Is that your opinion that, and so really they need to commit if they're going to get anything. If they don't, they're just out, right?
Yeah, unless they want to.
And you have to stay away from them, so it's just
Yep.
so inefficient if everyone doesn't commit. But
Correct.
okay.
I got a question for Mr. Malik. I see again, we're looking at 45 BCF, original gas in place on each of these.
Yes, sir.
And looking at a 20% recovery, 22%, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Is there any difference between this and the one we heard
The Bosch unit?
ago? Yeah.
The Boss unit had exactly the same
Yeah.
exhibit.
Okay.
Showed the same well, Bierstadt 14, showed the same gas in place, and showed the same recovery factor.
Okay, and we're still talking about nano darcies and micro darcies.
It's the same formation, so yes,
Okay.
sir.
And you get a little bit of oil out of these wells too, or? Mostly?
Depends where you are, but yeah, they may condensate anywhere from. We've seen ranges, but anywhere from 50 barrels per million to up to 200 barrels per million.
I didn't ask this during the previous one, but is there a pipeline down there to takeaway capacity?
The
Past
yes,
Bonanza?
yes, there is in the southern half. All of this it mainly goes to Utah Gas. They have pipeline capacity that we go through, and then there's another midstream arrangement in the northern half, which I don't recall right now.
Who's Utah Gas? You mean Uinta Gas?
No. Utah Gas is a separate company. They're
What's
mainly
the-
down in the southern portion of Grand County and
Oh.
Uinta County.
Okay, thank you. All right, we didn't give the division a chance to ask any questions, but go ahead.
No questions from the division.
Okay.
And no objection to the request being granted. I figured you'd ask me that next.
Yeah, okay.
We do need to get the exhibit submitted, though, again.
Okay, yep, that's my next check mark here. So go ahead and admit the exhibits.
Okay, just to go through it again, is exhibits A through E. E is being supplemented, and then F through J inclusive.
Yeah, got them all. Okay.
All right, with that, again, thank you again for the opportunity to proffer the evidence. And we would ask that the board grant this request as submitted.
Okay. Board, do we need to deliberate on this? Anybody care to make a motion, please? Go ahead.
I move we approve the request for agency action.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The request for agency action is carried unanimously. If you could please prepare the order, Mr. McDonald.
I will, Mr. Chairman.
Again, Wednesday is what we're looking for.
Right, timely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we've got 3 left. Mr. McDonald's not done yet, so,
Oh, you got me for another 3.
yep.
Big bucks
But-
today.
Sorry?
He's making the big bucks.
Yeah.
4 points witnesses.
At least we busted a couple out.
Yeah, well, we still
The
got
last
one.
will take time.
Number 11's going to be
It'll
here.
be Clint Cook, Sarah Smaltz, and then Brett Cook.
She's with, I forget the name of the law firm, but they were gonna present for UNO Wax a couple months ago, and then they withdrew it. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
just a few, for chicken and
yeah.
crab.
Mhm.
Seen one or
Yeah.
two others, but.
And Tony.
Definitely a specific
As long as we have our virtual witnesses on this one. This one we can't proffer, but we'll try and get through it as quickly as possible.
Okay, so we're going to take up docket number 9 today on our docket. This is docket number 2026-006, cause number 130-47, in the matter of the request for agency action of 4 Point Resources LLC for an order establishing one overlapping laydown horizontal 1,920 acre or substantial equivalent drilling units for extra long lateral horizontal wells for the production of oil, gas, and hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch formations, comprised of section 25 through 27 and 34 through 36 respectively, and an overlapping 3,840 acre or substantially equivalent drilling unit boundary well drilling unit for extra long horizontal wells for similar production along the common boundary of said 1,920 acre drilling units, all in Township 3 South, Range 3 West, USM, Duchesne County, Utah, with certain caveats related to existing wells thereon. Let's take appearances for council.
Fred McDonald of council with Lear and Lear on behalf of petitioner 4 Point Resources.
Okay.
Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm still trying to get Mr. Cook online. There he is. Okay.
Okay,
Now we're
Mr.
ready to
Cook's
go.
first, of course.
Yes. Again, today with me virtually, thank you again to the board for this, having allowed them to appear virtually on the, pursuant to its January 15th order. We have Mr. Clint Cook, Senior Landman, Ms. Sarah Smaltz, the Senior Geologic Advisor, and Mr. Brett Kovach, the Senior Reservoir Engineer. I would ask that the Vice Chair swear them in at this time.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
The resumes were all submitted as part of Exhibit A. All three witnesses have appeared before the board on several matters before. Mr. Cook will be providing factual testimony only. Ms. Smaltz and Mr. Kovach have been previously recognized as experts in geology and petroleum engineering, and presuming the division has no objection, we'd ask that the board recognize them again in those fields, as experts in those fields for today.
Yeah, no objections.
Okay, board, any questions? Okay, proceed.
Thank you. Today, 4 Point is seeking establishment of two overlapping three-sectional laydown drilling units for 3 mile or 15,000 foot wells development of the lower Green River Wasatch Formation. These are sections 25 through 27 and sections 34 through 36 respectively of 3 South, 3 West in Duchesne County. In addition, we're asking for the establishment of a drilling unit boundary well drilling unit along the common boundary of those two drilling units. The board previously established these lands as two sectional stand-up drilling units, so there was two sectional stand-ups pursuant to its order in 139-134. A true copy of that order was submitted as part of Exhibit B in this cause. Prior to entry of that order, Newfield had drilled 1 vertical and 4 short lateral horizontal wells on a sectional unit basis pursuant to a prior order. After the 139-134 order was entered, Newfield drilled 2 10K or 10,000 two sectional drilling units upon the sections 25 and 36 drilling unit, and the other on section 27 and 34 drilling unit. As a consequence, 3 of the 5 previous existing wells converted to production allocation on the 2 sectional drilling basis. No 10,000 foot wells have been drilled on the section 2635 drilling unit, and the existing wells have not, on those sections, have not converted and remain on a sectional production allocation basis. At the time the 139-134 was ordered, Newfield believed stand-up orientation was appropriate. However, this board is aware in this area the fracture orientation is transitional. Data from drilling after the order was entered suggests that a laydown orientation will be more prolific in this area. Again, it's a transitional area. As the board is aware, the trend in the Uinta Basin is now to drill 15,000 foot or even larger wells. In this case, 4 Point desires to drill 15,000 foot well development on these particular lands instead with a laydown orientation and with authorization to drill up to 20 such wells, maintaining the 100 foot heel toe setbacks and 560 foot perpendicular setbacks. 4 Point also seeks establishment of the drilling unit boundary well drilling unit I previously mentioned along the common boundary. However, it does not desire to disrupt existing rights to production currently established under the 139-130-40 order, and therefore seeks that the requesting drilling units overlap and not result in any additional conversion. Even though there will be overlapping drilling units, 4 Point is requesting no interwell setbacks between the existing wells and the newly drilled 15,000-foot wells. As the testimony will show, the owners of the correlative rights in these existing wells actually benefit by uptick in production and ultimate economic recovery of resource. Furthermore, as you are aware, you've previously granted this, there are the trend in the Permian and the Eagle Ford is also on the same thing, that there's no interwell setbacks, and you've entered orders recently, including the 130-44 order with respect to 4 Point on that matter. The 130-44 order was also submitted as part of Exhibit B. Because Indian mineral lands are involved, a new communization agreement required, and the agencies, as you're aware, by policy or guidelines, require that the board enter a spacing order accordingly before they'll approve those CAs. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to 40-6-5, subparagraph 3B, and 40-6-6. Notice was sent to regular mail to all production interest owners within the newly requested 3 sectional drilling units, the working owners, including unleased owners, in the adjacent drilling units due to the reorientation and the requested setbacks, and to the Ute Tribe, Ute Distribution Corporation, BIA, and BLM due to the Indian ownership, and also to SITLA and the DFFSL due to the state ownership, whether it be school and institutional trust lands or it be UDOT lands. The mailings were sent to these parties at the last addresses disclosed by those agencies' records and also the Duchesne County Realty records. In addition, notice of the filing of the request in this hearing was also duly published in the Salt Lake Tribune on January 4th and in the Uinta Basin Standard on January 7th. On January 12th, the division filed a response generally expressing no opposition to the granting of the request, presuming 4 Point meets its burden of proof, which it will do today. However, it did express disfavor of overlapping drilling units with different orientations and stated its non-opposition was conditioned upon 4 Point stipulation that no additional wells would be drilled on the 2 sectional drilling units without subsequent board action and approval. 4 Point agreed to that and will stipulate to that on the record. If 4 Point desires to drill such wells, particularly any 10,000-foot wells, it will similarly seek reorientation to lay down while leaving production and allocation of the existing wells on the same basis as currently exists. No other objection or responses were filed, and no other party made an appearance today. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, would you please again state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Clint Cook, 100 St. Paul Street, Denver, Colorado, 80206.
And what's your current position with 4 Point, and how does it relate to these drilling units?
I'm senior layman overseeing the DSUs at issue here.
All right, for the record, please state the corporate and bonding status of 4 Point.
Yeah, 4 Point is a Delaware limited liability company with its principal place of business in Denver, Colorado. It's a successor by assignment to Ovintiv USA Inc., successor by name change and merger to Newfield Production Company. 4 Point is duly qualified to conduct business in the state of Utah and is fully and appropriately bonded with all the relevant state of Utah agencies.
And that would include the federal agencies?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you, hopefully you have, can see the PowerPoint. If not, you have the hard copies in front of you of exhibits C through J. Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
And they were prepared by you or 4 Point personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
Okay, turning your attention to Exhibit C, please show what, please discuss what this represents.
Yeah, this is just a regional locator map showing the DSUs at issue here. You can see they're located approximately 6 miles due west of the Maiden town site and a mile north of US 40.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit D1, please discuss what this shows.
So D1 is the existing DSUs, showing the 3 2-sectional DSUs that were established in order 139-34.
134, that's a typo.
Okay,
right,
I'm sorry.
Referring to Exhibit D2, Would you please explain what this shows then?
Yes, D2 reflects the requested three-sectional DSUs shown in red, and along with the drilling unit boundary well DSU in the blue hatch.
Now turning to Exhibit E, please explain what this shows, and if you need a clarification on the legend, please make that.
Sure. This is just a mineral ownership type plat. Both the green shades are Indian minerals. And then to clarify, everything in yellow is fee minerals. The legend had an error in it that said or state, but I can verify that those are all fee minerals. And then orange is the only state minerals, and those are Sitla.
All right, what's your experience with respect to approval of communization agreements because of these Indian lands?
Yep, so when Indian minerals are involved, a spacing order not only facilitates, but is actually required by the BLM and BLA for approval of our conforming communitization agreement, whether by their guidelines or their actual agency practice.
Right, now turning your attention to Exhibit F, please explain what this shows.
Yes, F is, this is just shows 4 points working interest in the three existing DSUs, just demonstrating that we have a strong majority interest, working interest in all three of them, and thus the two new requested DSUs along with the drilling unit boundary well DSU.
All right, now turning your attention to Exhibit G, this is a two-page exhibit, starting with Exhibit G1. Please explain what this shows.
Yes, G1 is a plat of nearby lands showing in green there where reduced heel toe setbacks have already been approved.
And Exhibit G2, please explain what this shows.
And then G2 is a plat of in blue, showing outlined in blue, all the existing approved three-sectional DSUs in the nearby area.
Now turning to Exhibit H, please explain what this shows.
H is a plat of the existing wells on the DSUs at issue here. Of note here is the Topo Notes well spanning sections 27 and 34. Along with the Mamie well that spans sections 25 and 36. And those are the stand-up 2-miler wells.
And the consequence of that is when they were drilled, the existing vertical well, or the existing wells that were in those sections then converted to the two-sectional drilling basis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now turning your attention to Exhibit I, please explain what this shows.
Yes, I is shows the current or existing production allocation for all the existing wells that you just saw on the previous plat, and reiterates that those will remain on their current production allocation.
All right, as the division has requested, can you confirm for the record that 4 Point will not drill any additional wells on the existing two-sectional stand-up drilling units without seeking prior board authorization?
I can. We will not do that without an additional RAA.
All right, now turning finally your attention to Exhibit J, would you please explain what this shows?
Yes, J is demonstrates the notice area for this RAA. They're in the what we're calling the core sections, in the darker orange that all production interest owners were noticed, and then in the lighter orange, the border sections, all working interests and unleased owners were noticed due to the reduced setback request.
All right, I'm going to ask you to refer now to the certificate and supplemental certificates of service. These are pleadings that were prepared by my office and already on file. Do you have those in front of you?
I do.
Okay, and do the names and addresses shown there, do they represent the parties you just testified to with respect to Exhibit J?
Yes.
And how were those names and addresses compiled?
Those are compiled using 4 Point's internal land records, including title opinions, along with the search of the BIA, SITLA, DFFSL, and Duchesne County records prior to the filing of the RAA. And that work is conducted by Lone Wolf Energy, Inc., who is 4 Point's contracted land service company.
Right, and to the board, these were sent regular mail. There's no certified mailing, so there's no Exhibit Z like you're used to seeing in this matter. With that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my examination of Mr. Cook.
Mr. Haynes.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, Mr. Cook. We talked about having to get a CA approved on these new units. Could you just explain to me, because I'm not aware of the process, if you already have some CAs in place and now you're coming and getting overlapping CAs, is there a different process for that, or is the BLM or the tribe use the same method? Just explain a little bit of that to me, please.
Sure. So those CAs, assuming they've been approved, we will just simply overlap them with new CAs, and we'll clarify what wells they pertain to. So it'll function similar to what we're requesting here.
Okay. And then as to, I think it was Exhibit F, we talked about one of the prior units, DSU2 has a 19% unleased or partner interest. Could you explain a little bit more about that?
Sure. That's just interest that is not owned by 4 Point. I think very little of that is actually unleased. It would be non-op partners in there. I just don't recall exactly who all it is off the top of my head.
Okay, but your recollection is most of that is partner interest, not unleased interest.
Yes.
Okay,
correct.
thank you. Lastly, just for my knowledge, we talked about notice. You indicated it's based on title opinions. I think you said you used Lone Wolf to supplement those. Was that correct? Do you have dates of when those opinions were, and if so, have they been updated if they're not recent?
Yes, I don't have the exact dates in front of me, but I will say, also, as you can see, we operate multiple wells within all these DSUs, so we keep current revenue decks and working interest decks that remain up to date with current owners and addresses, because we're actually paying those people month to month on the wells. And then we also supplement with having Lone Wolf will go out there and check the county records for all the sections to make sure there wasn't anything filed in the interim very recently that needed updating. And if there is, then we made those updates.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cook. No further questions.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions of Mr. Cook? I don't. Yeah, I think we did want to go back to F, Exhibit F, or did you?
On Exhibit G2.
Oh, never mind. Go to G2 then.
Yeah. Actually, the one that shows it. Well, that shows it. To the north of this request, and then also to the south of this request, you still have stand-up 2-milers. Just wondering what your future thoughts are with those. You won't likely drill those on a stand-up, will you? Or just when the time comes, you'll decide?
Personally, I might defer to my colleagues that are about to testify on this, as far as any plans for reorientation on those. I don't know of any. So as of now, it looks like 15 and 22 and 14 and 23 have a fair amount of wells in them. So,
yeah. Might not want to switch them. Yeah.
Right. But I can't. I don't know of any current plans on reorientation on those.
Thank you.
Actually, could we go back to F just a second then?
This one?
Yeah, okay, so on DSU two, is the unleased, is it representative of this, same level as 1 and 3, or in that range of 2% of unleased?
Yes, I think so. Like I said, I wish I'd broken that out, and we can do that in the future as far as unleased but versus partner. But just from my memory, it would be a similar 2% or less type interest that's being carried unleased there.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on the board? Okay, go ahead, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'll commence my examination of Ms. Schmaltz. Ms. Schmaltz, would you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Sarah Schmaltz, 4 Point Resources, 100 St. Paul Street, Suite 400, Denver, Colorado, 80206.
And what's your current position and how does it relate to these drilling units?
Yes, I'm the Senior Geologic Advisor overseeing the DSUs that issue today and work with long-term development plans.
All right, turning your attention to what have been marked as exhibits K through N. Hopefully you can see them on the PowerPoint, and if you don't, I assume you have hard copies in front of you.
Yes.
Were they prepared by you or 4 Point personnel with your review and input?
Yes, sir.
Okay, turning your attention to Exhibit K, would you please explain what this shows?
Yeah, on Exhibit K, the map is highlighting the location of the 2 proposed DSUs in relation to the field type log being used, which is the Shell Brotherson 1-11B4, which has been used and recognized in numerous other orders. On the left-hand side, you'll see the stratigraphic interval on the type log, which is defined as the lower Green River to Wasatch transitional formations, and that is highlighted on the side of the type log.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit L, please explain what this shows.
Yes, Exhibit L is moving down into the 2 DSUs at issue and is displaying a type log located within the DSUs, which is the Evans 14-25-3-3W, highlighting the primary target intervals for 15K wells that will be proposed within these DSUs.
Now turning to Exhibit M, please explain what this shows and its significance.
Yes, so Exhibit M is a west to east stratigraphic cross-section hung off the top of the Uteland Butte through the DSUs at issue, including the local type log that you just saw in the previous exhibit. This cross-section reflects the uniformity of the target formations across the 2 proposed 15K DSUs. This is also highlighting that the lower Green River to Wasatch transitional formations constitutes one common source of supply in this area, which is consistent with the board's designation of those formations as one pool throughout the Uinta Basin.
And finally, turning your attention to Exhibit N, please explain what this shows and its significance.
Yes, Exhibit N is displaying the interpreted maximum horizontal stress direction in the areas surrounding the DSUs at issue today. The wells with observed stress indicators are shown with black arrows, and the average maximum stress direction at the proposed DSUs is interpreted to be north 32 degrees west, which is supporting laydown drilling units rather than the prior stand-up unit orientations as we've discussed or as was summarized earlier. This is also showing on this map highlighted with the star, the nearby Thorn 4-21-3-2WH, which is the PVT data or well that has the PVD data that was used in the drainage calculations, which Mr. Kovach will address in the following exhibits.
All right, is it your expert opinion then that the uniformity and thickness make the lower Green River Wasatch an attractive target for 15,000-foot drilling?
Yes, sir.
Is it also your expert opinion that the fracture orientation supports a laydown drilling unit orientation?
Yes.
And finally, is it your expert opinion that the lower Green River Wasatch constitutes one common source of supply in these drilling units?
Yes, sir.
That concludes my examination of Ms. Schmaltz.
Okay, Mr. Haynes.
The division has no questions for Ms. Smalls. Thank you.
Okay. Board, do you have any questions? Don't see any questions from the board either. So let's go ahead and proceed to the next
Right,
one.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'll commence my examination, Mr. Kovac. Mr. Kovac, please state your name and business address for the record.
Yes, it's Brett Kovach, and 100 St. Paul Street, Suite 400, Denver, Colorado 80206.
And what's your current position with 4 Point, and how does it relate to these drilling units?
Yes, I'm the senior reservoir engineer overseeing the DSUs at issue.
Okay, I'm going to show you what have been marked as Exhibits O through R for purposes of this, went a little too far. For purposes of this cause, I'm assuming you have hard copies as well in front of you. Were these prepared by you and 4 Point personnel with your review and input?
Yes, they were.
Okay, turning your attention to Exhibit O, would you please explain what this shows and its significance?
Yes, so Exhibit O provides an illustration of the DSUs at issue here, and it also shows that North 32 West fracture orientation shown, which is what Sarah presented in Exhibit N. So we can see from this exhibit that our effective fracture half lengths for Uteland Butte wells are expected to be no more than approximately 110 feet. And we can see here that Exhibit O also demonstrates that at this requested setback, we are preventing waste and maximizing natural resource recovery. And we'll show in Exhibit P the Hale and Evers calculations, which help us kind of demonstrate here that correlative rights will not be adversely affected.
And again, we're showing this because of the reorientation so that the heel toe now is at a different orientation than previously. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Turning your attention now to Exhibit P, please explain what this shows and its significance.
Yeah, so Exhibit P is our drainage calculations using that Hale and Evers methodology, which the division and board are familiar with and that we have testified to before. The PVT parameters that are used in this analysis come from the Thorn 421.32WH, which is in Section 21 of Township 3 South, Range 2 West, which was also shown on Exhibit N. As noted, this well does lie adjacent to the DSUs at issue. And what we can see from these calculations is that it demonstrates that there's no drainage of adjacent lands at 5 years and only minimal, if any, at 10 years and beyond.
All right, now please address Exhibit Q.
Yeah, so Exhibit Q, we've kind of talked about before, and it really outlines the economic benefits of extending laterals. This is a trend that we see in multiple basins and one that we're pushing towards here in the Uinta as well. One of the big reasons that we push towards this is that generally the cost per foot is reduced by approximately 15% going from a 2 mile to a 3 mile, while the per foot productivity is remaining essentially unchanged. And when we talk about the per foot productivity, we're referring to the long-term kind of EUR productivity. This results in more resource recovered per dollar of capital invested, which we can see here shows that the economics strongly favor the 15,000 foot development.
All right, the under the 139, 134 order with respect to the current two-sectional stand-up drilling units, there's 17 wells authorized. In this request, you're now asking for 20 3-milers. Can you explain why the increase?
Yeah, that is for seeking development in the upper zones as well.
All right, finally turning your attention to Exhibit R, would you please explain what this shows and again, its significance?
Yeah, so Exhibit R provides 2 examples from nearby DSUs where modern development has recently actually increased the production of the existing wells in the DSU. And we can see from the Stanley case on the left, there was an uplift of roughly 30 to 40 barrels a day. And then in the Elton Blackhair DSU on the right, the uplift was approximately 15 barrels a day. And we have no reason to expect that this would not be the case for the DSUs at issue as well.
Besides the uptick in production, can you kind of address what steps are taken to prevent communication when you're crossing wellbores?
Yeah, absolutely. So in addition to the potential for the production increase, we also do take deliberate steps beforehand and during to ensure that the existing wells are protected during both the completion and the drilling operations. So prior to drilling, the team definitely conducts an anti-collision analysis to kind of understand the cone of uncertainty, make sure that's fully defined, and ensure that the directional plan minimizes collision risk. And then during the completion operation, the existing wells are shut in to allow for the pressure to build up, and then those pressures are closely monitored throughout the operation to reduce the risk.
Okay, and I know the board knows this already, but again, the need for drilling unit boundary wells are to recover the full resources between these lands. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and again, the board has already found that in the 13044 order that the elimination of interwell setbacks is appropriate. That's based on the same testimony you just gave, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so is it your expert opinion that up to 20 wells may be required to recover additional resources in each of the requested drilling units which would otherwise be left in the ground?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that the 100-foot heel toe and 560-foot perpendicular setbacks will not adversely affect the correlative rights of the adjacent parties?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that the 15,000-foot wells appear more economic than 10,000-foot wells at this point?
Yes.
Also your expert opinion that the drilling unit boundary wells are needed to recover additional resource between the adjacent drilling units?
Yes.
Finally, is it your expert opinion that elimination of the interwell setbacks between the existing wells and the new 15,000-foot wells in general benefits rather than harms the correlative rights of the owners in those existing wells and is consistent with practices in other basins and now in the Uinta Basin?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my examination of Mr. Kovach.
Okay. Mr. Haynes?
The division has no further questions of Mr. Kovash, and for the interest of time, we're willing to just give you our closing statement on this RAA, that based on the stipulation that was given that we asked for in our response, the division has no opposition to this RAA.
Okay.
Thank you.
But before we move forward, we'll let the board see if you have any questions of this witness.
What was that stipulation?
It was the stipulation that no further wells would be drilled in the prior orders unless future RAA or board.
Yeah, the existing orders have to stay in effect as to those existing wells because that's the production allocation. But the idea is there won't be any more drilling on the stand-up basis.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haynes. Board, no questions, right? Okay. Closing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'll move for admission of Exhibits A through R inclusive.
So be it.
Okay, and again, the board's heard this. You know, we've had several matters like this. This really isn't out of the ordinary. We would ask that you approve the request as submitted.
Okay. And you've already done your closing? Okay. Board.
I would just ask that Exhibit E be corrected to.
Oh, with the legend?
With the, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Again, the UDOT and the DFFSL lands are actually outside of the unit, but they were notified because of the changes in it. But that was just a mistake, and we'll correct that.
Yeah, and I'd ask that, like on Exhibit F, that in the future you have separated out the unleased, because we are always very interested in what the unleased portion is. Okay. With that, anybody want to make a motion? Or do, oh wait, anybody feel we need to deliberate? Okay.
I'll make a motion that we accept approve the request for agency action as presented.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any denies? Say nay. Okay, the request for agency action is unanimous. So Mr. McDonald, would you please prepare the order?
I will. I'll be busy writing.
Yeah, you got a weekend coming here, so yeah.
Mr. McDonald, would you be sure to include the stipulation about no?
Yes, certainly. That's part of the order.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, given that, I know we're going now to Uinta Wax, number 10. And are they all, they're all appearing electronically, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
again, thank you. The storm in
Yeah.
Texas is a real problem.
Yeah. Okay, so while we're trying to get those guys up.
Yeah,
I'll
well, they
go
were
ahead-
going to come up, but.
I'll go ahead and read item number
Zachary
10.
Archer, Shea, and Taylor Cotton. Yep.
Okay, agenda number 10, docket number 2026-007, cause number 470-24, in the matter of the request for agency action of Uinta Wax Operating LLC for an order establishing an overlapping 3-sectional stand-up vertical drilling unit for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons for the lower Green River Wasatch formations through extra long lateral horizontal wells comprised of sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 3 South, Range 1 East, USM, Uinta County, Utah. Take appearances for council.
Fred McDonald of Council with Lear and Lear on behalf of petitioner Uinta Wax Operating.
Okay.
Nico Micheletti, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the division. Joining me today is Peter Pankey and Regina Echo, division experts.
Okay, thank you.
If I could ask Matt, is Mr. Cotton on there?
I do not see Mr. Cotton on here right now, no.
Okay, I'll try to get a hold of him on there. Maybe we can go ahead with the testimony.
Yeah, let's go ahead because he's typically last.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Go ahead if you can swear them in.
All right, our witnesses today will be Mr. Zachary Archer, the Senior Landman of Uinta Wax LLC, and Mr. Shay Atkins, the Executive Vice President of Uinta Wax LLC. We also have Mr. Cotton, but until he gets on there, we won't be able to swear him in.
He's back in now. We have him back.
Okay.
We're letting him in now. Stand by.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay, would the three of you raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, in typical fashion, the resumes of all three witnesses were submitted as Exhibit A as supplemented. If asked, each will confirm the information reflected on their resume is true and correct. Mr. Archer will be a fact witness only. Mr. Atkins and Mr. Cotton have been previously recognized as experts in geology and petroleum and reservoir engineering, respectively, by the board. Presuming the division has no objection, we ask that they be recognized as experts in those fields again for this purposes of this cause.
No objection.
Okay, board? No objections.
Okay, and again, I'll be moving for admission of my exhibits at the end of our presentation in chief. Board members, Uinta Wax is before you today seeking establishment of an overlapping three-sectional stand-up drilling unit for 15,000-foot horizontal wells comprised of sections 21, 28, and 33 of Township 3 South, Range 1 East in Uinta County. Again, as you just heard, the current trend for the Lower Green River Wasatch development in the basin is to drill 3 or 4 mile wells. Uinta Wax Operating intends to explore this trend in the eastern portion of the basin, starting with these lands. Uinta Wax is seeking authorization to drill up to 36 3-milers on the requested drilling unit with heel-toe setbacks of 100 feet and perpendicular setbacks of 330 feet and the other standard caveats that you're used to. There are several existing wells either upon or which penetrate these lands as outlined in paragraph 6 of the request under the board's orders and cause numbers 131-151, 470-03, 470-04, and 470-12. Because the requested drilling unit will be overlapping, production allocation from those existing wells will remain on the current drilling unit basis under those orders. However, similar as to what you just heard, Uinta Wax will seeking no inner well setbacks from those existing wells for the same reasons and justifications the board found with respect to Finley and Uinta Wax in 470-20 and 470-22 orders, namely that the elimination of those setbacks generally benefits rather than harms the correlative rights of the owners in the existing wells. True and correct copies of the 131-151, 470-03, 470-04, 470-12, and 470-20 orders were collectively submitted as Exhibit B in this cause. And again, to the extent that the board needs to take administrative notice of those as opposed to full admission of his exhibits, I ask that they do so. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to Utah Code sections 40-6-5, subparagraph 3B, and 40-6-6. Notice was sent via regular mail to all production interest owners within the newly requested three-sectional drilling unit and to the BIA and the Vernal Field Office of the BLM, the Ute Tribe, and the Ute Distribution Corporation, all due to the tribal ownership and or allotted ownership throughout. The mailings were sent to these parties at their last addresses disclosed by the relevant BIA and Uinta County Realty records. The record will also reflect that notice was duly published in the Salt Lake Tribune on January 4th and the Vernal Express and Uinta Basin Standard on January 7th. On January 12th, the division filed a response to the request stating that the division does not oppose the granting of the relief requested, presuming Uinta Wax meets its burden of proof, which we will do today. No other objections or responses were received, and no other parties made an appearance today. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Archer. Mr. Archer, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
It's Zachary Archer, 6,000 Western Place, Suite 1000, Fort Worth, Texas, 76107.
What's your current position with Wax LLC, and how does it relate to these lands?
Senior landman for Wax LLC with land supervision over the area at issue.
And you share duties with Wax Operating, who's the petitioner in this, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Please state the corporate and bonded status for Wax Operating.
Wax Operating is a Delaware limited liability corporation in good standing, with its principal place of business being in Fort Worth, Texas. Wax Operating is duly authorized to conduct business in the state of Utah and is fully bonded with all relevant state of Utah and federal agencies. It is the designated operator on behalf of Wax LLC.
All right, I'm going to show you what have been marked as Exhibits C through F for purposes of this cause. I presume you can see the PowerPoint, or if you have the hard copies in front of you. Do you have those?
Yes, sir.
Were they prepared by
Yes, sir.
you? Were they prepared by you or Wax Operating personnel with your review and input?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, turning your attention to Exhibit C, please explain what this shows.
So Exhibit C is a regional locator map. This exhibits the lands subject to the requested RRA, of which are located approximately 5 miles southeast of Ballard City.
Okay, turning your attention now to Exhibit D, please explain what this shows.
Exhibit D is displays the plat of the drilling unit and ownership subject to this requested RAA. The plat reflects the requested 3 sectional DSU. All the minerals are fee allotted and tribally owned. There is no state minerals in these. And then Wax is the majority working interest owner in all 3 sections.
All right, now turning to Exhibit E, please explain what this shows.
So this details a table of the existing orders involving the subject lands. Order 131-151 calls for 40-acre vertical, 640 short horizontal, and 1,280 acre long horizontal wells with 560-foot east-west setbacks and 330-foot north-south setbacks. The 470-03 calls for a reduction in setbacks from the 560 east-west to 330, and the 330 and a reduction from the 330 north-south to 100-foot setbacks with 2560 overlap for drilling unit boundary wells. The 4704, that is for concurrent drilling of the 1280 and the 2560 drilling unit boundary wells. And then the 4712 is the increased density from the 12 wells to the 36 long horizontal wells per DSU.
And just to clarify, when we say long horizontal, we're talking about the 10,000 footers here, right?
Correct.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit F, this is a 2-page exhibit, starting with F1, or excuse me, a 3-page exhibit. Starting with F1, please explain what this shows.
So F1 shows the vertical 40-acre development, and then 640 short horizontal lateral development with the allocation of those wells.
Okay, so there, and there's, as you point out, there's 2 10,000-foot wells, 5 short laterals, and 9 vertical wells, right?
Correct, correct.
And of the long laterals, is that a boundary well on that starts in Section 8 and goes down?
Yes, sir. It runs down the section line of Section 17 and 20.
Okay. All right, starting with F2 then, what does this show?
So F2 shows the longer lateral horizontal wells on 1,280 acre spacing and the associated allocation with that. That's the green box is the allocation on how that production is associated.
And turning to F3, please explain what this shows.
So F3 shows the 2,560 acre allocation and the drilling in the long horizontal drilling unit boundary well.
All right, now I'm going to ask you to turn to the certificate of service in this matter. Hopefully you have the hard copy in front of you. This is a pleading.
Yes, sir.
This was a pleading prepared by my office. I would ask that, do you look at the names and addresses? Do you recognize those parties?
Yes, these are all the names that we notified. They're all the production interest owners in the requested DSUs, as well as the Ute Tribe, the UDC, and the federal agencies with jurisdiction over the tribal oil and gas.
And how were those names and addresses compiled?
They were compiled from Uinta Wax's internal land records, including our accounting records, our title opinions, and our search of the BI and Uinta County records prior to filing the RA by our contracted land services company.
And again, for the board's purposes, we've sent this regular mail, so there's no certified mailing receipts as part of Exhibit Z. With that, that concludes my examination. Mr. Archer?
Division?
No,
I'm sorry.
no questions from the division.
Okay, thank you. Board, any questions? Okay, while we're on Exhibit F, okay, how far does that well go? It goes to the boundary line, and I can't see where does it stop?
So
It's
on
a 2560, but yeah.
Yeah, on F3.
Yeah.
F3,
It would stop.
that's
by-
going to go.
Yeah.
It would have stopped 100 feet from that boundary line, from the southern boundary line.
From the southern line, southern part of the green. Okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
That's what I thought. Okay.
On F3 or F1, up a couple.
Mhm.
Those existing wells, are those, are you going to be able to drill, those are probably Uteland Butte wells, are you going to be able to drill those 3 milers in between, or you just have to leave those?
Yes, I believe so. That's going to be more of a technical question for my counterparts in Shea and Taylor, but I believe so. That it will, if anything's proven, that as history's proven us, we can navigate through those vertical wells.
Okay.
Got 9 vertical wells. Okay. Board, any other questions for Mr. Archer? Seeing none, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'll commence my examination. Mr. Atkins. Mr. Atkins, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yeah, sorry, it's Shay Atkins, 6000 Western Place, Suite 1000 in Fort Worth, Texas, 76107.
And what's your current position with the petitioner in relation to this drilling unit?
Yeah, my current position with Uinta Wax is Executive Vice President with a supervisory role over the application lands.
All right, turning your attention to Exhibit G, which is shown on the PowerPoint, and I assume you also have a hard copy in front of you. Was this prepared by you or Uinta Wax personnel with your review and input?
Yes, it was.
All right, would you please explain the significance of this exhibit to today's hearing?
Yeah, Exhibit G is just a regional stress map highlighting the maximum principal stress direction surrounding the application lands. You can see that indicated by the purple and the blue arrows. The blue arrows represent the stress direction measured from image logs or sonic logs. The purple arrows represent a stress direction that's measured from microseismic data and where that is in relation to the application lands. And so taking the average of those data points, you can see that called out there at the top of Exhibit G is 86.8 degrees, which supports a stand-up drilling orientation.
And again, under the existing orders, you have the stand-up orientation, and I'm assuming that you also agree that, again, the Lower Green River Wasatch, it doesn't change just because you're asking for a 3-sectional versus a 2-sectional here, correct?
That's correct.
So is it your expert opinion that the uniformity of the Lower Green River Wasatch members are a common source of supply and is throughout this area make the 15,000-foot wells attractive, particularly as to undeveloped shallower zones?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that the stress orientation continues to support a stand-up drilling unit orientation?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my examination. Mr. Atkins?
Okay, Mr. Micheletti?
No questions from the division.
Okay. Board, any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Atkins.
All right, that I'll commence my examination. Mr. Cotton now. Mr. Cotton, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Taylor Cotton, 6000 Western Place, Suite 1000, Fort Worth, Texas, 76107.
And what's your current position with the Uinta Wax, and how does it relate to this area?
Reservoir engineer for the area at issue.
I'm going to show you what have been marked as Exhibits H through J for purposes of this cause. I'm assuming you can see the PowerPoint. If you can, if you have the hard copies in front of you. Were these prepared by you or Uinta Wax personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
Okay, starting with Exhibit H, would you please explain to the board what this shows?
This depicts the potential extra long horizontal development, which when you include 4 wells in both the upper and lower sections of the Garden Gulch and Douglas Creek, would be 36 total wells. And I'd like to answer the previous question because this is a good point to talk about it. You show the Castle Peak, the Sandy Castle Peak. Most of those, not most of, all of the horizontals that exist in that unit are drilled in the Castle Peak, the Sandy Castle Peak, and we don't have any planned in that bench at this time. Those were all drilled by Crescent Point previously.
So, okay, so if you didn't have existing wells, you would have 4 wells going in there in the Sandy Castle Peak.
The Castle Peaks, yeah, or less, maybe 3.
Okay.
The bar of well results on those Crescent Point wells were kind of, it was quite wide results from very poor to very good, which is why we started landing in the line and the long point. It was a more consistent target.
Because so the Uteland Butte down there isn't the first choice, huh?
No, we're still going to develop the Uteland Butte there as well. I'm just saying those existing wells are not in the Uteland Butte. I was just trying to clarify your question.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, turning your attention now to Exhibit I, please explain what this shows.
Yes, this is shows the well economics, which clearly favor the drilling of extra long horizontal wells. The extra long wells provide better returns by lowering the cost per foot of development while maintaining recovery per foot. And they also reduce service disturbance while still efficiently developing the resource.
Okay, now turning to Exhibit J, this is a 3-page exhibit. Starting with J1, please explain what this shows.
This shows a map of 3 wells within the DSU that all had positive production upticks from offset fracs.
All right, and J2?
This is the first of the 3 wells, and you can see the kind of rectangled vertical column shows when the offset frac occurred, and then you can see the green line, which is the oil, red is gas, and blue is water. You can see that uptick in production after the offset frac.
Okay, and J3?
Same thing going on here,
And J4?
and then same thing going on here as well.
Okay, is it your expert opinion that the drilling of up to 36 15,000-foot wells in the drilling unit are necessary to recover additional resources that would otherwise be left in the ground?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that they will allow greater recovery of natural resources with associated greater economic benefit without adverse impact on adjacent correlative rights?
Yes.
Finally, is it your expert opinion that the elimination of the interwell setbacks between the existing wells and the new 15,000-foot wells in general benefits rather than harms the correlative rights of the owners in those existing wells and is consistent with practices in the Uinta and other analogous basins?
Yes.
Right, that concludes my examination of Mr. Cotton.
Okay, Mr. Micheletti.
No questions from the division.
Okay, board, do you have any questions? Could we go back to J3 just a second? I just needed to see that uptick. Oh, okay. All right, thank you very much. That's all I have. Okay. Division. Any comments?
Oh, sorry. No closing statement from the division. Thank you.
Okay, so no witnesses or anything like that? So.
No.
Okay, okay. Go ahead and do the closing.
Yeah, I'd like to move for admission of exhibits A through J inclusive.
Yes, so,
No objection?
No objection.
Right.
okay, thank you.
All right, with that, again, this is similar situation, just going through the requirements here. I think Uinta Wax has satisfied their burden here, and we would ask that the board approve the request as submitted.
Board, we need to deliberate? I see none. Okay. Entertain. Go ahead, Mr. Eddie. Yes, go ahead.
I would move that we accept or approve this request for agency action.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The request for agency action is unanimous. So if you would please prepare the order, Mr. McDonald.
I will.
Appreciate that. All right. We have one more item, which is item number 11. Do we want to take a break first while you get set up on this one? Okay, let's get back here at 4:30. Be okay? Ooh, it's snowing.
Yeah, I was gonna go outside and see if that's
wow.
real snow.
Okay, let's reconvene at 2:30. We're off the record.
1.
Okay, we're back on the record, and thank you all for enduring. We're going to handle the last item on the agenda today, number 11. This is docket number 2026-008, cause number 600-11. In the matter of the request for agency action of Uinta Gas, LLC, for an order establishing separate special diagonal drilling units and overlapping drilling unit boundary well drilling units for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from portions of the Mesa Verde, Blackhawk, and Mancos formations from long lateral horizontal wells comprised of portions of section 2 through 4, 9 through 11, 15 through 17, and 20 through 22 in Township 9 South, Range 17 East, SLM, Duchesne, and Uinta counties, Utah. Okay. Let's take appearance for the council.
Fred McDonald of Council with Lear and Lear on behalf of petitioner Uinta Gas LLC.
Thank you. Mr. Haynes.
Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. McDonald, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With me, and again, I thank the board for allowing the virtual participation due to the weather there in Fort Worth. I have Mr. Zachary Archer, Senior Landman, Mr. Shay Atkins, the Executive Vice President, and Ms. Kayleen Bridwell, the Senior Engineer, ESG Advisor, and Regulatory Manager, all of Uinta Gas. And I would ask that the Vice Chair swear them in at this time.
Mr. Moon.
I promise by next time I'll have you get distracted. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
The resumes, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
The resumes of all three witnesses were submitted as Exhibit A in this, as supplemented. If asked, each would confirm the information reflected in their respective resume is true and correct. Mr. Archer will be a fact witness only. Mr. Atkins and Ms. Bridwell have been previously recognized as experts in geology and petroleum and reservoir engineering, respectively. We would ask, presuming the division has no objection, that they again be recognized as experts in those particular disciplines for purposes of this cause.
Division?
Yeah, no objection.
Thank you.
Also,
Board, any questions? Okay, go ahead.
So recognized, thank you.
Yes.
Again, I will be moving for admission of our exhibits at the presentation, at the end of our presentation in chief. In that regard, I do want to advise the board that although we filed them, we will not be submitting exhibits O through Q for admission into evidence in this matter. So you can cross those off. With that, I'll go ahead and summarize the case a little bit. Uinta Gas is before you today seeking establishment of 4 1,280-acre or substantially equivalent drilling units and 2 associated drilling unit boundary well drilling units along the common boundaries for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the combined Mesa Verde, Blackhawk, and Mancos formations through long lateral horizontal wells, being 10K wells, in Duchesne and Uinta County, which underlies portions of the shallower Greater Monument Butte unit. However, as outlined in the request, these drilling units are diagonal meets and bounds tracts better aligned to allow perpendicular intersection with the prevailing fracture orientation and consistent with orientation of long lateral horizontal wells being drilled in the Greater Monument Butte unit above in shallower zones. Although the board usually establishes drilling units utilizing normal governmental quarter sections or subsections, the Oil and Gas Conservation Act clearly gives the board authority to make exceptions due to geologic factors. In particular, I'm citing Utah Code Section 40-6-6, subparagraph 4A. True and correct copies of that statute were submitted as Exhibit B in this cause. As the testimony will show, and again, with that statute, I would ask the board take administrative notice type of thing. As the testimony will show, the geologic factors, among other factors, justify the approval of the requested diagonal drilling units. The testimony will reflect that similar diagonal drilling units, uniformly in size and shape, can be adopted for the adjacent lands and the remaining lands in this area, accounting for the Uinta Special Meridian as a northern boundary. Uinta Gas intends to seek such extension of its uniform diagonal pattern depending on the results achieved with the initial drilling on the drilling units requested today. Uinta Gas is requesting authorization to drill up to 20 long lateral horizontal wells on each of the diagonal DSUs and up to 6 stacked long lateral horizontal wells on each drilling unit boundary well drilling unit, with the standard caveats that you usually impose. Specifically, Uinta Gas is asking for a 330-foot heel toe and a 560-foot perpendicular setback from the drilling unit boundaries, and a 560-foot setback for the 2 existing vertical wells producing from the same interval. And as to the drilling unit boundary well drilling unit, Uinta Gas is requesting a 560-foot buffer on either side of the boundary line to account for drifting and all of that. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to Utah Code Sections 40-6-53B and 40-6-6. Notice was sent via regular mail to all production interest owners within the newly requested drilling units, the working interest owners, including unleased owners in the adjacent lands, and to the state and vernal field offices of the Bureau of Land Management, and to school and institutional trust lands due to the federal and state mineral ownership throughout. The mailings were sent to these parties at their last addresses disclosed by the relevant agency and Duchesne and Uinta County Realty Records. The record will also reflect that notice was duly published in the Tribune on January 4th and in the Vernal Express and Uinta Basin Standard on January 7th. On January 12th, the division filed a timely response to the request, stating that the division opposes adoption of the diagonal drilling units and instead recommends that Uinta Gas develop on a regular governmental 2-sectional stand-up drilling unit similar to other areas of the Uinta Basin, or instead consider forming a federal unit. However, as I've already mentioned, the geologic characteristics justify the diagonal orientation, and the adjacent lands can be uniformly developed on the same basis. That truly is the fairest and most equitable manner to allocate production and for the protection of correlative rights. Other areas of the Uinta Basin went forward with spacing on a governmental section or subsections, mainly due to the fact that the lower Green River Wasatch in that area was already set up as a pool, and it was drilled on conventional vertical and short lateral horizontal development. That's why it was done that way, and the long laterals were done on the same basis because of that. Finally, as Mr. Archer will address, there are practical business reasons as to why forming a federal unit at this time is not an option. On January 23, 2026, the BLM filed a letter outlining that it does not oppose the requested drilling units, but requested that the board treat the request more as a pilot project pending additional data, that Uinta Gas come back before the board with the results, and if expansion is sought, for Uinta Gas to consider unitization as an alternative to additional drilling units. No other objections or responses received, and no other parties made an appearance here today. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Archer. Mr. Archer, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Zachary Archer, 6000 Western Place, Suite 1000, Fort Worth, Texas, 76107.
And what's your current position with Uinta Gas, and how does it relate to these drilling units?
Senior landman with land supervision over the area at issue.
All right, would you please state the corporate and bonding status of Uinta Gas?
Uinta Gas is a Delaware Limited Liability Corporation in good standing with its principal place of business in Fort Worth, Texas. UGAS is duly authorized to conduct business in the state of Utah and is fully bonded with all relevant state of Utah and federal agencies.
All right, I'm going to show you what have been marked as Exhibits C through G and N. I'm going to have to go a little bit out of order, and F. Okay, so C through G and N, although we'll go a little bit out of order. Do you see these exhibits? Are they on the PowerPoint, or you have hard copies in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were these prepared by you or Uinta Gas personnel with your review and input?
Yes, they were.
Okay, starting with Exhibit C, would you please explain what this shows?
So this is a regional locator map. This exhibits the land subject to the RAA, which are approximately 2 miles south of Roosevelt. The red outline identifies the Greater Monument Butte unit boundary. This unit covers the Green River Formation above the Mesa Verde Formation, and Scout Energy is the designated operator of the GMBU.
All right, now turning your attention to Exhibit D, please explain what this shows.
So this is a scaled-in version of the plat of the drilling units subject to the requested RAA. The DSUs utilize meets and bounds descriptions, which is outlined in the RAA. UGAS or Uinta Gas is the majority working interest owner in these DSUs.
And again, these portion of these drilling units goes over the county line between Duchesne and Uinta County, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now turning your attention to Exhibit E. This is a 4-page exhibit. Starting with E1, please explain what this shows.
So E1 is this details a visual representation of the mineral and leasehold summaries and production allocations for each of the DSUs. These were created by using our civil surveys and allocating how much each of the lease contributed to each DSU.
So in this DSU number 1, you have federal lands and a mining claim fee ownership, right? Is that correct? Okay.
That is correct.
And based on the surveyor's information, the proposed production allocation to each tract is shown on that table on the left.
Correct.
Okay. Similar with E2, please explain what this one is.
So this is the same. This is a allocation on how much each lease contributes to the DSU within sections 2, 3, 10, and 11.
And again, this is federal and then one state section involved, correct?
Federal and one state, yes, sir.
All right. And similar, the table shows the allocation based from the surveyor's information.
Correct.
All right. Turning to E3.
So this is the same. This is an allocation showing how much each one of those leases contributes within the DSU. And I apologize, that east half of section 16 should have all been colored purple. It's all state as well, but for some reason I didn't include that on there. But it's state and federal minerals in that as well.
And again, the table shows the surveyor's calculation of the acreage attributable to each tract.
Correct.
Finally, drilling unit number 4, Exhibit E4.
It's the same. It shows the allocation on a lease basis as it pertains to the allocation for the DSUs.
So this is all basically federal and state, with that one fee tract being the mining claim. There's no Indian lands in these?
No Indian lands, that is correct. It's just the mining claim and then state and federal.
Okay, now we're going to go a little bit out of order. I'm going to go to Exhibit N. Would you please explain what this shows and its significance to today's hearing?
So this reflects how the area may be developed uniformly with diagonal DSUs. This is the proper representation of just and equitable share of production from the proposed development. As described on the previous Exhibit E's, the allocations provided allow for the fair share of production within those DSUs. The development pattern as shown is uniform in size and shape and protects all owners.
Okay, now turning back to Exhibit G, please explain what this shows.
So this is a plat exhibiting the 2 existing vertical wells with producing intervals within the proposed DSUs. Both of the wells identified are operated by Scout, and Ms. Bridwell will address those further and talk about the setbacks of each one of those wells.
All right, as you are aware, both the state in its response to the request and the BLM mentioned the possibility of why aren't you forming a federal unit. Can you address the reasons why Uinta Gas so far does not want to do that or cannot do that?
Yes, sir. It's proof of concept and success of these 4 DSUs really needs to be established before we could even begin to consider a federal unit, and that's due to the risks, the complexities, the capital outlay that goes ahead of it, and the time constraints of establishing a federal unit.
And you would have to, if I remember right, and you can verify this, the formation of a federal unit of particularly this large would put a lot of upfront capital cost into the formation, and you're uncertain of the time frame in which the BLM may approve it. Is that correct?
Correct. Not only the BLM, but going in, like what the previous RAA alluded to, is going out and getting all the joinders approved and executed by all the different working interest owners. So we don't know what that time frame looks like. And so instead, we would prefer to do this so that we can have proof of concept and understand what we're working with before we could consider that.
Okay, now I'm going to refer you to Exhibit F, and again, I apologize for going out of order here. Please explain what this shows.
So the green outline is the notice area with the shaded gray. This reflects all the area that we notified all the owners, which consist of all the production interest owners and the DSUs. That's all working interest owners, including unleased owners in the adjacent lands, which includes Scout, which is the other operator in the area, and then the BLM and SITLA and the agencies having jurisdiction.
All right, I'm going to refer you now to the certificate of service that was filed in this matter. This is a pleading prepared by my office. And I'd ask you to look to the names and addresses that are shown on there. Do you recognize those parties?
Yes, sir.
And who are they? Are they the people shown in the gray area on Exhibit F?
Yes, sir. It's all the parties within the gray area that they were compiled from our internal records, including title opinions and search of the BLM records, Duchesne and Uinta County records prior to the filing of this RAA via our contracted land services company.
All right, and just to confirm again, you notified all the production interest owners within the blue areas and the working interest owners in the gray area. Is that right? Because of the setbacks and all of that?
That is correct.
All right. And again, to the board's point, this was sent regular mail, so there was not a certified mailing, so there's no Exhibit C. With that, that concludes my examination of Mr. Archer.
Mr. Haynes?
Thank you, Mr. Archer. My first question centers around Scout. You indicated Scout's the operator of the GMBU, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With that in mind, do you have, I mean, this is a new operation for you, a new unit. What are your production is going to be primarily gas, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Do you have infrastructure plans, takeaways?
We do. We've currently got our pronghorn pipeline that connects into our Brundage system. And actually the Brundage system connects into the pronghorn, which the pronghorn hasn't been constructed yet, but prior to drilling these wells, we will construct that line. And then that line can run further south and tie into lines to the south, which is the old MPLX line, or I think there's a couple other options down to the south that we can tie into as well.
Would those construction timelines match up with your development timelines?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's take a look at some of these exhibits really quick. Could I have Exhibit E1? I noticed in here there is a fee tract. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it conveniently ends right at the end of your proposed diagonal unit. Is that correct? Or did you just forget to?
I'm sorry, you can finish.
Oh, I was just saying, did you forget to extend it past the unit boundary?
No, I was just showing what was in the unit, what was inside the DSU boundary, because I was doing the allocation of how much that lease contributes to that DSU. That lease does continue into the rest of Section 4, but it's consistent ownership within Section 4. So every owner that's in these DSUs in the adjacent tract where it falls outside the DSU is the same mineral owner with the state, the federal, and the mining claim.
Okay. So just so I understand, in this DSU1, if this diagonal unit was created, there would be a portion of fee land that would not be in this unit in Section 4.
There'd be a portion of the mining claim not included, but again, the owners that are in the mining claim as it continues through Section 4 are also the owners in the mining claim that are within the DSU.
Okay, thank you. My next question relates to, well, there's kind of two parts to here. Have you met with the BLM and discussed this proposed diagonal unit development? Because you're going to have to obtain a CA at some point. So have you had preliminary discussions about this?
Yes. So we've talked to the BLM about this on multiple occasions, and as recently as a couple weeks ago before they submitted their recent comment letter. I think they've come to understand where we're coming from on the technical side, and this makes the most sense from a technical side to prevent waste, to maximize recovery. They didn't have a technical issue with it. They did talk about how they would put it into their system and get it set up. We have volunteered to help them any way we need to help make it efficient, help them work through this process. But yes, we will have to get CAs, and that's part of the reason we've run down this spacing avenue, is because we were originally told we were going to drill it as an exception location, but the BLM, since it's different ownership with the state and the Fed and the fee, they can't approve a CA without a spacing order.
So I'm just trying to understand. So these diagonal units are described using meets and bounds descriptions.
That is correct. With
the BLM setting up a CA, are they okay with using meets and bound descriptions, or is there going to be some kind of conversion to aliquots of a quarter section or sectional unit basis?
I'm not familiar with their system. I know they said it was challenging, but it was not undoable. I believe, my counterparts were on that call as well, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but it didn't sound like it was impossible. It just sounded like it was going to be more of a complex issue.
Okay, I just bring that up because if this were to be approved and it went to the BLM, and the BLM cannot use these descriptions, it is possible we're back here again to correct to aliquots of section on a sectional basis. Would you agree with that?
I don't know how I can't really agree to that because I don't know how their system works or how their system operates. So without being an employee of the BLM and knowing how their system operates, I would assume that they could probably work through the problem. And I would have to say that there's other states that have federal minerals that utilize meets and bounds. And so it's my understanding that they could probably do it. If other states are able to do it and it's a federal system, I would think that they'd be able to do it as well. Again, that doesn't mean it's not complex and it's not more difficult, but I would believe there's an avenue to do it.
Thank you. Just for the boards, aliquots, what I'm referring to.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Like a quarter section, like describing it as southeast quarter, the southeast quarter, the southeast quarter, actually describing it on a sectional basis, not a meets and bounds description, which is, you can go anywhere.
I don't know what you call those things because they're not quarters.
Or a subsectional, quarter, something that goes off the governmental section.
ALIQUOTS maybe?
Aliquots. Okay.
Aliquots.
Yeah, I thought you were saying eloquent.
Aren't these matching up exactly with Scout's DSUs?
Scout doesn't have
yes,
no,
they're drilling on exactly that same angle.
But that's in a part of the federal unit. That's part of the Monument Butte.
Okay.
So they don't have drilling
so the
unit
BLM
restrictions.
doesn't have to set them up that way. They're just drilling that direction.
Right. And there'll be some more testimony about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. I was just going to say, to answer Mr. Moon's question, yeah, it's on the same orientation as what Scout's already drilling to the north of us.
Okay, if we could go to Exhibit E3, please. This is on a couple of the exhibits, but at this point, we have some state lands here. And again, we're cutting these leases. I can see there's multiple leases there. We're cutting them on a meets and bounds diagonal basis. Have you had discussions with SITLA as to the repercussions of forming units that are only partially on their leases and what might happen there?
They have not commented on having partial interest in the DSU. I do know that SITLA wants development. I can't speak specifically to how much they want, but I would imagine they want it developed. Again, I'll say the piece that's outside of it that is common ownership, they're getting the benefit of being in the unit as well. And so I would think that they would want development, but they have not specifically come out and disagreed or agreed. So that's kind of the best answer I have.
Okay, thank you. Can we get Exhibit N, please?
Sure.
This is the potential field layout. So in the current lands we have that you're proposing right now, there are no tribal or Indian minerals in there. But in the GMBU, there are tribal lands that you will have to deal with. Have you thought about at all what may happen trying to get the tribe with a diagonal DSU?
No, because honestly, we wanted to get through the proof of concept with these 4 DSUs to understand what we're working with before we get to that. That's a much broader future plan. We have to identify whether this is going to work, whether this is going to work or not before we would even, continue or expand it that far, right? And that's a conversation we can certainly have with the tribe at that time. I would think just like anybody else, they're going to want development. But with that being said, we're focusing on the 4 right now at hand and developing those and establishing whether those are fruitful or not.
Okay. And we brought Mr. McDonald brought up the BLM letter. In that letter, the BLM indicates that. Do you mind if I just read a paragraph from there?
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Go ahead.
It says, if approved by the board, we view the proposal as a pilot project pending additional data. If the proposal expands, particularly in the area of the current proposal, we would encourage a proponent to explore other options than a spacing unit, i.e. consideration of a unit. So the BLM is saying, hey, we look at this as a pilot, but if you're going to do more, we would encourage a unit. How does that fit with this potential DSU layout that you have here?
Sure. That's something we can certainly entertain, is doing a federal unit. I think at this point, what we discussed earlier, the capital outlay that would take place in order to create one now doesn't make sense because we don't know what these web results look like. We're setting it up this way to be as successful as possible. We obviously want to drill the best wells we can, but you don't want to go through putting that capital up front on something you don't have the results of, right? You don't know. Furthermore, there's a lot of risk associated with a federal unit at this point. You'd be subjecting some of our leases to possible contraction language, continuous development terms. There's a lot of things that go into the complexities of a federal unit that we're not at this point ready to step into. We want to kind of have a proof of concept to understand what we're working with before we would even consider that.
And along that line, you've used that term a couple of times, proof of concept, and to create a federal unit. Could you outline what does proof of concept look like? What data, what production, what do you need to have a proof of concept?
Well, that's really going to be better answered by Shay or Kayleen, but I would imagine that means success, right? It means these wells are good wells that are economic, that justify drilling more.
Okay, with that, no further questions from Mr. Archer from the division. Thank you.
Okay, board, please. Mr. Church.
So, Mr. Archer, when you talk proof of concept, is that your technical people are going to say comparison diagonal versus vertical or stand-up wells?
Yes, they'll be able to speak more to the orientation of the wells.
Okay, and as far as ownership here, so is there a divided interest vertically in the lease ownership? I assume these are held by production from the Monument Butte, and so
yes, sir.
Have you then come in and bought or have a farm out deal, or how do you have the ownership of the deep rights?
Yes, sir. So we had a transaction with Scout last year where we acquired 90% of whatever Scout owned within a particular area. So there's an outlined area. So we acquired 90% of what they owned in the deep rights, and they retained 10%.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, mostly been answered. But if you were to form a federal unit, in all likelihood, this is the direction you'd want to drill anyway, because it's perpendicular to the max stress, correct?
Correct.
And Uinta Gas, are these your first gas wells, or has Uinta Gas been around? You're part of Uinta Wax, obviously, but
Correct. These would be the first gas wells that Uinta Gas has drilled.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So why do we need 4 spacing units? If we're looking at a pilot project, why would not 1 well, 1 spacing unit be sufficient in a pilot project?
I think it's from the cost of infrastructure associated to it, as well as your capital outlay to drill just 1 well doesn't make sense. You'd rather drill 4 at a minimum from an economic standpoint to justify it.
So they offset a little bit. Is that by design, or is that just the way they stack up across there?
I think that's just the way this is done, because it's not to scale, but they all stack up right next to each other, and they sit right on the section lines. Okay. I think it's just the way that this got converted from a map into this PDF.
Okay, but you'd probably drill 2 north and 2 south then from 1 pad.
I think so. You drill 2 north and then 2 south. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I guess Mr. Atkins will talk about the horizontal stresses here, but are we anticipating it's the same across 40 miles there?
Yes, I think he'll speak to that, but okay. I believe it's the same stress orientation going across that entire area.
Okay. Okay. We'll talk to him then.
Any other questions from the board?
On the board?
How big are these spacing units? Are those 320s, or are they? How big are they?
1280.
So,
1280. Thank
you. They're roughly 1280. I mean, it depends on some of the lots are a little different, but yeah, they're right around 1280. I think there's one that might be a little smaller, like 1278, but most of them are right around that 1280 mark.
Okay. Anything else? Let's go ahead with the next witness then.
All right. I'll commence my examination, Mr. Atkinson. Mr. Atkins, would you state your name and business address for the record?
Shay Atkins, 6000 Western Place, Suite 1000, Fort Worth, Texas, 76107.
And what is your position with Uinta Gas, and how does it relate to these potential drilling units?
My position with Uinta Gas is Executive Vice President with a supervisory role over the requested lands.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to what have been marked as exhibits H, I, and J. Hopefully you see them on the PowerPoint, or you have hard copies in front of you. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
And were they prepared by you or Uinta Gas personnel with your review and input?
Yes, they were.
Okay, before we get into those exhibits, can you just provide a very brief summary of the Mesa Verde Blackhawk Mancos depositional characteristics?
Sure. Yeah, the requested stratigraphic interval for this request includes the Mesa Verde, the Blackhawk, and the Mancos formations. The Mesa Verde is predominantly made up of interbedded sandstones, siltstones, and carbonaceous mudstones, with some coals and fluvial deposits to coastal plains as the dominant depositional system. The Blackhawk is alternating sequences of marine sandstones and shales. And then as you get into the Mancos formation, the lower of the requested formations, it's predominantly a marine shale with some sequences of silt that interfinger as we see some shorelines come and go. And so combined, you put all those together, it represents a common source of supply.
All right, turning your attention to Exhibit H, please explain what this represents.
Sure. There's a few things to cover here on Exhibit H. So we'll start on the left side. The left side is a type log of the requested stratigraphic section in the ST 5-16T-9-17. The requested interval includes the Mesa Verde, the Blackhawk, and the Mancos that you can see called out there on the right side with the red, the black, and the purple outlines. This type log includes a gamma ray on the far left in yellow, a resistivity with the red shading in the center, and then on the right side is the density porosity and neutron porosity logs. In the center there, you can see a stratigraphic chart of where these intervals fit within the greater stratigraphic column of the Uinta Basin. That's highlighted there with kind of the pinkish red proposed interval there in the center. This is a previously accepted stratigraphic chart, and one that we agree with. There, all the requested interval being a portion of the Cretaceous aged rocks. And then on the far right, you can see the development potential that we see for these lands with multiple landing zones in the Mesa Verde, multiple landing zones in the Black Hawk Formation, and then currently looking at a couple of different landing zones within the Mancos Formation. And just to kind of get back to a couple of the questions from Mr. Church a second ago too, if we've got just a moment, is that we would be, the reason to have multiple DSUs is that we would not only be testing multiple landing zones on our initial development, but also having 2 to the north and 2 to the south would allow us to test 2 different rows across the greater area to better understand the rock and how it, as you move a little bit north and a little bit south.
All right, just for clarification too, the type log is one of the 2 deep wells that Scout operates, right? It's one of these 2 wells here?
That's right. It's located within the application lands.
Okay, so just to give that that clarification. Okay, now turning to Exhibit I, would you please explain what this shows?
Sure. Looking at Exhibit I, on the left, you can see a map of the 3 of these deep penetrations across the inside the application lands and immediately offset. The right is a cross-section showing the consistent nature of the rocks across this immediate area in all 3 of the requested formations. I'll also point out the yellow star showing on the map as we go forward to some of the next exhibits, which we have a lot of stress data on it and its proximity to the requested lands.
All right, and going now to Exhibit J, this is a 2-page or 3-page exhibit. Starting with J1, please explain what this shows.
Sure. Again, a lot of data here to cover. Looking at the map in the top left, we'll start with the yellow star well that I mentioned on the previous slide. So very correlative, very consistent, just outside of the requested lands, but an immediate offset. This well is a well that we have FMI data on. So formation microimaging data. It's a downhole tool that's run in open hole. That the intention is to not only understand the individual depositional substructures, but also to, in great detail, understand the stresses that are going on in the wellbore. On the immediately below the map, you can see a summary of the requested formations from Mesa Verde down through Black Hawk, which is the deepest depth that log was run, and what the drilling-induced fracture strikes are and the natural open fracture strikes are. I like to look at the drilling-induced fractures as an indicator of what the current stresses are on the wellbore. And so you can see the average of all those formations from the Mesa Verde down through the Black Hawk averages north 77 west. That is kind of summarized there in the text box in the middle. On the right side of the slide is another exhibit or another image showing a study that was done published by the Utah Geologic Survey in conjunction with the DOE from 2015. There was a study looking at the stress orientation of this immediate area. So on the map of that image, you can see the same yellow star representing the location of just offset to our application lands, where we also have confirming stress data. And the results of that study showed a north 76 west suggested natural stress direction or principal stress direction.
Okay, now turning to Exhibit J2.
Sure. J2 and J3 are just getting into a little bit of the detail of what these FMI logs look like. So if we start on the left, you can see a little formation indicator just above that image with all the dots there. That KMV means Cretaceous Mesa Verde. This is a snapshot of what the interpreted stresses for the borehole breakouts, the natural open fractures, as done by Halliburton, who was the service company who ran the log, not done by Uinta Gas, done by a third party, to indicate the direction of all of these stress indicators. So you can see the red stars there kind of calling out the rose plots there on the right side. The rose plots summarize the data that's shown that's gets a little bit busy in the FMI plot, but you can see that all of it indicates a northwest southeast striking maximum principal stress direction. The same thing on the right side of the slide, focused on the Sago Formation, which is another landing zone that we see as prospective, sort of a subset within the Mesa Verde. Again, all the strikes indicators are northwest southeast, approximately north 75 west. And so as we go to the next J exhibit,
Yeah, turning to J3.
we continue down the stratigraphic section into the Castle Gate on the left. Similar story there, all northwest, southeast striking principal stress, and then down into the Black Hawk. And so based on, this detailed data, very detailed data of what the current stresses are on the wellbore, as well as the published paper in conjunction with the Utah Geologic Survey and the DOE, we see that all the data points to the maximum principal stress direction of this area being a north 75 degrees west, and therefore the 15 degrees off true vertical that we have requested in our RAA in order to drill exactly perpendicular to that stress direction.
Okay, so is it your expert opinion that the uniformity of the Mesa Verde, Blackhawk, Mancos members are a common source of supply and it's throughout the area make the 10K or 10,000 foot wells attractive?
Yes.
And is also your expert opinion that the stress orientation supports a diagonal drilling unit orientation for perpendicular intersection?
Yes.
All right, that concludes my examination, Mr. Atkins.
Mr. Haynes? Yeah, Mr. Atkins, can we go back to J1, please?
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, so the request is for diagonal units because max stress is north 75 degrees west. Where does that number come from?
So if you see on the published paper there, it's north 76 with a plus or minus of 1.4 degrees. And so looking at, plus or minus 1.4 degrees got us to north 75 west in conjunction with all the offset wells also being drilled at 15 degrees. So keeping with matching the data as well as uniformity of albeit different formations, but other development in the area.
But your FMI data is north 77 to north 81, correct? Am I reading that right?
That's correct.
And then it varies in all of the formations that you have down in that box. So if the goal is to drill exactly perpendicular to max stress, would it be fair to say that you'll probably not have any wells that are drilled exactly perpendicular max stress?
So our request puts us within 1.5 degrees of exactly perpendicular, right? Which is within the cone of certainty of the data that's shown here.
Okay. So
1 degree. One degree is pretty precise.
Yeah. So if you had a well, for instance, in the Mesa Verde where it says north 72 degrees west, you're a little bit more than 1 degree off. I don't mean to be persnickety about this. My point is there's a lot of variation in the area. Would that be correct?
I'd say the trend and the average vary between north 76 west and north 77 west and north 75 west, 1 degree on either side of north 76.
All right, thank you. Are you aware of any other operators that are currently producing from the Mesa Verde, Blackhawk, or Mancos in the region?
Sure, yes.
Who might that be?
The most active operator is Coda Resources.
Coda. Does Coda drill at perpendicular max stress?
They did.
They did. Did they have diagonal units?
I believe they operate in a federal unit, but they drill their wells at 15 degrees north 75 west.
Okay, in a diagonal unit. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, in a federal unit. Thank you very much.
Correct.
Thank you for the correction. Okay, no more questions for Mr. Atkins. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Church.
Mr. Atkins, if we in the Uinta Basin use the nearest data point showing stress directions throughout the basin, would it be true to say that we would have many different directional DSUs going in different directions? For instance, we have some right now, lay downs and stand ups. How orderly could we handle development in the basin if we used the nearest data point and just one data point to determine exactly how we're going to space every single DSU?
Well, I would say that we have more than one data point. We have a regional study that was conducted by a reputable published entity, as well as offset production and offset drilling. The one data point that we're highlighting here is so close to our offset lands with such great detail, being an FMI log right there. Our main focus is to make the best well possible on these lands. I believe that drilling perpendicular to your maximum stress direction is the best way to make it the best well. And so that's our primary focus.
But so township by township, we may have drilling spacing units oriented exactly to 90 degrees to the stress unit. So different fields could possibly be in all kinds of directions. I have a hard time seeing the orderly development over a large area if we responded to specific areas other than drilling units like federal units that can allow something like that. So I'm just saying it's hard to visualize doing this on a field by field basis, on township by township.
I think Mr. Church, our primary goal is to make the best well possible, and we feel that if we don't utilize this technical data in our analysis and to drill the best well possible, then we will then be committing waste because of the impact that the stress direction has on the productivity of the wellbore. I understand your question on the broader basin. I think Uinta Gas is attempting to do what makes the most sense for these lands to represent everyone involved, including ourselves. I think other folks also attempt to drill perpendicular to the stress direction as best they can. Just earlier today, seeing the 4-point team trying to rotate some units to better fit that stress direction. So I think all technical teams in the basin are attempting to do the best that they can to drill it exactly 90 degrees, because we know that that's the best way to make the best well, and knowingly not making the best well would then, in my opinion, be creating waste. So
proof of concept, how will we know that incrementally you can add the sufficient reserves offsetting from a stand-up well to a slightly diagonal well? Do you have anything that you're going to be able to compare it to tell us how much of an improvement that might have been? Are there any stand-up wells in the area close by that you can use as a basis to compare what your well,
sure,
well
not in these. There are no stand-up comparisons in this immediate area. I would say that again, kind of referring back to earlier in the day testimony from 4-Point. There are existing wells that were drilled in a stand-up orientation that are now being converted to lay-down DSUs based on the productivity of the wells. And we do know that drilling the proper stress direction is impactful on the productivity of the well. Otherwise, folks like that wouldn't be taking those steps to go re-drill zones that had already been drilled at the improper orientation.
Go ahead.
I thought there was an exhibit here that showed all of the scout wells that are currently being drilled at that same orientation. Did I miss that?
That was one of the exhibits that we weren't going to provide, but yes, it was submitted.
Because, yeah, to me, I mean, that shows that your stress direction is pretty much consistent from deep to surface. And right now, Scout is out there drilling multiple wells and producing multiple wells at this same orientation. And they're only doing that because it is a federal unit and they can do that. And this ultimately, if it proves out, will become a federal unit. So I don't know where my question is, other than I completely support this because they're proving something that's, that's, if we can get gas down that deep, this could be expanded all over. But this is a good place to start. So, yeah, in answer to the question of are there close by wells right next to this, Scout's drilling right now at the same orientation, and they could probably tell you the comparison of that versus just a little bit to the north. You have 4-point drilling north-south wells, stand-up wells. But it's different. The further south you go, the less oil you have. So you don't know if they could compare exactly. But anyway,
I believe Scout's also producing from a different formation.
Oh yeah, they're way up higher. Yeah. But it's the same orientation.
This is Peter Pankey with the division. It's also a different fluid, so it's also different in that way.
Gas
something else you can
oil?
Yeah, just something else to consider.
Any other questions for Mr. Atkins? Seeing none, let's go to the next witness then, Mr.
Okay, I commence my examination, Ms. Bridwell. Ms. Bridwell, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes. Kayleen Bridwell, 6000 Western Place, Suite 1000, Fort Worth, Texas, 76107.
And what's your current position with Uinta Gas, and how does it relate to this area?
I'm a senior engineer, also ESG advisor and environmental regulatory manager, and I oversee this area.
All right, I'm going to show you what have been marked as exhibits K through M, or excuse me, not K. Yes, K through M. Hopefully you can see them on the PowerPoint, or otherwise you have a hard copy in front of them. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
Were they prepared by you or Uinta Gas personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
Okay, turning your attention to Exhibit K, please explain what this shows.
So this is the setback illustration. There's actually a typo in this one that it should say 560. So I apologize for that. And at the other, the 371 should be 271. And we can submit a corrected exhibit for that on the math for the setbacks. But this is utilizing the 75-degree fracture orientation and a 300-foot fracture half length. And it shows that the requested 560-foot setback is more than adequately protects correlative rights of the owners in the adjacent sections, as well as from the vertical wells.
Okay, now turning your attention to Exhibit L, and for the boards, we will submit a corrected exhibit for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Exhibit L, would you please explain what this shows?
So this is the Helen Evers calculation that we've used multiple times to look at our drainage radius for the setbacks. So this methodology has been recognized over and over. As reflected by B sub F column, there's no potential adverse impact on adjacent lands with a reduced setback until 5 to 10 years. So there's minimal impact even at 10 years and beyond for this at the 330.
All right, and this one does show the 560 up in the
this one's correct.
the diagram. Yes. Okay. All right. Finally, turning your attention to Exhibit M, please explain what this shows.
So Exhibit M shows your well economics that will clearly favor these longer length horizontal well development. And it also is addressing our need to do boundary wells here. So you can see it just adds value and revenue all the way around.
Okay, so again, the board's heard it again. The need for drilling unit boundary wells is to recover the resource in between the proposed drilling units, and is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. All right, so is it your expert opinion then that the 330-foot heel toe and 560-foot perpendicular setbacks from the drilling unit boundaries and from existing vertical wells will adequately protect the correlative rights of the owners in those adjacent lands and in those wells?
Yes.
Is it also your expert opinion that up to 20 long lateral horizontal wells and 6 stacked drilling unit boundary wells are necessary to recover additional resources that would otherwise be left in the ground?
Yes.
Finally, is it your expert opinion that those wells will, in addition, allow greater recovery of natural resources with associated greater economic benefit without adverse impact on adjacent correlative rights?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my examination. Ms. Bridwell.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Haynes.
Just one question for Ms. Bridwell. We have the economics in front of us still. We're talking about, one long length horizontal well, approximately 9.5 BCS of gas. I'm assuming this is based on drilling at this 15-degree angle.
Correct.
How did the economics change if we just drill a standard stand-up well?
They would, and I, as the reservoir engineer, wouldn't recommend knowingly drilling a worse well, as Mr. Atkins said earlier. It's our job on the technical side to produce the best well possible. I do want to note too, as we showed earlier, there are three actually deep gas penetrations in this area, those vertical wells. And so in this particular very close proximity area, we have very good indication of what these wells can do. And that's why we want to do a pilot here and really prove this up and test it. But we want to give it the best chance, especially with it being gas, to be the most economic and give us the best opportunity.
So how would the economics change then?
If they're worse, gas is.
But like by how much? Let's say we were instead of 15 degrees, we're straight up.
Well, what I've seen in other basins, you can see upwards of a 30% uplift when you do it on stress versus not. 30% is huge, especially with a gas well, given gas prices. Oil wells, as mentioned before, are a little bit different. Oil wells are also more forgiving because oil price is better. So if you can get a 30% uplift, up to a 30% uplift drilling on stress, then that's the difference between economic and not economic for a gas well in particular.
So assuming that 30% change that you're talking about, is it possible to drill a well at 15-degree angle in a regular stand-up unit?
You could do that, but you would limit the amount of wells that you could drill, and that would create waste, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, board. Okay, I do have a question here. Is on this GSU where you've got 8 wells in the Mesa Verde, 8 in the Black Hawk, and 4 in the Mancos. So both the Mesa Verde and the Mancos are both like over 1,000 feet thick, and the Black Hawk's 500 or 600 feet thick. Is this representative, or is we getting too far ahead where your Black Hawk's it's a lot thinner than the other two formations?
Yeah, I would say this is based off of all the science and the FMI that we have in the vertical well, kind of our best guess. But this is where what Mr. Atkins talked about before. We want to kind of test 4 different landing targets and pilot that. We would hone this in with more data through the drill bit. And okay. Shay been on that too, but.
Yeah, so as you go in, if you're looking at this as a pilot, how many wells are you thinking about in this pilot before we have to come back and talk about this again? Are we talking about 20 wells before we come back and talk? Are we going to be That's a long ways down the road.
I mean, I don't want to speak out of turn for the whole team, but I would be happy to come back and talk after we do 4 to 6 wells and see how they look too, if anybody wants an update. I don't think we're trying to hide that or talk with the division and the BLM on how the progress is going.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Gordon, or Mr. Moon?
So, exhibits 01 and 02, my question is why were they left out? Because I can tell by the questioning by the division and some of the board members that, that this is, this is gonna be a discussion. And 01 and 02, I feel like help your case.
Well, it does, except we decided because it didn't involve drilling units. It involved drilling in a federal unit, which they can drill in any orientation or however they want.
Okay.
It does support it from the standpoint, but their testimony's already been that that's the way it's being drilled there, and that's why they want to do it here. That's why we didn't submit it, was because it didn't relate to a drilling unit as opposed to how it's being developed on a federal unit basis.
Yeah, because I would just say that eventually, if this works out, they would do a federal unit.
Well,
this is the way you would want to be, and if you have a straight, north and south one, that's going to be, first of all, it may not prove out anyway because some economics get knocked when you don't go at the perpendicular. But secondly, if it does work, then they're in the wrong direction. So, just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I'll address some things in my closing.
Yeah.
That's only $100 million experiment. So it's
well, and I would just, if you're new $100 million, you may as well, I just feel like economics trump some, anyway.
Okay.
Any other questions for this witness? Or?
Okay, seeing none.
Okay, with that, that's the end of our presentation, Chief. I would move for admission of exhibits A through M inclusive. And to the extent it's not already committed as part of the record, the BLM letter, we can mark that as an exhibit. Where are we at? Since we filed. Let's see.
What did we decide on in exhibit N?
Let's see, OQ. I think it's R was the next exhibit. So if it's not part of the record, we'll make the BLM letter exhibit R.
Okay, and did we exclude exhibit N also?
No, N is part of, I'm sorry, if I didn't say N, yes, it's N too.
N, okay. Okay.
And R is going to be the BLM letter.
And R will be the BLM letter, and of course, we'll submit the corrections to K, as we mentioned.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
And with that, I'd like to reserve time to, after the division's presentation, for some closing and rebuttal.
Okay. Mr. Haynes, over to you.
Thank you. Division just has a short presentation. I know it's really late. I apologize.
We're here.
It's just going to aid in the discussion. We filed a response, and this will just walk you through it. So let me just get this hooked up. All right. Everything in here is purely demonstrative. There's no substantive evidence. We're just here to help, like I said, aid the discussion. We're here because of the board's authority. You have the authority to create drilling units. It's given to you by statute. In the absence of a special order of the board, we have a temporary spacing unit. Statewide spacing for horizontal wells under R649-3-2 sets up a 640-acre spacing unit consisting of a government section, which is for orderly development. We're here, though, today because we have 40-6-6-4, which allows the board to create drilling units of uniform size and shape unless the board finds that it must make an exception due to geologic, geographic, and other factors. The petitioner is asking the board to allow diagonal drilling units under the statute to create a regulatory state drilling unit program or pattern that has not been adopted by the board or the state before. But the division is asking the board to continue to follow the government section drilling unit approach that is being applied to all horizontal wells in the state, unless it has to make an exception. The division believes that the current method the board has utilized has helped maintain orderly development for horizontal wells in the state, and the division does not believe the situation presented by Uinta Gas warrants a deviation from the government section drilling units. For over a decade, the board has had operators request the creation of drilling units for horizontal well development. All of the prior board orders that resulted from these requests have created stand-up or lay-down drilling units. Sorry, missed that one there. Here's just an example of the basin. This is a snapshot from our Data Explorer online. It just sets forth all the horizontal wells we have in the region. It also highlights the dominant operator in those areas. So sectional development has allowed the creation of 640-acre units, 1280-acre units, 1920-acre units, and now 2560-acre units. As we heard today, it's also allowed the creation of overlapping units. This is the orderly development that the board has set. This is what it follows. It works really well. The board's use of government section development is well established. An exception to this tradition does not need to be granted by the board unless it must make the exception. So remember, you don't have, just because someone asks to do something different, you don't have to do it. You only have to do it if you must make an exception under the statute. We get lots of examples of drilling and spacing units come before the board. These are just examples that are given. We get lots of great graphics about the geology there, talking about the max stress. Here's one by Wem and Berry that was done in 2024. Here's one that was done in 2024 as well by XCL, same area. The board, his operators indicate that a factor to stress orientation in the basin resolve. Oops, sorry, I missed it. Wrong slide. Stress orientation in the basin revolves around the proximity of a well to the transition zone. The interpreted max stress orientation at points in the transition zone have been represented to the board as north 45 degrees west. Nevertheless, operators have continued to drill in either stand-up or lay-down units comprised of government section and areas of transitional orientation to conform with the board's orderly development. No other operator has previously requested the creation of a diagonal unit. Therefore, based on prior development within the basin and the actions of other operators, it is unclear to the division why the petitioner's situation should deviate from the orderly development that is being followed by other operators. Some of the concerns that exist when we're talking about diagonal unit that we don't see when we have sectional-based units are questions that come up before the division. These questions are, how confident is the operator in SH max interpretation? We heard testimony today in other hearings about changes as we get more data, that SH max changes. We've seen change in orientation based on this SH max interpretation. What if after drilling the first well, the operator finds the angle is wrong? What would the operator do then? How much better will production in angled wells be than a standard stand-up well? Why can't angled wells be drilled within a standard 1280 stand-up DSU? What adverse effects does the operator foresee if they produce from a stand-up well? And what if the operator decides to drill longer lateral horizontal wells? We heard again today, 1280s are old news. 1920, 2560, they're the new deal, right? Everybody wants to go longer. It's an issue that's going to arise. And what do you do when you've created this kind of pattern? Oh, sorry, I skipped this one. Another issue we have in the REA is proposed. I know we have this great graphic that is overall where we want to see this be eventually with everything spaced, but right now we have 4 DSUs that are being proposed. And if we just look at those 4 DSUs, if these were to be approved, there will be portions of multiple sections that would no longer be developed through statewide spacing. they'd be subject to another board order that would also have to use diagonal spacing units. Lastly, I'll just talk about federal units quickly. The petitioner, you know what, I apologize, this isn't in there. I'm not gonna, we're not using Exhibit O anymore, so I'm not gonna talk about it. But essentially, federal units, we have other operators in the basin, they're not, as Mr. Moon pointed out, they're not on these drilling unit basis because they're in federal units. Operators within the basin have taken that route for their development when they don't want to comply with the traditional stand-up spacing. So, wrapping it up, it's the division's recommendation that the board not approve the RAA and encourage the petitioner to develop the subject formations in the subject lands with the regulatory regime followed by the other operators in the basin. By utilizing government section boundaries and proposing, by utilizing government section boundaries as the proposed drilling units. This is the division we wanted to present to you. We know it's your final decision on how these units are created, but just understand we are not aware of any other state doing this. It's never been done here. It's not done for a reason. You want orderly development in horizontal spacing, and over the last 10 years we have that. It's working, it works well. I know we talked about this as a pilot project, but let's be clear here. If you do it for one, the rest are gonna come. We heard today, we had an operator today, 32 degrees off of perpendicular was their maximum stress. I don't believe that the other operators in the basin are drilling uneconomic wells. I believe they're drilling to conform with the regulatory regime the board has established. That is the rules in the state of Utah. That is how you develop here. Every state has their way. If you want to open the box and change that and deal with the repercussions that come, that is the board's decision, but I would very carefully think about where that could go. So with that in mind, that is the division's request that you do not approve this RAA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. Now, your presentation there, will that be submitted as exhibits for this, or is this just for our?
It's just demonstrative. Usually
Okay.
Julie asks me for a copy of it. I'm happy to give you a copy of it. If Fred doesn't object.
As long as it's not considered as evidence.
Yep.
It's just demonstrative.
It's not evidence, okay, all right. Then we, okay. So.
Sorry, I'll just interrupt. It's basically rehashing what's in our response to.
Okay, yeah. Just a question. All right, so, how do we proceed with that? Do we? Yeah, I mean, we have the board or Fred.
Well, unless that was a closing, or if you have questions for what the division just presented, I would say you can ask those questions, and then I would have the closing.
Board, let's go. If you've got questions, please.
Do you know of any other gas wells in Duchesne County? I don't know of a single Duchesne County gas well.
I'm just going to defer to the division for this.
Peter Pankey with the division. I don't know of many gas wells. They did mention in those three wells.
Those three, yeah, I guess those were.
That they were tested, and that's one reason why they're so interested.
I wonder if they were. They must probably produced oil too, but
I think that's what happened was
they had to go down that deep.
They drilled them deep to test what was down there,
yeah,
and then they came up whole and probably did something in the Green River, because that's what every other well in the area is Green River.
I'm probably aging myself too, but if you recall, there was a well blowout in the upper Green River back in the early 90s that Pennzoil blew out, and so there was a lot of upper Green River gas at that time.
Yeah, just interested that gas well in Duchesne County,
and all those other wells produce gas, right? It's not.
Oh yeah, but drilling for gas in Duchesne County.
Right, but you're talking strictly gas, probably.
Yeah. And are there any other cases where there's a state spacing unit, and maybe you kind of said there's not, but any other cases where there's a state spacing unit in a federal unit? I mean, we're really asking for something totally unique here, right? It's.
I'm no expert on that, but
I would say in Drunkard's Wash, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Where they're uncommitted tracks, And
Okay,
there would
and
be
then
well
you-
drainage, then they would create a drilling unit within a federal unit because
Okay.
of the allocation.
And were those always north-south, east or east-west, or were they at the
It
orientation?
depended on whatever the well was. It was 160s at the time.
Oh, okay, mostly vertical wells, so we don't really know, okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess my point is, this is so unique, that, yeah, it's just different. And I just wanna know if there's economic gas down there, that's pretty cool.
It'll be interesting to see what comes of all this deeper stuff. I know there's an Amoco, I've seen Amoco core from the Morrison out there, so black as can be, but nobody ever drills the Morrison, so anyway. Okay, board, you got any other questions? Okay, so why don't we
Back to me
go
on
ahead and
closing,
go
yeah,
back to closing, yeah.
Matt, I don't know if you can put my PowerPoint back up.
You bet.
Thank you. Well, let me first address some of the things that Andrew said in his talk. He mentioned the regulation that talks about temporary drilling unit of 640 acres. What he didn't mention is what is the definition of a temporary drilling unit. It's meant for a notification purpose and a well siting only. The next definition says it is not a drilling unit for purposes of the drilling unit statute, okay? It's meant not for setting up a drilling unit. It's meant for notification when you start. That's a big difference because with these wells, if they're drilled, you've got to have some method to allocate the production from these wells. And so you have to have a drilling unit which sets that production allocation. That's very, very important. And as far as the situation where it's all been governmental section spacing for horizontal wells, where has that occurred? That's occurred in the lower Green River Wasatch, over in the basin, where there's been sectional drilling units set up since back in the 70s. And that set what happened in those particular things. This is a different formation that hasn't been tested. There is no spacing below, you have the federal unit situation, and yes, you never heard Uinta Gas say that they were never going to form a unit. They're testing this to see if it's viable. If it's viable, they're not necessarily saying we're not going to form a federal unit. It might be appropriate based on the economics of what they see. The only limitation you have in the statute says these drilling units got to be of uniform size and shape. And the whole purpose of this Exhibit N that you see here is to show that even if the federal unit wasn't done, you can make drilling units across this area of uniform size and shape. And I don't think there's any argument from the technical standpoint that drilling as close as you can to 90-degree perpendicular is the best way to produce a well. And your job as a board is also to maximize natural resource, not cut it down. So under the statutory authority, and even the BLM acknowledges there's nothing under the federal regulations or their guidance that says you can't have directional drilling or diagonal drilling units. You can do this based on geologic factors. It's right in the statute. This is ideal situation to allow it on this circumstance. It isn't field-wide yet. It doesn't set any other precedent other than that. And I would assume that if this is successful, and they shouldn't decide coming in for a federal unit, then they would come in and seek spacing, which shows it can be done uniformly, but it doesn't necessarily rule out that they wouldn't do the federal, particularly with the sense that that's what the BLM would like to see happen as well. So there is no barriers, and the stuff that Andrew talked about, while I respect it, is a different situation. This is the situation that demands for you guys to look at the circumstances here and make that exception. And you're not setting a precedent that would necessarily all of a sudden get flooded with a bunch of people coming in here on a diagonal situation. The basin is developing because that's the way it was set up a long time ago, and it's too hard to start modifying it and changing that. Right now, they're asking for these 2-milers, okay? Until there's data that show there's 3-milers, but even here you can see, and it's slightly offset, but you can work with that if it comes in. And of course, then at that point, Uinta Gas has to explain to you why that's going to work or why it's appropriate to have that overlay. I don't see this catastrophic results that would result here if you did this. It's just not, it's all speculative, And a lot of it I don't think is necessarily going to happen. So we would ask that you approve the request as done here. If you want data to come in at a later date, I'm sure Kayleen said that, they'd be able to come in and tell you exactly what's going on. Although if this is successful, I'm sure they're going to be back in front of you one way or the other. If they form a federal unit, they're going to get rid of these drilling units. If they want to do the drilling units, they're going to justify why this should continue to go on. So you're not going to be out of control here by simply allowing this request to go forward. So we would ask you to approve the request as submitted. And thank you again. Very long day, having to put up with me most of the day. I really appreciate that. And again, really particularly thank you for allowing the witnesses to appear virtually because of that storm in Texas.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Haynes.
I believe we end with Fred's closing statement. So
Sorry?
we end with Fred's closing statement. I
Oh.
don't make another closing statement.
Okay.
But we'll just keep going.
Well, if it was Tony, we would have some more.
Yeah, I mean, we
It's late enough. I don't want to keep going.
Fred having the last word?
Gave the opportunity. Okay. I think we're going to deliberate. It is, woo, is that right? 10 minutes to 6? Holy smokes. I don't like to say as soon as possible, but we'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes. Does that seem okay, guys? Yeah.
Off the record?
We are off the record.
one.
Okay, we are back on the record, and the board has deliberated this request for agency action. And let's call for a motion, please.
Yes.
Beat you to it. No, sorry.
I move that we follow division's recommendation and deny the RAA.
And I second.
Okay, all those in favor of denying the request for agency action, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed to denying, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Let's have the record reflect that.
We should do a roll call.
Okay, can you do a roll call, please?
Yes to deny the request for agency action.
Yay.
I say nay.
A solid nay.
Yay to denying.
Yay to denying.
Okay. So in that case, I think we turn to Mr. Haynes to write the order. Okay, and we're looking to try to get things by Wednesday or so? No, not, okay. All right. With that, are there any other matters that the board needs to deal with? If not, we'll take a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye.
Yes.
All right. The hearing is adjourned. We are off the record.